Beneath the gentle sun stretching across the beach, a gorgeous blonde beauty lifts a slice of juicy red watermelon, softly offering it to me. "Oh, Master Chen Shu," a black-haired girl cooed, her voice as sweet as honey. "Master Chen Shu, I have a little request, okay? Please say something." Chen Shu was ecstatic, his eyes squinting with delight. Go on, go on. What is it?" Suddenly, the gloomy face of Teacher Li Nansong appeared like a phantom, his voice as cold as ice. "How would you like to die?" Chen Shu jolted awake, the blood draining from his face. Teacher Li barked coldly. "So, you're awake? If you're awake, then recite the early history of Beastmasters." Chen Shu felt an uncomfortable itch, his mind reeling. "Beastmasters? What are you talking about?" He glanced around the classroom in a daze. "Where is this? Some kind of high-tech exhibition? Huh, did I walk into the wrong class? Where's Zhang Dali, my desk mate? This doesn't look good. I gotta get out of here." He mumbled, "Teacher Li, that question is too precious for just me. You should let the whole class answer it. I'll just get out of your way now." Ha! Before he could even turn to run, Teacher Li Nansong snatched him by the collar and yanked him back. "Where do you think you're going? Zhang Dali is no longer your desk mate. You are now a member of the Year 5 Beastmaster class." From the classroom below, whispers rose like crashing waves. "Fell asleep on his first day after transferring? What a loser. I heard his contracted spirit is only F-rank talent. He's completely useless. I can't believe the class president picked someone like him. What was the teacher thinking?" Chen Shu muttered angrily. "What the hell are you all mumbling about? Damn it, what the hell is going on?" Suddenly, a status window flashed before his eyes, making his heart nearly leap out of his chest. System activating. Option 1. Remain silent, bow your head, and do not answer. Reward. A small amount of Beastmaster power. Option 2. Spread your arms and sincerely say, "I wanted to befriend everyone as a top student, but all I got in return was alienation. I've failed. I'm just an idiot who knows nothing." Reward. A withdrawal notice from Kim T's second base middle school in Namjiang City. Option 3. Accept Xia Bing's help. Reward. Low-grade flame potion. Chen Shu was stunned, tapping his fingers in the empty air like a man possessed. Since when did the school install such advanced, shady tech? But in Teacher Li's eyes, he just looked like a lunatic, pointing at nothing. "Did you faint and lose your mind? What are you doing, flailing your limbs in the air? Don't forget who was crying and begging to join the Beastmaster class just yesterday. If you can't answer, go back to the regular class right now and see how disappointed your parents will be." Suddenly, Chen Shu's eyes met Xia Bing's. She was subtly pointing a finger towards her notebook, as if giving him a signal. "Is that Xia Bing?" he thought to himself, his heart swelling with gratitude. "We may not know each other, but I'll never forget this kindness." Without hesitating, he glanced at her notebook and read aloud in a booming voice. "In the 5th year of the Restoration era in Chinese territory, the first multi-dimensional space appeared, unleashing countless ferocious dark monsters. It was at that very moment that the Beastmasters, with their contracted spirits, were awakened." The more he read, the foggier his mind became. "What the hell is this? Isn't this the 21st century? What world is this?" He stood there, dumbfounded, as if lost in a dream. Teacher Li Nansong stood there, his face dark and speechless. "Do you think I'm blind? Get back to your seat. If there's a next time, don't even think about sitting in this class again." Chen Shu trudged back to his seat, utterly dejected, his mind a tangled mess. Did I get transported to another world? A parallel world? Isn't old Li a math teacher? When the hell did I beg to transfer classes yesterday? Just then, a notification from the system echoed in his mind. Notification. Reward has been distributed. He flinched, turning to the student next to him and whispering, "Hey, did you guys hear that?" Suddenly, a small, strangely sparkling potion appeared in his hand. Chen Shu's jaw dropped, his eyes gleaming. Could this be the main character system you only see in anime? He collapsed onto his desk in excitement, laughing silently until his shoulders shook. Asterisk, ahem, heh. Asterisk, the main character. I'm the main character. When the bell for break rang, Chen Shu wearily stood up, my stomach's growling. Finally, time for lunch. I need to find Dali and figure out what's going on in this crazy world. The moment he stepped outside, he was overwhelmed by a commotion. What's all this? Did a manure truck explode or something? Why is it so loud? Outside, the sound of a loud argument was non-stop. "Wang Meng, are you okay? You guys from class 3, don't take it too far. Hurry up and take him to the nurse's office." Zheng Yi and his lackeys stood there with smug looks on their faces. "Little Wang, you've lost to me 3 times in a row now. And this class 5 president can't do a thing to me. Oh, right. Don't forget to bring me that beast taming pearl this afternoon." Just as Zheng Yi's group was about to leave, a sharp voice suddenly rang out. Stop right there. Everyone's baffled gazes turned towards Chen Shu. He went pale, frantically waving his hands to explain, "It wasn't me! It wasn't me!" The one who had just spoken was Xia Bing. She had already strode past him, her presence as commanding as a storm. Xia Bing stared directly at the bullies, her voice filled with challenge. "What's the point of always pulling these same old tricks? If you've got the guts, fight me." Zheng Yi's eyes lit up, a sinister smile spreading across his lips. "Yo, isn't this the Class 5 committee member, Xia Bing? Afraid one beast taming pearl isn't enough for me, so you want to gift me another?" Xia Bing replied coldly, her gaze razor sharp. Her voice was sharp as a blade. "All of you, come at once." The surrounding crowd stared, stunned by her declaration of war. "What?" Ha Bang boldly issued the challenge to the battle hall. "I'll take on every single one of you from Class 3 alone, and if I win, you'll return double the beast orbs that Wang Mong lost." Hearing this, Tran Thu's blood started pumping, and he yelled excitedly, "So we're gonna fight, huh? This is my specialty." But the surrounding crowd just sneered. "Is this little brat the new transfer student? Figures he's an idiot from the regular class. Year 5 is getting worse and worse. They'll just accept any piece of trash. A guy who's never even used a contracted spirit has the nerve to talk?" Humiliated, Tran Thu bit his lip, his face turning bright red. The crowd's taunts grew louder. What a moron. He spun around, and his ferocious glare made them all flinch. Whoa. He actually dared to glare back. Let's go watch the fight." Tran Thu stood still, his eyes following the crowd as they rushed off. Fighting with contracted spirits. Ever since he set foot in this place, that phrase had been ringing in his ears non-stop. A sly grin spread across his face. That kid's got a wicked smile. With all my years of getting into trouble, I can tell he's up to no good. He rubbed his chin and muttered, "Thu Thursday. A guy like me doesn't like being in anyone's debt." Before long, the whole crowd had gathered at the battle hall. Trin Ditch and his cronies from Class 3 stood there arrogantly. The guy declared cockily, "Ha Bang, I admit you're strong, but I never thought you'd be this stupid, challenging our entire class. I'll just be taking those beast orbs of yours now." Ha Bang stood there, completely unfazed. Cut the crap. An icy aura radiated from her hand, and in a flash, a majestic contracted spirit appeared. Ha Bang, Level 5 Beastmaster, summons the Level 5 Frost Wolf. The crowd in the stands was stunned, their jaws practically on the floor. A Level 5 Beastmaster? A spirit wolf. A prized beast. Trin Ditch gritted his teeth, a flash of envy in his eyes. "Don't panic, a higher level won't do her any good. With more than 20 of us, we can easily crush that thing." Even though he was only a Level 4 Beastmaster, Trin Ditch confidently gave the order. His friends immediately summoned their contracted spirits. Level 3 Violent Ape, Level 4 Skull Warrior, Level 2 Green Wall Worm, Level 3 Scorpion, Level 3 Mud Monster. With a single shout, the ferocious horde of spirits charged forward. Ha Bang's Frost Wolf let out a single roar, stomped its foot, and instantly crushed the tiny green wall worm. Its master collapsed to the ground, sobbing. "My green wall worm," Trin Ditch quickly shouted. "Don't panic. Everyone, switch off auto mode and take manual control." The spirits immediately closed in, surrounding the Frost Wolf from all sides. Boxed in, the Frost Wolf leaped nimbly, dodging a heavy punch from the Violent Ape. But suddenly, a slimy sensation grabbed its leg. The mud monster had it trapped. Trin Ditch laughed victoriously. But Ha Bang merely smirked and let out a small scoff. Instantly, the Frost Wolf unleashed a bone-chilling aura. The mud trapping its leg froze solid in a second before shattering into tiny fragments. Just then, a flame roller charged in, but it clumsily crashed right into its own teammates, knocking them all over. The crowd in the stands exploded with laughter. "Haha, what an idiot." Tran Thu watched intently, thinking to himself, do I have a contracted spirit? How do I even summon it? Someone next to him gave him a bewildered look. "You haven't seen it this whole time? It's been right there all along." The person pointed to a slime lying limply under the seat, looking like it was on its last breath. Tran Thu was aghast. "Huh?" A guy sitting in the row above sneered. "You just think about it and it comes out. Totally what you'd expect from the regular class. A contracted spirit, that pathetic, is no threat at all, even when it's outside its tamer space." Tran Thu stared blankly at the yellow slime in his hand, his mind reeling. "This is my contracted spirit?" Suddenly, the system interface appeared. Contracted spirit information. Yellow slime. Attribute. All-purpose. Race. Living organism. Type. Special. Talent. Sleepyhead can sleep soundly for extended periods. Has enhanced defensive power. Skills include Gigantify, Mad Crash, and Forward Lunge. Damage depends on the relative weight of both parties. Warning: do not use against an opponent who is more than 10 kilograms heavier. Potential: F rank. Host: Tran Thursday Beastmaster level. 1. Taming talent: average. He stared at the innocent-looking slime, breaking out in a cold sweat. Why does it look so dumb? F rank potential: is this thing just a decoration? A rank this low can't even legally enter a battle. He sighed and mumbled, aren't I supposed to be the main character? I should have gotten some kind of divine beast or a legendary dragon, right? Right then, the system pinged again with a new mission. Option 1. From the hall, shout loudly, you can do it. Ha bang. Reward: increase the yellow slime's obedience by 1 point. Option 2. Raise both hands and yell, stop fighting. Everybody, please stop fighting. Reward: 1 bag of contracted spirit food. Option 3. While no one is paying attention, ambush Trindish and give him a beatdown. Reward: a large amount of beast taming power. Given his scummy personality, Tranthu's lips curled into a wicked grin. A sneak attack? Now that's my style. Down in the arena, the battle was reaching its peak. The Frost Wolf was being cornered by the Scorpion and the Skull Warrior. The Skull Warrior swung its blade, landing a deep cut on the Frost Wolf's thigh, and rained down on her like a storm. Ha Bang gritted her teeth, her fiery gaze relaying her will to her spirit beast. Trinditch stood off to the side, smugly watching the show. Suddenly, a mysterious hand snaked up behind him. Quick as a flash, Tranthu clamped a hand over Trinditch's mouth. Oomph. He smirked deviously and dragged the guy away, whispering, come on over here, buddy. Tranthu dragged Trinditch into a hidden corner and, without a word, landed a swift kick right to his back. Ah! Trinditch tumbled to the ground. Tranthu quickly grabbed a burlap sack, threw it over Trinditch's head, and dragged him into the restroom like an animal. Trinditch screamed in a panic. Who are you? Inside, before he could even get his bearings, Tranthu unleashed a relentless barrage of punches and kicks. Trinditch groaned in pain. Do you have any idea who I am? Tranthu just kicked him harder, scoffing, like I give a damn who you are. He cracked his knuckles, his tone dripping with arrogance. You better remember this. I walk my own path and answer to no one. In the Nanjiang underworld, they call me Da Li, the strong arm. Meanwhile, back in the arena, the Frost Wolf clamped its jaws on the Frost Skull Warrior's sword. It suddenly realized its opponent was running out of steam. Ha Bang immediately seized the opportunity, her eyes turning ice cold. This is our chance. Arctic Domain, finish them all at once. Surrounded, the Frost Wolf let out a ferocious howl as a terrifying wave of cold air erupted outwards, flash freezing all the opposing spirit beasts in an instant. The crowd in the stands went wild, erupting in cheers. Whoa, the 5th-year Beastmaster, Ha Bang, is the winner. Yeah, we won. But a few of Trinditch's supporters yelled out in frustration. How could he let the tables get turned on him like that? Does that guy even know how to fight? And where's Trinditch? He vanished at the most crucial moment. Just then, a figure stumbled out, a burlap sack still covering his head. Trinditch looked pathetic as he screamed, "Help! Somebody jumped me!" Seeing a guy with a fertilizer bag on his head, the crowd panicked and scattered. It's a mutated contract beast. Quick, call the Spirit Suppression Bureau. The fertilizer bag has come to life. A few people even rushed in to beat up Trinditch, even as he pleaded exhaustedly, "Stop hitting me. It's me, Trinditch." Tranthu watched with his arms crossed and a smug look on his face, thinking to himself, objective complete. Reward sent. Someone asked curiously, Tranthu, where did you go? He gave a slight smile and answered coolly, just went to the bathroom to relieve some stress. Trindic's face was swollen and bruised as he lay flat on the ground, still craning his neck to yell, "It was definitely one of you 5th-year Beastmasters who did this. I'm not done with you guys." Tranthu walked over, a smirk on his face, and gripped the guy's hand tightly. In a mocking tone, he said, "Now, don't go making baseless accusations. All of us in the 5th-year Beastmaster class are upstanding and righteous. How could we possibly do something so crooked?" Trinditch was utterly speechless. Without a moment's hesitation, Tranthu tightened his grip and bent the guy's finger back with a sharp crack. Trinditch's face contorted in agony. Tranthu put on a sincere expression, "Don't you worry, Trinditch. I'll personally investigate this. With my reputation, I guarantee I'll get you a result you're happy with." He lifted the golden slime in his hand. He shook his head and clicked his tongue. "You poor, poor thing." After school, Tranthu headed home with the slime, lost in thought. A contract beast had to reach level 3 to be eligible for battle. He was only a level 2 beastmaster. He still had a long, long way to go. Huh? You leveled up with me too? So does that mean a contract beast's level is synchronized with its beastmasters? As he was muttering to the golden slime, Ha Bang suddenly appeared. Tran Thu jumped and spun around. She held out a sparkling gem. If you hadn't stepped in today, I wouldn't have won so easily. This beast orb is for you. Tran Thu scratched his head and laughed awkwardly. Stepped in? What are you talking about? I have no idea. Ha Bang looked helplessly at the burlap sack sticking out of his backpack. I already saw the urea fertilizer bag you hid in there, she said worriedly. Fights between beastmasters are incredibly dangerous. You really have no idea what you're getting into. Acting like that is going to get you seriously hurt. Tran Thu just laughed out loud and immediately turned to run. Haha, what's the big deal? Ambushing people is what my family does best. Ha Bang was stunned, but in the end, she could only stand there with her arms crossed and watch him go. I'm speechless. Tran Thu was glued to his phone while riding his bike, completely unable to look away. Now kids, please remember not to text and ride. He was gleefully texting his best friend to brag about his victory. So then I dragged that punk Trin Ditch into the bathroom and beat the living daylights out of him. Dude, you're a legend. It was nothing. Suddenly, the sound of a scuffle made Tran Thu slam on his brakes. A woman was in the middle of the street, getting her purse snatched, screaming at the top of her lungs, "Somebody help, I'm being violated." The two thugs couldn't manage to pry the bag from her hands. Boss, this lady is ridiculously strong. Let go of me, a bystander commented. Who tries to violate someone by just stealing their purse? The heavyset woman roared even louder, her voice booming like thunder. You can take my body, but you will never have my heart. Tran Thu just stood there, completely dumbfounded. Robbery? Violation? What in the world is going on? Just then, the system notification rang out, presenting a new mission. Option 1, ignore them and leave quickly. Reward, a small amount of Beastmaster power. Option 2, fear no evil. Bravely charge forward and defeat the two thugs. Reward, a large amount of Beastmaster power, accompanied by a risk of life-threatening danger. Option 3, stop the gangsters. Reward, master the method for refining a large quantity of medicinal ingredients. Ding, beginner potion making skill unlocked. Chen Shu smirked, a wicked grin spreading across his face as his heart pounded with excitement. This is my chance. While two thugs were wrestling with a heavyset woman, he suddenly yelled, "Stop!" It was time for Chen Shu to put on a show. In a dramatic tone, he declared, "In broad daylight, cough cough I mean, in the cold of night, you dare to commit a crime in such a public place. I, Zhang Dali, will absolutely not let you get away with this." The two thugs stared at Chen Shu's crazy act, completely stunned and frozen on the spot. Seizing the opportunity, the woman quickly made her escape. By the time they realized she was gone, the two were left standing there, bewildered. Chen Shu smugly hopped on his bike and even waved goodbye. The two men stood in the middle of the road, screaming in frustration. "You little punk, next time I see you, I'll smash your face in." "You just wait." Chen Shu cheerfully pedaled away, feeling incredibly satisfied. The system announced that his reward had been sent to his inventory. Beginner potion-making skill has been unlocked. Hearing about the skill, he mumbled to himself curiously. What exactly is this potion-making skill? When he got home, Chen Shu called out, "I'm home." His mother greeted him with a radiant smile. "You're back? Go wash your hands. Dinner's ready." He glanced over at his dad on the sofa and breathed a sigh of relief. Still okay, still okay. My parents are still the same ones I know. Back in his room, Chen Shu excitedly took out the items he'd gotten today, examining each one. This system is so stingy, only giving me a low-grade potion. He picked up the bottle of flame potion and muttered, "I guess you're supposed to drink this." With that, he poured the potion into a cup and brought it to the dinner table. During the meal, Chen Shu asked curiously, "Mom, Dad, are you guys Beastmasters too?" His dad frowned, confused. "What nonsense. I work for a Beastmaster unit." His dad suddenly lit up as if he remembered something exciting. He enthusiastically pulled a shimmering red bottle of flame potion from his bag. "That's right. I had an outstanding performance this month, so this is my bonus from the company. Look, a low-grade flame potion." Chen Shu, who had just downed the potion moments ago, was stunned. His jaw dropped. "Wait a minute. Isn't that what I just drank?" He nervously scratched his face and asked cautiously, Is this type of potion very valuable?" His dad patted the box excitedly, his voice filled with pride. "Of course, a flame potion can permanently increase the fire attribute of a contracted spirit. A single bottle like this is worth several thousand yuan." Chen Shu jumped when he heard the price. It's that expensive? His dad nodded. Every single bottle is crafted with a potion master's utmost effort. The time it takes to observe the changes during crafting and the incredibly high failure rate are what make them so precious. His mother sighed. It's a shame. A real shame. Little Shu's contracted spirit doesn't have the fire attribute. It would be better to just sell it and buy some other supplies. Flustered, Chen Shu stammered. So, what happens if a person drinks it? His dad frowned thoughtfully. Who would drink it? Wouldn't they just get some sort of terminal illness? Chen Shu quietly took his cup back to his room, his heart aching. Several thousand yuan, gone in just a few gulps. He clutched his head, feeling like he could cry from the loss. The next morning, Chen Shu was sprawled out on his bed, lazily examining the system. He scrolled through the list of locked potions. Fire cannon potion, ice potion, berserk potion. All of them are still locked. Curious, he tapped on the strength potion. The information popped up. Permanently increases the strength of a contracted spirit. Strength potion. Control level ability. Crafting requires 30% fewer materials than normal, but the system notified him. Insufficient materials. Unable to craft. He read on. Each successful craft would increase his ability level. The ability levels are divided into entry, control, mastery, and grandmaster, with each level providing different effects. He rubbed his chin thoughtfully. The other ingredients are easy to find, but the main one, the Dali flower, seems to only be available in the alternate dimension. Suddenly, his phone lit up with a message. Black Iron Supreme. Lone Wolf wants to have a match with you. Accept? Chen Shu smirked, his eyes lighting up with interest. This kid has perfect timing, he quickly replied. Zhang Dali, perfect timing. Do you know where I can buy a Dali flower? Zhang Dali replied curiously. Why? You feeling weak? Chen Shu immediately shot back. My shoulders can carry a person and my arms can lift a horse. Cut the crap! You're ruining our brotherhood. My dad needs it. Dali seemed to understand. Oh, so it's for him. But you can only buy Dali flowers with a potion master's license. Otherwise, you'll have to find one on the black market. Chen Shu nodded eagerly. Okay, then let's meet up after school tomorrow. Zhang Dali immediately agreed. Okay, for the sake of preserving the dignity of the middle-aged. Chen Shu added sweetly. Exactly. Lend me some money. Dali's tone instantly changed. Hello, the user you are trying to reach is currently offline. Please leave a message. In Chen Shu's world, potion making has a history of over 100 years, but due to the unstable and random nature of the ingredients, the crafting process is incredibly complex and delicate. Products from the alternate dimension remain a mystery to scholars and cannot be mass-produced. But as long as he scans the right ingredients, his system will execute a flawless crafting process, far surpassing even high-level potion masters. A high-level potion master can earn millions a year, while a revered grandmaster potion master enjoys the highest status and income imaginable, something ordinary people can only dream of. Chen Shu was ecstatic, daydreaming about striking it rich. Hehehe, once I'm rich, I'll craft a ton of potions for my golden slime. When that time comes, hee. The next day. Model. At the entrance to the black market, Chen Shu and Zhang Dali were stopped by a blonde guy in a suit. The guy coldly declared, "Sorry, you can't enter without a level 5 Beastmaster to escort you." Their faces fell, but Chen Shu quickly put on a sycophantic smile. "Come on, cut us some slack. It's always good to leave a bridge unburnt, you know?" The guard just barked back coldly. Scram. Helpless, Chen Shu dragged Zhang Dali away dejectedly. All right. Dali slumped down wearily, muttering, "Well, Chen, looks like we're not getting in. If not, I'll just ask my dad to take you next time." Just then, Chen Shu spotted a pink-haired girl in the distance. His eyes lit up as a plan instantly formed. "Dali, I know how we can get into the black market." He quickly dragged his friend along, running after the girl and shouting, "Senior Xiao Yu, it's her." Xu Xiao Yu, the school's super ace, had topped the school rankings for years. The two eagerly ran up to greet her. "Senior Xiao Yu, I'm Chen Shu from the Beast Master class. And I'm Zhang Dali. Nice to meet you," Xiao Yu replied coolly. "What do you two need from me?" Chen Shu immediately put on a pitiful act, his eyes shimmering. "Senior, we wanted to check out the black market, but they wouldn't let us in. If you're going, could you possibly take us with you?" Xiao Yu gave a slight nod. "All right." She led them both back to the black market entrance. Chen Shu even shot a smug wink at the guard, making the guy grind his teeth in anger. Xiao Yu said gently, "I have some business to attend to, so I'll be going ahead. You two can look around on your own." Chen Shu replied brightly, "Okay, Senior Xiao Yu. Inside, the black market was as bustling as a festival, with vendors' cries echoing everywhere. Selling Dragon King beast eggs here. For high-level beast masters, 1 drop of this potion will evolve your contracted spirit into a golden tier divine beast. Hot deal. Today only, any purchase over 50,000 Huoxia currency gets an autograph signed by me personally. First come, first served. Chen Shu scanned the stalls and immediately spotted one selling a dali flower. He hurried over and asked, "Boss, how much for this dali flower?" The shopkeeper replied, 5,000. Suddenly, Zheng Yi jumped out of nowhere, his voice smug. "I'll pay 10,000. This flower is mine." He turned to Chen Shu, his face furious. "You actually dared to ambush me. I'm not letting you get away with this. You want the dali flower? Dream on." Chen Shu pressed his lips together, wondering to himself, how did he know it was me? While he was still confused, Zhang Dali excitedly whispered from beside him, "I'm the one who told everyone you did it. I made you famous. No need to thank me." Chen Shu froze, glaring at his idiotic friend, wanting to scream, "You absolute traitor." Suddenly, the system announced a new mission. Option 1. Fight Zheng Yi for it right here and mock him for being weak and useless. Reward: 1 medium-grade beast power grenade. Option 2. Give the dali flower to Zheng Yi and abandon the purchase. Reward: golden slime size increased by 10%. Option 3. Goad Zheng Yi into splurging on a fake dali flower made from dye at an exorbitant price. Reward: 1 medium-grade wind attribute potion. A cunning smile flashed across Chen Shu's lips. So this dali flower is a fake, he thought to himself. As a man of morals and conscience, I choose option 3. He immediately got into character, putting on an act. "Boss, I'll bid 20,000. Then he turned to Zheng Yi with a provocative look. "Zheng Yi, I'm getting this dali flower today, no matter the cost." Zheng Yi was taken aback, then glared, yanking the flower towards himself. "Oh really? You just try me. As long as I'm here, you won't get your hands on it." The two of them gritted their teeth and launched into a bidding war. The stall owner was sweating, his eyes gleaming as the price soared. 30,000, 35,000, 40,000, 45,000, 50,000. Hearing 50,000, Chen Shu suddenly waved his hand with a smirk. "All right, I concede. You're really something else. Your Uncle Chen here admits you've got guts." He dragged Zhang Dali away, not forgetting to toss a final comment over his shoulder. "Oh, right. Class President Zheng, next time you need some dye, just look for me. I'll give you a discount." Zheng Yi stood there dumbfounded, holding the flower he just bought, a sense of confusion washing over him. Something about this feels really wrong. Zhang Dali asked curiously, "Chen, you just let Zheng Yi have the dali flower like that? What's your plan?" Chen Shu replied calmly, "It's fine. I gave up the flower, but I gained happiness." In his hand, the medium-grade wind attribute potion had already appeared. He made Zheng Yi waste a ton of money and got a reward. Now this, Chen Shu thought smugly, is true happiness. Suddenly, he remembered his dumb friend selling him out and raised his fist in anger. "Wait a minute, you little brat. How dare you spread the rumor that I beat up Zheng Yi?" Dali chuckled, covering his head to dodge the blow. "I was just trying to make you more famous. Don't hit me." He looked up at the sky and his eyes went wide. "Are you even my brother? If you're gonna hit me, just hit me. Why summon your contracted spirit?" Chen Shu quickly turned around, his voice filled with panic. "That wasn't me." In the sky above, a level 7 blazing bird spirit was engulfed in flames, circling fiercely. The bewildered crowd started pointing. "If it wasn't you, then who was it? Summoning contracted spirits is forbidden in the black market." That's Senior Xiao Yu's spirit. Xu Xiao Yu, a level 7 beastmaster, was drenched in sweat, desperately controlling her blazing bird to fight against a ferocious shadow monster. The shadow monster's relentless attacks made the blazing bird cry out in pain. Zhang Dali muttered, "Looks like the winner is already decided." Just then, the system in Chen Shu's mind chimed in with a new mission. Option 1. Release the golden slime and directly take down the shadow monster. Reward: Beast Tamer rank increased by 1. Option 2. Leave them to die and escape during the chaos. Reward: the golden slime's attack skill level will increase by 1. Option 3. To defeat the army, you must first capture its leader. Attack the shadow monster's master. Reward: the golden slime's metal attribute will increase by 5%. The system locked onto the enemy's position. Tranthu smirked mischievously and slapped Dailuk on the shoulder. "With me here, this fight ain't over till it's over." While Dailuk was still stunned, Tranthu pulled out a familiar sack from behind his back. "Sheep manure. Dailuk, let's go beat someone up." Dailuk's eyes widened. "You're insane. You seriously carry a bag of sheep crap around with you?" Tran Thu quickly locked onto his target, the Shadow Monster's master, a level 9 beast tamer. Good thing the system had an auto-targeting feature. He whispered, "This guy's high level, a level 9 beast tamer." The two of them stealthily approached from behind. Suddenly, his golden slime leaped out and rolled right in front of the guy. The man jumped back in disgust, roaring, "What the hell? Where did this pile of crap come from?" Quick as a flash, Tran Thu rushed forward and yanked the bag of sheep manure right over the guy's head. Before his opponent could even react, he delivered a vicious kick right between his legs. The two of them jumped him, beating him relentlessly while shouting out false names. "It's Zheng Yi, the class president of Beast Tamer Class 3. Let's just knock him out and figure it out later," Dai Luke added. "And Wang Teng from Class 1 of 3rd High School. A little beatdown like this should be fine, right?" The guy screamed in agony, "Stop hitting me, stop hitting me." Just then, Xu Xiaoyu's blazing firebird finally took down the shadow monster. The brilliant flames vanished into the air. Tran Thu tilted his chin smugly, his voice full of confidence. "See? Told you. I was here. This fight ain't over till it's over." Zhang Dai Luke pouted and muttered. Xu Xiaoyu saw the two of them and asked, stunned, "Was that you guys?" They both puffed out their chests proudly. "Don't mention it, Senior Xiaoyu. We were just getting rid of a public menace." Xiaoyu smiled brightly. "So, you two were also after that guy, Liu Wuyi?" Tran Thu's eyes lit up with curiosity. Liu Wuyi. So he's the level 9 beast tamer. Just then, Liu Wuyi, his legs trembling, was being escorted away by the police. Xiaoyu said gently, "I really have to thank you two for helping capture Liu Wuyi." Tran Thu beamed, putting on a humble act. "It was nothing. I, Tran Thu, love nothing more than doing righteous deeds." Xiaoyu nodded, her gaze warm. "I'll remember this favor. If you ever need anything, just let me know." Tran Thu muttered, "I'll definitely take you up on that, Senior Xiaoyu." He suddenly jumped forward and asked excitedly, "During summer break, can I come work at your family's pharmaceutical company?" Xiaoyu was speechless, her brows furrowed. "The pharmaceutical company? You want to be a security guard there?" Tran Thu thought to himself, "To become an alchemist, you need to master complex pharmacology and go through countless experiments. But a pharmaceutical company might let me experiment without having my materials inspected. This is the perfect opportunity." He quickly explained, "No, I want to be an alchemist." The next day, Tran Thu walked into school cheerfully. Although Senior Xiaoyu had refused him, she did agree to let him be an apprentice. An apprentice is still an apprentice. At least he'd get a chance to be around alchemy. As soon as he entered the classroom, his classmates burst into an uproar. "Brother Bai, you're a legend. People fight with their contracted spirits, but you went straight to melee combat and pioneered a whole new fighting style. Yeah, Brother Bai's fame has even surpassed Senior Xiaoyu's. Just your style with the bag of sheep manure is something we could study for a lifetime." Another kid chimed in, his eyes gleaming. "Brother Bai, do you have any more of those sheep manure bags at home? Can you give me one? I'll hang it on my wall to ward off evil spirits." Tran Thu waved his hand dramatically, his tone arrogant. "Everyone, please, be humble." It was mainly because my opponent was so cooperative. Suddenly, a furious shout erupted from the doorway. "Get out of my way, don't block the path." "Who the hell is Tran Thu?" Zheng Nan, a tall guy with a ferocious expression, stormed into the classroom. "Are you Tran Thu?" He angrily swung his hand, trying to grab Tran Thu's face. "You're the one who dared to bully my little brother and trick him into spending 50,000 on a fake item." Quick as a flash, Tran Thu grabbed Zheng Nan's arm and squeezed hard. Just then, the system announced a new mission. Option 1, let go of Zheng Nan, let him slap you in the face, then give him a fawning smile. Brother Nan, that felt so good. Reward, the title, The Opportunist Zhuang Junji, and a 50% increase in rice consumption efficiency. Option 2, solemnly declare, Big Brother, you've got the wrong guy. I'm Zhang Dai Luke. Reward, the golden slime size increases by 10%. Option 3, fight back directly and show him what you're made of. Zheng Nan is a level 6 beast tamer. Reward, a skill book. Tran Thu tightened his grip, thinking to himself, I even dared to take on Liu Wuyi, a level 9 beast tamer. You think I'm going to be scared of some level 6 punk? He got in Zheng Nan's face and sneered, Yeah, it was me. So what? You got a problem with it? Without a moment's hesitation, Tran Thu slapped Zheng Nan right across the face. Zheng Nan's eyes went wide as he roared, You want to die? His entire body flared with an aura as if he were about to summon his spirit beast. Tran Thu laughed coldly. What's wrong? Already calling for your spirit beast after just one little slap? If you dare summon it, we'll dare to call the Spirit Tamer Bureau right now. Wang Meng also stepped forward boldly, her voice filled with righteousness. That's right. The government issued the beast tamer laws a long time ago. It's illegal for beast tamers to summon their spirits without cause. If you dare, you're dead meat. Jungnan pointed directly at Tranthu's face and growled, "If you've got the guts, follow me to the school's beast tamer hall." Chen Shu rubbed his chin, a sarcastic smirk playing on his lips. "You think I'm as stupid as you? Just gonna serve myself up for a beating. Seriously, you played games for over 180 minutes. Did they eat your brain?" Jungnan was so furious he was speechless. Chen Shu grew even more smug, raising an eyebrow. "You what? What are you gonna do?" Chen Shu stepped forward and slapped Jungnan's face a couple of times, his voice dripping with arrogance. "If you've got no business here, then get lost." Jungnan gritted his teeth, his face flushing red with anger, but he could only storm off in a huff. Wang Meng whispered worriedly beside him, "Chen Shu, be careful. Jungnan is a vicious guy. When he gets pissed, he'll do anything." Chen Shu scoffed, his tone mocking. "Is that a joke? He'll do anything? Then tell him to go ace a practice exam." Just then, Teacher Li Nansong walked in with a stern aura. "Old Li is here. Time for class." The teacher stood at the podium, his voice booming. "Tomorrow, we'll have a 3-day break. During this time, remember to review your lessons thoroughly to prepare for the final exams next month." Chen Shu, however, was busy checking the stats on his golden slime. Skill 1, Gigantify. Temporarily increases size by 4 times for a frenzied rushing attack. Damage depends on the weight difference between the two parties. Note: do not use against enemies over 10 kilograms. Short-term Berserk. Activates a Berserk state, ignoring the control effects of contract spirits. He rubbed his chin, pleased. After all that work, his slime finally had 3 combat skills. No matter how fast they attack, I won't be easily defeated anymore. Teacher Li's voice suddenly rang out, pulling him back to reality. To encourage all of you, the first-place student in the exam will receive a Spirit Awakening pill. The top 5 will get an Intermediate Beast Tamer certificate, and the top 30 will receive a Beast Taming Pearl. You all must work hard. Chen Shu's head snapped up, his eyes shining. A Spirit Awakening pill. The legendary medicine that gives a contract spirit a chance to learn a new skill. My slime already has 3 skills. 1 more would make it even more overpowered. The bell signaling the end of class rang from the hallway. Xia Bing unexpectedly walked up to his desk and asked softly, "Chen Shu, do you need me to come to your house for tutoring?" Chen Shu was a bit surprised, but then he shook his head with a bright smile. "No need." He waved goodbye. "I have to go to an interview first, then I'll be home studying hard." Xia Bing lowered her head and replied softly, "Okay." Walking beside him, Wang Meng was amazed. "Damn, Chen Shu, did you really just turn down an offer from Xia Bing like that?" Before they could even get a few meters away, Chen Shu's group was blocked by Jungnan and his cronies. Chen Shu's lips curled into a smirk, his voice ringing out loud and clear. "Oh, isn't this brother Nan? Why is your face even more swollen?" Jungnan's underlings immediately started growling. One of them pointed a finger, gritting his teeth and shouting, "Chen Shu, don't you get too cocky. In a minute, you're gonna get what's coming to you." He gave a signal, his voice aggressive. "Guys, get him for me." Quick as lightning, Chen Shu dodged and shielded Wang Meng, a playful glint in his eyes, but his actions were decisive. "Don't be afraid, I'll protect you," he yelled, his voice booming like a loudspeaker across the schoolyard. "Help me, a 3rd-year student is trying to kill me." In the blink of an eye, a group of security guards rushed over, surrounding Jungnan's crew. Chen Shu pretended to tremble, clinging tightly to Uncle Wang, his voice pathetic. "Uncle Wang, it's these guys. They said they want to kill me to commemorate their bygone youth." Jungnan gritted his teeth so hard they could have shattered, his face turning purple with rage at his opponent's shamelessness, but he could only choke out, I didn't." Hearing this, Uncle Wang turned angrily, his eyes wide with fury. "You want to kill someone?" Trapped, Jungnan tried to shout his defense. "I didn't. It was them." But Chen Shu was faster, immediately starting to sniffle as tears streamed down his face. "Uncle Wang, I'm so scared. How can this Jungnan guy dare to frame us right in front of you?" Uncle Wang's anger flared as he pointed straight at Jungnan. "You dare frame someone right in front of me?" Jungnan stammered, trying to explain, "I didn't." Just then, a commotion stirred in the crowd, and a voice called out, "What's going on?" Teacher Li Nansong and a strange man walked over. As soon as he saw the students, he frowned, his voice full of displeasure. "I could hear you guys making a racket from all the way over there. Jungnan, the exams are almost here. Why aren't you studying? What are you doing here?" Jungnan quickly pointed at Chen Shu, trying to save himself. "Teacher Li, it's that guy, Chen Shu." But Teacher Li cut him off, his voice sharp as steel. "What about Chen Shu? Chen Shu knows how to help capture wanted criminals, while you, a student, are here causing trouble. Zheng Nan's eyes went wide as he stammered, What? See capture a wanted criminal? Chen Shu just quietly observed the man next to Teacher Li, his eyes filled with curiosity. He spoke up and asked, Is he from the Spirit Suppression Bureau? Teacher Li nodded, his voice full of pride. That's right. That's why a leader from the Spirit Suppression Bureau came here specifically to give him a gift. All you do is cause more trouble for me. Now get back to your studies. Quick. Zheng Nan could only lower his eyes and mumble, I understand. Teacher Li waved his hand, giving a firm order. Everyone else, get back to it. Then he turned to introduce the man beside him. That young man is Chen Shu. The man spoke, his voice deep and authoritative. Hello, I am Wang Jian of the Spirit Suppression Bureau. I came here today specifically to thank you for helping us capture that wanted criminal. This is a $100,000 reward from the Spirit Suppression Bureau. Chen Shu stared at the stack of cash, his eyes lighting up. His eyes were shining like stars, but he immediately turned away, putting on a magnanimous air. No need. Serving the people is its own reward. Wang Qian let out a hearty laugh. Just take it. Besides, there's something I wanted to ask you. How exactly did you manage to find that guy's location? Chen Shu looked a little awkward and scratched his cheek. The system had guided him, but how could he possibly explain that? Thinking fast, he fabricated a reason. I just saw that guy had a really evil-looking face. One glance, and I could tell he was bad news. Wang Qian was taken aback, a skeptical look in his eyes. That's it? What if you were wrong? Chen Shu just shrugged nonchalantly, his tone perfectly casual. Couldn't be wrong. We'd already thrown a bag over his head, so he couldn't see us anyway. Wang Qian and Teacher Li glanced at each other, completely speechless at the bizarrely simple explanation. Teacher Li frowned, his voice stern. I have no further questions. In any case, we thank you for saving Xu Xiaoyu. Young man, if there's nothing else, you can head home now. Chen Shu grinned from ear to ear and waved. All right then, I'll be heading out. Goodbye, teacher and Mr. Wang. Wang Qian watched him leave, lost in thought, murmuring to himself, was that really just a coincidence? A little later, Chen Shu and Zhang Dali arrived at Xu Xiaoyu's company. He strode in confidently. He spoke up. Hi, I'm Chen Shu, a classmate of Xu Xiaoyu's. I have an appointment with her for an interview to be a potion master. A female potion master, Xu Qingxue. Xu Xiaoyu's older sister frowned at his words, her annoyance clearly written on her face. You want to be a potion master? Chen Shu nodded, puffing out his chest proudly. That's right. I'd like to give it a shot. Xu Qingxue immediately snapped, her voice ice cold. This isn't a playground for some kid. Get out. Then she turned to an employee, her tone sharp. Xiaoyu, what's wrong with you? Recommending just anyone to the company is only going to cause trouble for everyone else. Don't let them in here. The employee quickly replied, Yes, ma'am. Chen Shu was dumbfounded, stammering awkwardly. But my interview hasn't even started yet. Xu Qingxue had already turned her back and was walking away, as if the matter was completely settled. The system popped up again, presenting Chen Shu with a shameless mission. Option 1, stay silent, go home in quiet disappointment, and receive the title Career Ender before it began, along with a +1 increase to your loser aura effect. Option 2, seize the opportunity and land a swift kick on Xu Qingxue's backside, causing her to lose all composure and fly into a rage. However, you will be immediately apprehended. The reward is an increase in beast taming power. Option 3, sneak into the laboratory, find an opportunity to complete the mission, and receive a reward of a +1 level up to your attack skill. Zhang Dali looked at Chen Shu with concern, his voice filled with confusion. What are we supposed to do now? Chen Shu glanced at the guards closing in, a mischievous smirk playing on his lips. As much as he wanted to choose the audacious kick from option 2, he decided to charge straight in. Like a true bro, Zhang Dali immediately jumped in front of the guards, slapping his own butt to taunt them and create a diversion. Come and get me, you idiots, the guards roared in anger. Get him, you little punk, get back here. As Chen Shu tiptoed inside, he glanced back to see Zhang Dali being piled on and pummeled by the guards. He murmured, I appreciate the sacrifice. You took one for the team, my friend. Just then, one of the guards realized Chen Shu had vanished. He quickly ducked into a nearby room, and his eyes lit up when he spotted a lab coat. Nice! Didn't expect to find a spare uniform. He casually threw on the coat, strolled into the laboratory, and calmly greeted everyone. Good morning, a voice replied. Suddenly, Chen Shu froze, his heart pounding as he stared at a pile of vibrant flowers on a table. Giant lotus flowers. Why are there so many giant lotus flowers here? The system unexpectedly displayed a notification. Ingredients for strength potion acquired. Begin crafting? Chen Shu's jaw dropped. He excitedly selected craft immediately. The giant lotus flowers and vials in the lab began to swirl around him, as if he had transformed into a master alchemist. In a matter of moments, he had finished creating an entire batch of potions, complete with a bubbling sound effect. A system notification appeared. Low-grade strength potion successfully crafted. Proficiency, 3 out of 10. Mid-grade strength potion recipe unlocked. The surrounding potion masters stared with wide-eyed astonishment, exclaiming in unison, "Oh my god, are those really strength potions?" He made 13 vials. In a single batch, Chen Shu was just as ecstatic, thinking to himself, "This potion crafting system is totally overpowered. As long as I have the ingredients, I literally can't fail." Shu Qingshui, who had witnessed the entire spectacle, stood frozen, covering her mouth as she stammered, You're actually this amazing?" Chen Shu's lips curled into a wicked, smug grin. "I'm just a kid who came here to play around. Remember? No need to call security on me. I'll see myself out." Shu Qingshui hurriedly spoke up, her voice filled with regret. "I'm so sorry. I was completely out of line earlier. I didn't realize you were a potion-making genius." She bowed her head sincerely, her eyes shining with hope. "If you'd be willing, I would be honored to invite you to become our department's official potion master." The system suddenly popped up, presenting him with 3 new choices. Option 1. Agree to join Shu Qingshui's company, become a professional potion master, and receive the reward. Unlock all recipes. Make potions, but my spirit contract will disappear. Option 2. Take a temporary job during the summer break, stick to the path of a beast master, and get a reward to power up my beast. Option 3 wasn't mentioned, but Chen Shu quickly made his decision. His eyes sparkled. Even though the first reward was so tempting, it could have made him the world's top alchemist in the blink of an eye, he stood firm. "Sorry, the path I've chosen is to travel the world, so I can only be here for the 2 months of summer break." The two happily reached an agreement and shook hands, shouting in unison, "Here's to a great partnership." Even though it was just temporary work, Shu Qingshui generously offered Chen Shu plenty of benefits and perks. She even promised that if he could reduce material waste while crafting, he'd receive a bonus of the corresponding potions. For the next 3 days of his break, Chen Shu toiled away at 666 Pharmaceuticals, completely immersing himself in crafting potions day in and day out. 3 days later, Chen Shu was holding a pile of high-grade potion vials, happily cradling slime in his arms. His eyes were filled with anticipation. "I hope you don't let me down this time." He handed Slime a vial, and the creature eagerly gulped it down, then relentlessly downed the rest without a pause. The sound of gulping echoed endlessly. Glug, glug, glug. After finishing, Slime let out a long, satisfied burp, and slowly began to float into the air. Chen Shu stared, his eyes widening as he shouted, It's about to evolve." Slime's entire body erupted in a brilliant golden light. After wriggling in midair for a moment, it let out another burp and fell right back into Chen Shu's hands. He quickly caught it and carefully checked its stats panel. Slime's power had permanently increased by 20%. Although the low-grade strength potions had made Slime significantly stronger, Chen Shu knew that to get any further, he'd have to craft mid-grade ones. Chen Shu frowned, muttering to himself, "I've pretty much used up all the ingredients at 666 Pharmaceuticals these past few days." Luckily, Shu Xiaoyu had helped him get a pass to the black market. He decided he'd pay it a visit tomorrow. The next morning, Chen Shu emerged from the black market with a huge smile on his face, a backpack on his shoulders, and a bag overflowing with goods in his hand. He excitedly inspected his haul, thinking to himself, "In this world, money really can buy you anything." The second I handed over the cash, I had the ingredients in my hands. Just as he was passing a public restroom, the system suddenly dinged, displaying a mission notification. Option 1. Go home and craft potions. Option 2. Craft potions right here in the restroom. The reward. Grandma-level knowledge of history. Chen Shu's face went pale. He looked at the reeking restroom, squeezed his eyes shut, and pinched his nose. For the sake of greatness, I can do this. He gritted his teeth and marched inside. In the middle of the night, a man staggered in, clutching his trembling stomach, and started banging on the stall door. "Hey buddy, emergency, emergency." When he got no response, the guy looked up in confusion, muttering, "Guess no one's in there." Then, he climbed up on the door and peeked over the top. He was horrified to see Chen Shu inside, crafting potions, and cursed under his breath. What the hell? Someone's actually making potions in here. Just then, Chen Shu finished his potion, admiring the result with satisfaction. "Man, this is some top-tier stuff." A masterpiece like this has to be posted online. Just as he poured the vial into his mouth, his eyes locked with the man peeking over the stall. The two of them froze in a moment of pure awkwardness. What in the world is happening? Chen Shu hurriedly grabbed his backpack and made a run for it. The man, forgetting his stomachache, quickly whipped out his phone to snap a picture of Chen Shu's retreating figure, muttering, "Man, that is seriously next level. A masterpiece like this has to be posted online." The next morning, a series of jaw-dropping articles about Chen Shu went viral. High-level alchemist crafts, pale yellow potion in public restroom. Is this the fall of humanity or the decay of morals? Alchemist creates restroom brew, chugs it in front of witness. Is it performance art, or has he gone insane? Oh, on his way to school, Chen Shu noticed everyone whispering and pointing at him. He scratched his head in confusion. What the heck is wrong with everyone? Why do they keep staring? Don't tell me they've figured out I'm the long-lost son of some tycoon. Just then, a snake spirit suddenly shot past him, making him jump. His heart nearly leaped out of his chest. Damn it, what was that? Chen Shu immediately summoned slime, and the two of them charged the snake spirit, unleashing a fierce storm of punches and kicks. He quickly spotted the real target up ahead, his brow furrowing in rage. Son of a bitch, you've got no honor. How dare you ambush me? This time, I'm gonna show you what happens to honorless cowards like you. Hiding behind a tree, the blonde-haired Wu Li smirked smugly. My snake is already a mid-level contract spirit. Let's see where that punk Chen Shu can run this time. Chen Shu silently crept up from behind and suddenly spoke, his voice ice cold. Run where? Straight to you, of course. His eyes blazed as he charged forward, landing a punch that sent Wu Li sprawling against the tree. The blonde stammered, his face pale. To you? Chen Shu cracked his knuckles, his gaze turning to ice. I was wondering who it could be. So, it was you, Jingnan's little stooge, right? You got the balls to ambush times me asterisk. Today, I'm going to show you exactly what happens to people who try to ambush me. Wu Li panicked, tears welling in his eyes. Stay away from me, please. But Chen Shu ignored his pleas and rushed in, unleashing a merciless beatdown. The sound of heavy blows echoed relentlessly. Wu Li let out a series of miserable screams. Ah! After a fierce brawl, Tranthu casually sat on top of his opponent, having already taken down Engolai's snake spirit and grabbing it by the neck. Suddenly, he heard whispers from a distance. Sounded like another fight was breaking out. I should go check it out. Tranthu realized the spirit contract battle must have caught the attention of the Spirit Suppression Bureau. He stood up and shot No Li an icy glare. I'll let you off the hook this time. But if you ever dare pull something like this again, I'll make sure there's nothing left of you and your contracted spirit to bury. Trembling, Ngoli watched Tranthu's back disappear into the distance and mumbled to himself, I've really changed. When he got home, Tranthu excitedly told his parents all about how he beat down that thug, Ngoli. And that's what happened. This is the 100,000 reward from the Spirit Suppression Bureau. I bought some things, so there's 90,000 left on this card. His father smiled gently. We don't need this money right now. You're cultivating your beast taming power, so buy whatever potions you need. If it's not enough, just let me know. Tranthu got excited and winked playfully. You don't need it, Dad? Don't tell me I'm secretly a rich kid or something? His father waved his hand with a soft laugh. You don't need to worry about it. We just don't have a use for it right now. It's getting late, and you have school tomorrow. Go get some rest. Tranthu sighed and mumbled, okay. Watching his parents chat happily, he sat on his bed, his mind filled with questions. My family has always been just ordinary working-class people. So why is Dad talking like money is no object? Tranthu was lost in thought, a new suspicion forming. Mr. Li and Uncle Trong are both men of high status, yet they talk to my dad so informally, as if they're old buddies. Could there be some secret I don't know about? Whatever. If there's really something going on, Dad will tell me sooner or later. He got up, reached for the light switch, and mumbled, I should just get some sleep. I've got school tomorrow anyway. The next morning, Tranthu walked into class, letting out a huge yawn. Before he could even get his bearings, a crowd of classmates swarmed him, staring so intensely, it felt like they were trying to see right through him. He froze, his heart pounding. What the hell? What's with all the stares? Just then, Teacher Levo Song pushed open the door, his voice like ice. Tranthu, come here for a moment. Feeling anxious, he quickly replied, yes, sir. In a corner of the hallway, Teacher Lai looked at him sternly and cut right to the chase. Tranthu, were you at the black market yesterday? Tranthu broke out in a cold sweat, his heart hammering in his chest as he thought, did he find out about my fight with Ngoli? He stammered, his voice trembling. Sir, Sir, let me explain. Teacher Lai just pulled out his phone and held it in front of him. Is this you? Bewildered, Tran Thu took the phone. The shocking headline immediately jumped out at him. Mystery man, brews potions in a public restroom. The article had gone viral, with 20,000 shares and 21,000 comments. Is this the legendary brewing of an epic grade potion? Art imitates life. A life that's pretty good. Just a little bit stinky. Tran Thu's eyes widened in panic. Holy crap, I'm actually famous. I just threw a random potion together. I didn't think the whole city would find out. He forced a smile and handed the phone back to his teacher. Yeah, that's me. Teacher Lai burst out laughing. I knew it was you. Even though I could only see part of your face, I'd recognize that rebellious streak anywhere. Then, his voice turned serious. But you should know, everyone online is looking for the guy from that public restroom. You need to be careful for a while. Avoid getting tracked down by any shady dealers. Tran Thu nodded eagerly, his voice full of excitement. I will. Teacher Lee nodded back. All right, that's all. I have other things to attend to. You can go. Tran Thu quickly replied, yes, sir. Teacher Lee then turned to Ha Bang and Vuong Man, his voice deep and steady. Could you two come in? I wanted to talk to you. The school is planning to place the top performers from the final exam into a special 12th grade class. Standing nearby, Tran Thu pricked up his ears and mumbled to himself, a special 12th grade class? In previous years, they only formed that class in the second semester of 12th grade. Why are they doing it so early this time? When Ha Bang and Vuong Man returned to the classroom, they both had worried expressions. Tran Thu noticed immediately, thinking, did something serious happen? The final bell rang, asterisk, ring ring ring, asterisk. As Tran Thu and Trong Dai Luke biked home, Dai Luke laughed loudly. Yo, I heard you're famous now. Tran Thu let out a hearty laugh. Nah, not at all. It was just some random candid photo. How was I supposed to know it'd blow up so much that the entire internet would be hunting for me? Suddenly, Tran Thu slammed on his brakes, causing Dai Luke to nearly wipe out. Holy crap, man, what are you doing? He yelled. Up ahead, a young woman and a small child were being harassed by two men. One of them growled, Miss Vuong, you owe us money. If you don't pay up, don't blame us for what happens to your little sister. Dai Luke asked curiously, what's up? You know them? Tran Thu shook his head, but just then, a system quest popped up. Option 1. Cover your eyes and walk past, mumbling, asterisk I see nothing asterisk, and receive the skill book, Violent Suppression. Option 2. Be a hero and help the girl escape her predicament, and receive a medium amount of beast taming power. Option 3. Join the forces of evil, force the girl to pay her debt, and receive the tarnished title, causing your contracted spirit to become evil and cruel. Tran Thu smirked, a dangerous glint in his eyes. I don't know her, but being a hero is my code. He decisively dropped his bike and charged forward. Dai Luke eagerly followed, shouting, you got guts, bro. I'm right behind you. The guy with glasses saw them approaching and snapped. What do you want, kid? Dai Luke yelled back. We're here to be heroes. Before he could even finish, Tran Thu covered his face, squeezed his eyes shut, and muttered, I can't see anything. I can't see anything. All 5 of them were stunned, the scene frozen in silence like a photograph. Dai Luke jumped, mumbling, you acted all high and mighty just to say, times that asterisk, still want to be the hero and save the damsel in distress? The system immediately announced that the Violent Sit-Kill skill book had been sent to his inventory. Tran Thu breathed a sigh of relief, thinking to himself, finally got it. The child behind the girl looked at him with tears in her eyes, her gaze full of gratitude. Tran Thu immediately turned to the guy with glasses and yelled, you idiot, a good-for-nothing who only knows how to bully women. The 2 thugs panicked and started to run, while the guy with glasses shouted in fury, you bastard, what did you just say? Get back here. Tran Thu taunted him with a middle finger and a provoking smile. Come on, chase me. If you can catch me, I'll let you have her. He burst out laughing, his voice echoing, ha ha ha. The 2 men's faces turned red with rage, their anger flaring up. You son of a bitch. Meanwhile, the 2 sisters took the chance to slip away. Tran Thu and Trong Dai Luke immediately turned the pursuit into a game of cat and mouse, their laughter echoing through the streets. The 2 thugs charged past, screaming, where did they go? Dai Luke threw a branch on the ground, panting heavily. Even though we shook him off, Tran B, why do I feel like your narcissism is getting worse by the day? Tran Thu just smirked, smugly. What would you know? Everything I do for a reason. He happily rubbed his chin, thinking to himself, other people can scream and cry all they want, and their contract spirits will never learn a new skill. But all I have to do is rely on the system to get it easily. Life is good. Tran Thu slung an arm around Dai Luke's shoulder with a bright smile. Let's go. I'm in a good mood today. I'll treat you to a meal. But before the two could take more than a few steps, a car screeched to a halt right in front of them. Tran Thu and Dai Luke immediately went on guard, shouting in unison, "Who's there? Show yourself!" Smile. The car window rolled down, and Dai Luke's father laughed heartily. "Son, Xiaobi, get in." Dai Luke's eyes widened in surprise. "Dad?" As soon as they got in the car, Uncle Truong looked at Tran Thu and asked with a smile, "Xiaobi, I heard you've joined the beast taming class." He nodded, giving a short reply. "Yes." Uncle Truong nodded back, praising him. "Ambitious. It's a shame Dai Luke doesn't have the talent for beast taming. Otherwise, I would have dragged him to the Black Iron rank myself." Tran Thu raised an eyebrow, thinking, the Black Iron rank is a realm beyond level 9. It was a level ordinary people could hardly ever reach. Even though the system helped him get stronger, even in his sleep, he was still curious and asked, "Uncle Truong, can you tell me about the other dimension?" Uncle Truong grew thoughtful, his expression serious. "You want to go there?" Xiaobi, although there are many precious resources inside, the beasts are also extremely ferocious. Without immense strength and a reliable beast-taming team, I advise you not to risk it. Tran Thu thought to himself, even if my strength isn't enough yet, with the system's help, things will be different. He grinned. "I understand. Thank you, Uncle Truong." That night, Tran Thu was at home, sitting on his bed and diligently studying about potions. Even though he had absorbed all the knowledge rewards from the system, to advance further, he needed a massive amount of medicinal ingredients that the black market couldn't provide. He flipped through a book, thinking, if I get the chance, I definitely have to take a trip to the other dimension. Just then, his phone chimed with a notification. Ha Bang had sent Tran Thu a message. His nickname for her was Shameless Tran Thursday. He thought excitedly, Ha Bang is shyly texting me. Is she going to confess her feelings? He immediately replied in a teasing tone, "You have a crush on me, don't you? Fine, I'll give you a chance to pursue me." Then he laughed out loud, muttering to himself, "You should have said so sooner. How can I let a girl be the one to confess?" Before he could send the message, Tran Thu saw another text from Ha Bang, her tone full of anticipation. "Can you lend me some money? I'm about to break through to a level 6 beast tamer, and I want to buy a medium-grade beast pearl from the black market." His face darkened as he mumbled, "Huh? You were typing for that long. And I thought it was about times this asterisk." The system immediately popped up, presenting 4 options. Option 1, generously declare, "What's our relationship? Why talk about borrowing? Don't be so formal. How much do you need? Just tell me. The reward is a small amount of beast taming power." Option 2, shake your head and refuse flatly. "Hey, I have money, but I'm not lending it to you. I'm just not." The reward is a 10% increase in the yellow slime size. Option 3, look up at the sky at a 45-degree angle, sigh and say, "Talking about money really strains a relationship." The reward is an out-of-control potion. Option 4, puff out your chest and declare, "I'll lend you this money, but it's going to be with interest." The reward is high school beast taming geography knowledge. Tran Thu raised an eyebrow, a glint in his eyes. "I've already mastered almost all the high school knowledge. If I just add beast taming geography, I'll be qualified for the special 12th grade class." He immediately texted back, his tone smug, "I'll lend you the money, but I'm charging interest." The next morning, Tran Thu brought the money to Ha Bang. He handed her the beast pearl as well. "Here's the money you need, and here's the beast pearl you gave me last time. It's all yours." Ha Bang beamed with a radiant smile. "Thank you." He feigned innocence, smirking. "We're friends. Why say thank you? How about you write me an essay praising me instead, and give it to me tomorrow?" He burst out laughing. "Ha ha." Ha Bang looked at his punchable face and forced herself to nod through her irritation. "Fine, I'll do it." She turned to leave, her voice firm. "If there's nothing else, I'm going back to study." Tran Thu waved with a bright smile. "All right, you can go." Just then, a boy with a swollen face appeared, startling Tran Thursday. It was Zhou Xiaoming, nicknamed Fatty Joe, his classmate from the regular class. Fatty Joe burst into tears and rushed over. "Brother B, Zhao Kai, and Zheng Yi from class 3 are bullying me." Tran Thu immediately stopped him, asking with a frown, "Hold on, aren't they supposed to leave normal people alone? Did you provoke them?" Fatty Joe lowered his head and mumbled, I accidentally bumped into them." Hearing this, Tran Thu's eyes went wide in disbelief. Then he collapsed to the floor, laughing like a madman. "Ha ha." Zhou Xiaoming's eyes were filled with tears. "Please, Brother Bai, I know you're really strong now. Can you help me get some revenge?" Tran Thu cheerfully slapped his shoulder, his eyes twinkling with amusement. "Sure, but it'll cost you extra." Fatty Joe was stunned, his jaw dropping. "Huh? He then clarified in a firm voice, I want your family's store to sign a partnership deal with me. Fatty Joe stammered, looking embarrassed. But I can't make that decision for my family. Tran Thu put his arm around Fatty Joe with a friendly smile. No problem. You just need to push for it when the time comes. Now, let's talk about how we're going to get your revenge. He thought for a moment, then nodded in agreement. Okay, I'll tell you. Tran Thu suddenly remembered something and asked curiously, wait, you said Zheng Yi is with Zheng Nan at the assembly hall right now? He smirked, a mysterious smile on his face. The graduation ceremony, huh? Perfect. New grudges and old scores. I'll settle them all at once. At that moment, Zheng Nan and Zheng Yi were sitting in the front row as the principal's voice echoed from the stage. I hope you all can go on to achieve great things. Tran Thu found them, his eyes lighting up when he saw them. So they really are here. He stealthily climbed over the rows of seats and ducked down in the row behind the two brothers. The two were chatting excitedly. Bro, you scored 590 points this time. You'll definitely get into a top-tier Beastmaster university. It's a shame my liberal arts scores aren't great. Otherwise, I could have gotten into a more prestigious university. Tran Thu was tying his shoe, but he froze when he heard them mention his name. Oh right, that punk Tran Thu hasn't been causing you any trouble lately, has he? Zheng Yi bit his nails furiously. No, I've been hanging out with that other crew lately. There's no way he can touch me, he asked eagerly, his voice full of excitement. Bro, you're a level 6 Beastmaster. When are you going to teach that punk a lesson? Zheng Nan frowned, his expression serious. That kid is no simpleton. He was able to seriously injure Wu Li. Hold on. Once I've gathered enough guys, we'll deal with him. Zheng Yi's eyes widened in shock. What? Big Bro Wu is a level 4 Beastmaster, and he got hurt? Zheng Nan sighed, closing his eyes. Yeah, he might be hiding his true strength. So this time, our only option is to hire Beastmasters from the outside. Zheng Yi slammed his fist on the seat in anger. Damn it, Tran Thu is such a bastard. He stood up, saying irritably, Bro, I'm gonna go to the bathroom. Tran Thu grinned to himself. My heart's racing. I thought I'd have to wait a little longer. I didn't expect a golden opportunity to show up so soon. He immediately tailed Zheng Yi, unaware that Zheng Nan had caught a glimpse of him. He frowned, thinking to himself, why does that guy's back look so familiar? In the bathroom, while Zheng Yi was busy doing his business, a voice suddenly rang out. Taking a leak? Tran Thu appeared, holding a bag of goat poop and smiling brightly. Good afternoon, my friend Zheng. Zheng Yi panicked and frantically tried to get away, but Tran Thu grabbed him in a flash. Trying to run? Stay a while. A burlap sack was immediately pulled over Zheng Yi's head. He struggled wildly, screaming, Tran Thu, you son of a B times tch. Tran Thu paid him no mind and dragged him away, taunting, What was that? Little boy, you should be calling me daddy now. Zheng Yi furiously summoned his skeleton spirit. Get him for me. A skeleton warrior appeared, its white bones clattering. Tran Thu scoffed, summoning your contract spirit? Come on out, slime. The giant golden slime landed with a splat, crushing the skeleton in an instant. He turned back, a dangerous glint in his eyes. No one can save you this time. Tran Thu clenched his fist. Zheng Nan dares to hire outside Beastmasters to deal with me? If I don't give you a proper beatdown today, you'll never learn why flowers are so red. He dragged Zheng Yi into a stall and beat the living daylights out of him. Zheng Yi could only scream, Help me! When he was done, Tran Thu puffed out his chest and walked out feeling refreshed, his heart at ease. The sky is so blue today. What a beautiful view. He hadn't taken more than a few steps before his path was blocked by a group of people. Zheng Nan led his lackeys, grinding out his words. Tran Thu, I knew it was you. He yelled, Where's my brother? Tran Thu lied without batting an eye. Your brother Zheng Yi? I think I saw him run into the women's restroom. Zheng Nan turned to his lackeys and ordered, Help me keep an eye on this guy. They nodded. Got it. Then Zheng Nan hurriedly ran towards the women's restroom. At the door, he stopped, hesitantly glancing at the empty men's room. Could Zheng Yi have really gone into the women's restroom? Suddenly, he spotted the bag of goat poop lying conspicuously in a corner, but his brother was nowhere to be seen. Tran Thu glanced over at Zheng Nan's lackeys, a cunning smile flashing across his face. Suddenly, the system displayed a new mission. Option 1. Rush in and fight. Shout, I want to fight 10 men. Reward. Golden Slime's strength increases by 5%. Option 2. Use Yoda. Mutter. The phantom blade swings unseen. So annoying. So annoying. Reward. Golden Slime's speed increases by 15%. Option 3. Call out for backup. Reward. A bottle of enhancement potion. Option 4. Talk to 5 people and turn them from foes to friends. Reward. Increase Beastmaster level by 1. Chen Shu stroked his chin, considering his options. The first 3 choices were all pretty good, but option 4 suited him best. He thought excitedly, if I can just raise my Beast Master level by 1, I can get into the special 12th grade class. Without hesitation, he hit option 4 and slung his arm around one of the lackeys. Chen Shu started his speech in a deep, serious tone. My man, don't be so tense. The truth is, Jingnan and I are super close. Don't let my tough act fool you. We're childhood friends. The guy looked totally confused. Then why were you bullying his little brother? Chen Shu grinned from ear to ear. Just messing around. Zheng Yi is like a little brother to me too. We play like this all the time. The guy furrowed his brow, skeptical. Really? Chen Shu nodded firmly. Of course. Think about it. If we were actually enemies, I would have bolted long ago. Why would I be standing here so calmly? He went from guy to guy, slinging his arm around each one, spinning a smooth lie. Let me tell you guys something. Zheng Nan's loved acting since he was a kid. He has to put on a few shows every year, and he always gets super deep into his roles. 5 minutes later, Zheng Nan walked out supporting Zheng Yi, only to hear the group of lackeys chattering excitedly. So, that's how it is. You guys play in a really interesting way. Chen Shu laughed loudly, adding more fuel to the fire. You bet. We played even rougher when we were kids. Jingnan once wore a dress and made me play the part of the heartless scoundrel who dumped him. The crowd doubled over laughing. Jingnan roared in fury. Wang Yu, what the hell are you guys doing? Wang Yu giggled, covering his mouth. We're just talking. Jingnan, you really know how to play around. Another guy chimed in. I never knew you had this side to you. Jingnan snapped. What do you mean? What play? The lackeys were still cracking up. Brother Nan, stop acting. Chen Shu already told us everything. Nan's face darkened as he shoved their hands away. Told you what? What the hell are you guys talking about? One of them rubbed his hands, feeling wronged. Nan, it's just an act. Why do you have to yell at us? Chen Shu put on a sympathetic face, his voice smooth as silk. That's just how Nan is. He gets into character very easily. Everyone just needs to understand, and cut him some slack. Nan, don't hold it against your good bros. He laughed and said loudly, all right, it's getting late. You guys have your 12th grade graduation ceremony tonight, so let's all disperse. The crowd responded with cheerful smiles. All right, let's keep in touch. No one noticed the thunderous expression on Nan's face. Chen Shu waved happily. You guys go on ahead. Nan hasn't broken character yet. Let me help him out. Nan was absolutely livid. He set his brother down and roared. Chen Shu, you son of a bitch. Seeing that the lackeys were a good distance away, Chen Shu's lips curled into a smirk. His demeanor instantly changed as he turned to Nan. Brother Nan, shall we begin? Faster than a flash, Chen Shu clamped a hand over Nan's mouth, causing him to make only muffled sounds. Hearing the noise, Nan's good brothers paled. Something was definitely wrong. That sound is too weird. This isn't right. Hurry back. They sprinted back towards the restroom in a panic. Inside, Chen Shu was in the middle of a beatdown when the group burst in, shouting, Stop. Chen Shu turned his head and gave an awkward laugh. Whoops, looks like I've been found out. The lackeys cracked their knuckles, glaring at him. You little punk, you dared to trick us. You think you're a tough guy, huh? Today, we're gonna show you what a real fight is. Chen Shu raised an eyebrow and waved his hands. No. 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 We're all civilized people here. If you lay a hand on me, I'll scream. Hearing about his infamous talent for playing the victim, Nan quickly shot up. Scream. The last time this guy screamed, the security guards came running immediately. He thought to himself, school's just letting out, and it's close to final exams. If we injure his contract spirit, he won't be able to get into the special class. That kind of revenge would be way more satisfying than just beating him up. Nan spoke up. Wait a minute, he threatened. Chen Shu, you're a beast master too. If you have the guts, face me in a proper duel at the Beast Dueling Hall. The system immediately displayed a new mission. Option 1, beg for your life and ask for Nan's forgiveness. Reward, the title, The Coward, which increases the probability of an opponent going easy on you when you're being beaten. Option 2, refuse flatly and run out of the restroom. Reward, basic beast taming power. Option 3, agree to the duel and win the contract spirit battle. Reward, the golden slime learns the thick armor talent. Chen Shu looked at Nan, a level 6 beastmaster. After his last choice, he was already level 5. A fight against him wasn't a guaranteed loss. But glancing over at the group of lackeys, he felt a pang of fear. They were all level 5 or level 6 beastmasters. Win or lose, this crew would definitely use it as an excuse to beat him to a pulp. Not even Xia Bing, the strongest in their class, could take them all on. But if he chose times that times person, he frowned and replied, I accept. but I don't trust your character. I want to find a witness. At the Beast Dueling Hall, Chen Shu had successfully invited Xu Xiaoyu to be a witness. Zheng Nan thought to himself, I can't believe this kid actually got Xu Xiaoyu. Looks like my only option is to take him down in the duel. He bowed politely. Sorry to trouble you this time, Miss Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu was worried, asking softly, being a witness is easy. But are you sure you can beat Zheng Nan? Chen Shu flashed a confident smile. Don't worry, Miss Xiaoyu. I'm very confident. Inside, however, he was anything but. Confident or not, he had to make it happen. The thick armor talent was being served up on a silver platter. It'd be a waste not to take it. Chen Shu stepped forward, facing Zheng Nan, his voice firm. Let's begin. Zheng Nan immediately summoned his spirit beast, an azure feather hawk with shimmering, deep blue wings. He roared, let me see what you're really made of. The hawk shot forward, its sharp talons clamping down hard on the golden slime. Smack, smack, smack. Tran Thu gritted his teeth, thinking to himself, this is bad. Trin Nam's spirit beast is a flying type. It's way faster than slime. If this keeps up, I'm definitely going to lose. His eyes narrowed as he schemed for another way out. Slime charged forward again, only to be knocked back by the azure feather eagle. Smack, smack, smack. Tran Thu faked some tears and yelled, stop fighting, I surrender. Trin Nam let out a triumphant laugh. Too late. Azure Feather Eagle, teach this pathetic spirit beast a lesson about power. The eagle shrieked, diving down like a bolt of lightning. Tran Thu's lips curled into a smirk, a cunning glint in his eyes. This is my chance. The golden slime mirrored his expression with a mischievous grin of its own. Trin Nam suddenly realized something was wrong, his eyes widening in horror. Oh crap. Slime suddenly activated gigantification, its body ballooning to 4 times its size. It flattened the azure feather eagle against the floor. A flurry of skills erupted. Gigantify, violent crush, crushing its opponent like a small mountain. Trin Nam gritted his teeth in disbelief, never imagining this brat's spirit beast could be so powerful, let alone have so many skills. He hung his head in despair. I lose. Tran Thu just scoffed. Yep, he cheerfully recalled his golden slime. Pop, pop. Walking over to Hua Tivu, he said happily, Tivu, let's go. From behind, Trin Ditch frantically ran after his brother. Bro, are you okay? Trin Nam's face was bruised, his spirit completely crushed. He coughed weakly. Ahem, I'm fine. I won't be at Jiangnan High anymore, so don't go picking fights with Tran Thursday. Trin Ditch gritted his teeth and nodded. I know, I'll stay away from him. Out on the school grounds, Tran Thu walked with Tiovu. She asked him curiously, is your spirit beast really an F rank? It feels even stronger than my flame bird. He laughed proudly. Of course not. My spirit beast is an SSS rank invincible cosmic turd. Just then, Tran Thu spotted Xiao Tu Min up ahead. Fatty Min. Tu Vu was still confused. Invincible cosmic turd? Why have I never heard of that before? Tran Thu quickly said his goodbyes. Tu Vu, something came up. I gotta go. We'll talk later, okay? He rushed off after Xiao Tu Min. Tu Vu stood there, watching him go, thinking to herself that Tran Thu was already a level 5 beast tamer. If he can get his hands on a beast core during this time, he might just make it into the special class. Tran Thu clapped Chao on the shoulder. Tu Min, Fatty, I got revenge for you. Now, let's go see your parents and talk business. Fatty Chao frowned. Right now? That evening, after a successful meeting at Xiao Tu Min's lavish mansion, Tran Thu said his goodbyes. All right, see you later. As he left, he breathed a sigh of relief. Perfect. Ever since I unlocked the recipe for the superior grade great strength potion on the black market, I've been short on ingredients to craft it. Now that I'm partnering with the Chow family, they've agreed to supply me with materials from the otherworld dimension. I won't have to worry about running out anymore. But then he frowned. Their family doesn't sell medicine, so what am I supposed to do with the dozens of great strength potions I have left? An idea struck him. Slime doesn't need these anymore, so they're useless, just sitting around. Maybe I'll try my luck at the black market. In a corner of the black market, Tran Thu squatted down and began hawking his wares. Step right up, freshly brewed, mid-grade great strength potions here, 100% authentic. Buy a fake one and get 10 for free. Don't miss out, folks. Seeing that no one was even giving him a second glance, he grumbled under his breath. This stuff is top-notch, and nobody recognizes its value. Is there no justice in this world? Suddenly, a scruffy old man with a bushy beard approached him, grinning. Kid, your scamming technique is old news. Want to learn a few new tricks from me? Tran Thu stared at him blankly. What? The old man held out a book, his voice dripping with pride. For just 998, you can learn all the secrets of black market scamming. Tran Thu glanced at the title on the cover. A collection of black market scams, rare edition. He waved his hand dismissively and scoffed. You're telling me there's a book for scammers? And a rare edition at that? Just then, a flashy advertisement lit up a large screen in the black market. Only 30 vials available. Limited quantity. Tran Thu's eyes lit up as he muttered, a limited quantity ad. That's it. I know how to draw a crowd now. He straightened up and shoved some money into the old man's hand. Mister, I need you to do something for me. A short while later, the old man returned with a massive crowd in tow. Little Tran, here are the people you asked for. Tran Thu flashed a wicked grin. Excellent. Let's begin. An uproar exploded throughout the market as the hired crowd began their performance. All of you, stop arguing. All these potions are mine. Anyone who tries to take them is getting a beatdown, another guy roared back. The hell you talking about? Don't you know how a line works? I was here first. Who dares to take my spot? They lunged at each other, trading punches and kicks, creating a chaotic scene. You son of a bitch, you wanna go? Let's see who's scared of who. Tran Thu stood on the sidelines, observing with a smug look on his face. Just as I thought, a good show always draws an audience. He pretended to intervene. Hey, stop fighting. Stop fighting. Don't do this over an 800,000 yuan. Great strength potion. The onlookers heard this and immediately started buzzing. What? A mid-grade great strength potion for only 800,000 yuan? Is that for real? One of the hired actors, who was so committed he actually got injured, crawled towards the stall, panting heavily. Quick, give me a mid-grade great strength potion. I'll die with regrets if I don't buy one. After saying that, he pretended to pass out. The crowd went even crazier. Hey, give it to me. I want a great strength potion. The crowd murmured as they watched the chaos unfold in front of Tran Thu's stall. One person muttered, they're fighting that hard over it. This stuff must be the real deal. Instantly, the entire crowd swarmed the stall, shouting over each other. Shopkeeper, give me one bottle of the mid-grade great strength potion. I want one too. Me too. Tran Thu was ecstatic, giving a thumbs up to the actors lying on the ground. And just like that, every last great power potion was sold. He happily paid the guys he'd hired. Thanks for the help, everyone. Let's do this again sometime. After the group left, Chen Shu breathed a sigh of relief, thinking to himself, all right, time to go buy ingredients for some superior grade great power potions. That night in his room, he sat on his bed, his eyes gleaming as his hands moved with the speed of a master alchemist. In just a few moments, a whole batch of superior grade great power potions was finished. Chen Shu stroked his chin smugly. I hope slime doesn't disappoint me this time. He called for gold slime. Come on out. The slime popped into view, bouncing over excitedly. 5 minutes later, it clutched its belly and let out a satisfied burp. A system notification popped up. Gold slime's strength has increased by 20%. A wide, satisfied grin spread across Chen Shu's face. These great power potions were taking slime to a whole new level. I'm going to totally crush the upcoming final exams. At the testing center, teacher Li Nansong stood at the podium, his voice stern. Today is the final exam. After the written portion, you will all proceed to the Beast Taming Hall for the practical competition. I expect everyone to do their best. The written exam begins now. The bell rang, and the entire class hunched over their desks to work. Just as Chen Shu finished his last answer, a mission unexpectedly popped up in his system. Option 1. Turn in your paper early and flex your skills. Reward. Intermediate beast taming power. Option 2. Sit quietly until time is up. Reward. A chaos potion. Option 3. Psychologically mess with the other students. Reward. The collision skill. He glanced over at Teacher Li's death glare and swallowed hard. Oh man, this is a tough choice. He gritted his teeth. Gotta risk it for the biscuit. He began to aggressively crinkle his exam paper, creating a loud, distracting rustle. The entire class jumped, whipping their heads around to stare at him. The system instantly pinged. Collision skill reward acquired. Chen Shu was baffled. Huh? That was it? Man, these guys have zero mental fortitude. Teacher Li marched over, his face stone cold. He rapped his knuckles sharply on Chen Shu's desk, his eyes practically shooting daggers. Teacher Li snapped, Chen Shu, if you can't do the work, sit there quietly. Stop fidgeting with your paper. He just shot back a breezy smile and said, no problem. Then he casually slumped onto his desk, thinking, reward acquired, test finished. Guess I'll take a nap. A little while later, the final bell rang. Chen Shu stretched and gave a big yawn, while the other students anxiously whispered, that test was brutal. They must be trying to filter for the elite. Ugh, I just hope I scraped by on the academic part. Wang Mang came over and slapped him on the shoulder. Man, that was a tough one. Hopefully I can hold on to my spot in the top 3. Chen Shu, how about you? He replied nonchalantly. It was fine. But inside, he was gloating. It was just a perfect score, is all. Ha ha. He slung his arm around Wang Mang and pulled him toward the door. Come on, it's over. Let's just forget about it. The practical exam is about to start. Let's head over. At the Beast Taming Hall, a massive line of students snaked through the building. Chen Shu and Wang Mang squeezed into the crowd. He muttered, "Well, this line is insane. Guess we wait." The hall's loudspeaker blared non-stop. Shu Xiao Yu, potential rating. A. Beast Tamer level 7. Xia Bing, potential rating. A. Beast Tamer level 6. Half an hour later, it was Wang Mang's turn. Wang Mang, potential rating. D. Beast Tamer level 4. He walked out and clapped Chen Shu on the shoulder. "All right, buddy, my turn's done. Try not to come out crying, okay?" Chen Shu just grinned. Sure thing. He enthusiastically pushed through the doors, and just a moment later, the announcement echoed through the hall. Chen Shu, potential rating, F, Beast Tamer level 5. The crowd outside stared, their eyes wide. What? Chen Shu is already level 5? He strode out with a cool air of false humility. Oh, man. Even though I went from level 1 to 5 in just a month, I'm still so weak. His classmates were left speechless by his shameless humility. Just then, Teacher Li appeared and announced, "The final examination is now complete. Your results will be sent to your phones. You are all dismissed. Enjoy your vacation." An ecstatic Wang Mang slammed Chen Shu on the shoulder. "You sly dog. Hitting level 5 and not telling anyone. That's amazing. Hey, wanna come train at my family's beast taming school during the break?" Chen Shu just smiled and shook his head. "Thanks, but no thanks. I've got some other business to take care of." Wang Mang's curiosity was piqued. Business? During vacation? What is it? Chen Shu stretched, tilted his head to the sky, and laughed. Something truly meaningful, of course. 10 days later, at the 666 Pharmaceutical Company's laboratory, Chen Shu was greeted by a line of female pharmacists as soon as he walked in. "Welcome back, Master Chen." He casually slipped on his lab coat, thinking to himself, why risk my neck at some training school for a few lousy experience points? When popping potions is so much faster, he immediately got down to business. Shu Qingshui approached, carrying a tray with 3 great power flowers on it. "Little Chen, these are the last 3 great power flowers the company has." Chen Shu panicked. "What? Is the company going under?" Qingshui gave him an exasperated look. "Could you have a little faith in us? A new rival has just been cornering our supply of great power flowers," she reassured him. "But don't worry, the company's expedition team is about to head into a parallel dimension. We'll have a new supply of flowers soon enough." Before he could respond, the system popped up with another mission. Option 1, request to join the company's expedition and brave the dangers of the parallel dimension. Reward, a unique spirit contract skill book. Option 2, say, "In that case, I'd better get out of here while I can." Reward, intermediate beast taming power. Without a second of hesitation, Chen Shu declared, "Miss Shu, I want to go to the parallel dimension." Back home, he excitedly packed food and essential supplies, his heart racing with anticipation. "I'm finally going to a parallel dimension." He paused, remembering what Shu Qingshui had told him. "All right, you can go, but once you're inside, we can't guarantee your safety. You'll have to be extremely careful." He stroked his chin, muttering, "I was sure she was going to say no. I was even ready to make up some excuse to convince her. I can't believe she agreed that easily." Glancing at the pile of gear on the floor, he mumbled, "And we leave tomorrow. What should I bring? You know what? I'll just pack everything. I've got 0 outdoor survival experience, so it's better to have it and not need it." Suddenly, he smacked his forehead. Asterisk. "Oh, I almost forgot the system's skill book." Asterisk. He pulled it out and let his golden slime absorb it. A system notification popped up. Golden slime has acquired a new skill, Invincible Suppression, a passive skill. Any creature suppressed by the slime cannot actively use its own skills. Note, ineffective against contracted beasts that are a full major realm higher. Chen Shu clenched his fists, his eyes gleaming. Asterisk. Perfect. Everything's ready. Now, I just have to wait for departure day. Asterisk. Suddenly, his phone started dinging non-stop. Chen Shu opened it to see a notification with his test results. Name, Chen Shu. Cultural Studies, 396. Beast Taming, 215. Total score, 611. Class rank, 2. Grade rank, 20. He nodded to himself. Not bad, just as expected. Before he could finish looking, his teacher, Li Nansong, called. He answered, and the teacher's voice immediately rang out, filled with excitement. "Chen Shu, you made it into the special 12th grade class." Chen Shu just laughed, totally unfazed. "Old man Li, Calm down. Wasn't this totally expected? You're a grown man, and you can't even keep your cool over something this small. Mr. Lee chuckled over the phone. It's only because I was so wrong about you before. That's why this is such a shock. I never would have guessed you were a diamond in the rough. Hearing that, Chen Shu practically jumped. He yelled, "Huh? A diamond in the times? What times now?" Mr. Lee's voice turned serious, cutting him off. Never mind the details. I have to go call the other students. And make sure you study hard this summer. The call ended with a dial tone. Chen Shu was grinning from ear to ear as he quickly typed out a mass text. "Yo, my dudes, I made it into the special 12th grade class." He blasted it out to his entire contact list. Congratulatory messages immediately started flooding in. Holy crap, Chen Pai actually got into the special class. He's moving on up in the world. Haha, Chen Pi is the man. Chen Shu couldn't wipe the smile off his face, thinking to himself, asterisk, hehe, gotta stay humble, gotta stay humble. Asterisk. He glanced at his packed backpack and thought, asterisk, getting into the special class? That's nothing. Just wait until I conquer the parallel world. Now that will be something. Asterisk. He stretched and mumbled aloud, it's getting late, better get to sleep. I'm screwed if I oversleep tomorrow. With that thought, Chen Shu climbed into bed and fell sound asleep. The next morning, Chen Shu excitedly set off on his journey. Sitting in the car, he quietly watched the scenery pass by the window. Finally, a massive gate came into view, flanked by 2 rows of heavily armed guards. Asterisk. This must be the gate to the parallel world. Asterisk. Shu Xiaoyu spoke up. We've arrived at Qingyuan Town. Chen Shu was confused. Qingyuan Town? That's where the dimensional gate is. Isn't that the parallel world? The car came to a stop, and Xiaoyu explained, the dimensional gate is just a name we use to avoid misunderstandings with people who aren't strong enough to be here. The real parallel world is located inside Qingyuan Forest, which is part of this town. Vehicles are prohibited from here on out. Let's get out. Shu Xiaoyu stepped out of the car. Chen Shu nodded. Got it. She walked over to a verification terminal and swiped her card. Beep. Verification successful. Please enter. Chen Shu watched intently, murmuring to himself, asterisk, so you even need to verify your identity to get in. I guess if you're not a Beastmaster, you don't have the right to even set foot inside. Asterisk. Stepping into Qingyuan Town, he glanced around, taking it all in. It didn't look any different from a normal town. Xiaoyu suddenly spoke up, her voice serious. Oh, right. While you're here, you have to follow Uncle Zhou's rules, no exceptions. If you cause any trouble, the soldiers will, to deal with you on the spot. Chen Shu flinched, his eyes darting nervously toward the gleaming rifles of the guards. Asterisk. It's that serious? Deal with me on the spot? Asterisk. He swallowed hard and nodded frantically. I get it. A parallel world is a nationally important area, so the rules come first. If I have any questions, I'll ask Uncle Zhou first. A man with a large scar across his face let out a hearty laugh. Heh, it's not as complicated as you think. Just don't start any fights or cause trouble, and you'll be fine. This was Zhou Shi, leader of the Beast Tamer Squad 666, a 1-star Black Iron Beastmaster, and Shu Xiaoyu's uncle. He waved his hand. All right, let's head to the hotel we booked. We'll rest up tonight and get back on the road tomorrow. Chen Shu, Xiaoyu, and Old Deng, another member of the squad, replied in unison, yes sir. A short while later, the group arrived at their hotel. Night fell, and the group sat in a small restaurant. Chen Shu, Zhou Shi, and Old Deng were ordering food, but Xiaoyu had already turned in for the night. Uncle Zhou asked, is Xiaoyu really not going to eat? Chen Shu replied, she said she just wanted to get some rest. The uncle nodded. All right, let her rest then. Waiter, I'll have the braised rabbit, steamed fish, and the crispy fried locusts. The waitress smiled brightly. Right away, sir. Chen Shu's eyes went wide. Are these dishes made from fiend beasts? Uncle Zhou replied casually. Of course. Qingyuan Forest is right next to town, so fiend beast meat is cheap here. You could even call it a local specialty. Chen Shu rubbed his chin, impressed. I see. Suddenly, a voice cut through the restaurant. Well, if it isn't the renowned Beastmaster, Zhou Shi. A gaudily dressed man strode toward them. It was Huang Wei. Zhou Shi sneered. Huang, the wasteland digger. Still haven't learned your lesson from the last thrashing I gave you? Still not satisfied? One of Huang Wei's lackeys angrily clenched his fists. You looking to die, old man? Huang Wei grabbed the kid's shoulder and said coldly, Brat, stand down. Then he simply pulled up a chair at a nearby table, casually ordered his food, and sat down to eat. Uncle Zhou just raised an eyebrow and chuckled. Let's just eat. Chen Shu was getting ready for some drama when the system's voice suddenly rang in his head. Asterisk. New quest. Asterisk. Option 1. Summon the golden slime and attack directly. Reward. Promotion to Black Iron Beastmaster and 1 Black Iron Tier International Flight Ticket. Option 2. Keep your head down and eat your meal. Reward. Your contracted beast appetite will increase by 5%. Option 3. Give Huang Wei and his crew a little taste of what you can do. Reward. The golden slime's defense will increase by 10%. Chen Shu's eyes lit up. Asterisk. Holy hell. A direct promotion to Black Iron. Asterisk. But then he glanced at the row of guards with their gleaming rifles just outside. He gulped and asked tentatively, Uncle Zhou, if I use my contract spirit to fight them, what would the consequences be? Uncle Zhou spat out his water, coughing violently. Don't be reckless, Chen Shu. It's not a penalty. The army will execute you on the spot. Didn't you say you never cause trouble? Chen Shu's face fell. Well, I guess I can't pick option 1. Option 3 would cause a conflict and get the soldiers involved, but I just can't bring myself to pick option 2. He stuck his hands in his pockets, rummaged around for a bit, and then his eyes lit up. Got it. He shot to his feet and declared, Uncle Zhou, I'm going to go show them a little color. A panicked Uncle Zhou tried to pull him back. Damn it, don't go. But Chen Shu ignored him, confidently slamming his hand on Huang Wei's table. I'm here to show you guys a little color. Huang Wei roared, veins bulging on his forehead. What do you want, kid? Chen Shu calmly pulled out 4 colored cards. To show you this. Now, this is red, this is yellow. And what's this one? That's right, green. Huang Wei's crew stared blankly at his childish game. A vein throbbed on Huang Wei's forehead. You little punk, are you messing with us? Chen Shu beamed. But I really did want to show you some color. One of the lackeys started sweating and pointed toward the squad of soldiers in the back. Huang Wei clenched his fists, forcing himself to calm down. Don't get angry, don't get angry. Life is just a stage play. Chen Shu nodded sagely. Seeing how serious you all look, I'm sure you've mastered your colors now. Here, take these cards. Practice when you're free. No need to thank me. Huang Wei's face turned purple with rage as he ground his teeth, on the verge of having an aneurysm. Chen Shu slung his backpack on and turned around. Uncle Zhou, let's go. Uncle Zhou covered his mouth to hide a laugh and nodded. All right. He asked curiously. Little Chen, are you really not afraid of offending Huang Wei? Chen Shu shrugged nonchalantly. I just taught them to recognize colors. How is that offensive? Uncle Zhou warned him in a serious tone. Huang Wei is a difficult person. Even though you only had good intentions this time, don't be so reckless again. Once we leave Qingyuan town, it'll be a huge pain if he causes trouble. Chen Shu just nodded with a sly grin. It's fine. He only knows you. He doesn't know me. Besides, if he dares to try anything, I have my system. It's not clear who'd win or lose. With that, the group left the restaurant. Chen Shu looked around and asked, Uncle Zhou, is this the entrance to Qingyuan town? Uncle Zhou confirmed, yep. Tomorrow morning, we'll cross the Qingyuan forest to enter the otherworld space. Suddenly, Chen Shu noticed a noisy crowd in the distance, gathered in the fog. A man was auctioning off a mutated green-eyed snake. Highest bidder takes it. The crowd was shouting out bids. 100,000, 200,000, 800,000. Chen Shu was shocked. Why is a basic-level vicious beast selling for that much? Uncle Zhou explained, a normal green-eyed snake isn't worth much, but a mutated one is a different story. The snake's liver can increase a tamer's power, and its eyes have a chance of letting a contract spirit learn the keen vision skill. They're bidding that high for that chance. Anyway, it's getting late. Let's head back. Hopefully, we'll have some good luck on this adventure. Chen Shu nodded. Okay. Late at night, the room was filled with the sound of snoring. Chen Shu was sound asleep when he was suddenly jolted awake. What was that sound? He yawned and sat up, only to see the system had issued a new mission. Option 1. Go to the Beast Tamer Association alone. Reward. Unlock a new recipe for a defense potion. Option 2. Go back to sleep. Reward. Slime's defense power increases by 5%. Chen Shu rubbed his chin. A 5% defense boost for his slime was nice, but it was temporary. A new potion recipe was a long-term benefit. He jumped out of bed, muttering as he threw on a shirt. I'll go with option 1 then, and slipped quietly out of the room, heading straight for the Beast Tamer Association. Chen Shu glanced at the soundly sleeping Uncle Zhou and snuck outside. He dashed through the dark, muttering to himself, Beast Tamer Association, here I come. Arriving in front of the association's building, Chen Shu looked up in awe. So this is the Beast Tamer Association. He stuck his hands in his pockets and walked inside. The place was bustling with activity counters for buying and selling intel, maps of otherworld spaces, illustrations of vicious beasts, and a mission hall. You can get a lot done here. He wandered around curiously, finally stopping at the mission hall. In front of him was a list of missions, like one to collect Qingxi grass, with a normal difficulty rating. Content: collect at least 5 kilograms of Qingxi grass. Requirement: must be fresh, picked no more than 10 days ago. This is a mission to capture a mutated green-eyed snake. Difficulty: hard. Content: capture 1 mutated green-eyed snake alive. Mission name: hunt the Icefield Overlord Rabbit. Difficulty: extremely dangerous. Content: an Icefield Overlord Rabbit has appeared in the Qingyuan forest, leading a horde of wild ice rabbits to harass the Spirit Guarding Army's base. There are no access restrictions for this hunting mission. As Chen Shu was engrossed in reading, the system suddenly displayed an exclusive mission. Option 1. Accept any normal level mission. Reward: a moderate amount of beast taming power. Option 2. Accept the mission to hunt the Icefield Overlord Rabbit. Reward: giantification skill increases by 1 level. Gain the title Lord Slayer, and your contract spirit's damage against Lord-type beasts increases by 5%. Chen Shu's face went pale as he mumbled, "Are you kidding me? The Icefield Overlord Rabbit might not have a strong bloodline, but it's not something a level 5 beast tamer like me can handle." But then an idea struck him. It attacks based on its body size. If giantification levels up, my other skills will get stronger too. He tapped a nearby person and asked quietly, "Excuse me, I have a question. Is there a penalty for failing a mission?" The person replied politely, "Hello. To accept a mission, you have to pay a security deposit. If you fail, the deposit is forfeited." Chen Shu immediately asked, "Then how much is the security deposit for the Icefield Overlord Rabbit mission?" The person replied, "That one requires a deposit of about 100,000 yuan, Huaxia points. If I don't have enough, I'll just use money to buy the skill." The person on the other end was confused. This mission was posted by the military. No security deposit is required. As long as the hunt is successful, you'll receive the reward. Chen Shu's eyes lit up with excitement. "It's free? In that case, I'll take it." A moment later, he was holding the mission sheet. Mission name: hunt and kill the Icefield Overlord Rabbit. Difficulty: extremely dangerous. Details: the Icefield Overlord Rabbit has recently appeared in Qingyuan Forest, leading a horde of Icefield rabbits to harass the Zhenling Army base. The mission has no access restrictions. The reward is 50 hard-to-earn Huaxia points. 1. The Overlord Rabbit's whereabouts are difficult to track, and there are no clues. 2. The Overlord Rabbit is extremely powerful, requiring at least a Black Iron rank beast tamer. 3. It can command a horde of rabbits, posing a high risk of being surrounded and wiped out. Hint: the ice rabbit is an extreme neat freak and prefers to live in dry environments. Chen Shu stroked his chin, pondering. This mission really is tough. It requires both luck and strength. But with his shameless nature, he wasn't worried in the slightest. He stuffed the paper into his pocket, thinking to himself, the system only said to times accept, times the mission, not to complete it. I can just pretend I never saw it. He let out a long, tired yawn. It's late. Time to head back and rest. Chen Shu casually made his way back to the hotel, tiptoed into his room, and climbed into bed for a good night's sleep. The next morning, Zhou Shi, wearing a backpack, said decisively, "Let's go. Today, we're entering the otherworld dimension inside Qingyuan Forest." Chen Shu beamed, "You got it." The 4 of them approached an area shrouded in thick fog, heavily guarded by the military. One by one, they swiped their ID cards to enter. Chen Shu stepped into the foggy area, and after walking a short distance, a dense forest appeared before his eyes. His jaw dropped. "This is Qingyuan Forest?" Uncle Joe smiled. "Yep, let's get moving." The group departed from the Zhenling army base. In the sky above, a pair of sharp, cold eyes appeared from nowhere, watching them intently. As they were walking, Chen Shu was startled by a rustling sound from the trees. He whipped around and yelled in terror, "Damn it!" As a dark shadow lunged down, the other 3 looked at him in alarm. Chen Shu quickly broke into a grin and, quick as a flash, summoned his gold slime. Splat! The slime appeared and immediately activated Gigantify, swelling to a massive size and pinning the huge snake to the ground. The snake thrashed about, biting and tearing wildly, letting out a hiss. Chen Shu let out a sigh of relief and stepped back, then annoyingly stuck his tongue out to taunt it. Nah, you can't reach me." He'd jump close to the snake, then quickly leap back. Just as it lunged, he'd jump to another spot so it couldn't reach him, then he'd pounce forward again. The other 3 stood frozen in place, watching him provoke the snake. The snake roared in fury, and finally, It collapsed and died from sheer frustration, its eyes wide open. Joshi shook his head and sighed. Oh, it was just a level 5 pseudo-snake. Did it really have to suffer like this? He summoned his black wolf, giving it an extra meal. While he was at it, the wolf opened its mouth and swallowed the snake whole. Joshi said, "Let's move. Xiao Yu, you get on the blazing firebird and scout the path ahead." Xiao Yu nodded. Got it. She summoned the blazing firebird and climbed on. Chen Shu's eyes lit up as he quickly chimed in. Xiao Yu, let me hold that backpack for you. Xiao Yu refused. I don't need help. But with lightning speed, he had already snatched the backpack, hopped onto the back of the blazing firebird, and said with a bright smile, "It's no problem. Besides, I've got good news for you. I got into the special 12th grade class. We'll be classmates in university later, so it's only natural for us to help each other out." Xiao Yu was shocked. You got into the special class? He scratched his head and chuckled. Yeah, I just kind of winged it and passed. He continued nonchalantly, all right, little firebird, you can fly now. Helpless against his shamelessness, Xiao Yu took off with him. Down below, Uncle Zhou shook his head and muttered, "This Chen Shu kid has fast reflexes, a strong contracted spirit, and is a good fighter. He's just a little too sly." The four of them continued their journey. Chen Shu was looking around when he suddenly shouted, "There are great strength flowers over there." In the distance, 3 great strength flowers peeked out from behind some trees on a cliff face. Old Dung laughed. "Kid, you got eagle eyes or something?" Uncle Joe warned them cautiously. There are often vicious beasts guarding precious herbs and ores. Everyone, keep your voices down. Old Dung, have your contracted spirit check it out first. Old Dung pushed up his glasses, nodded, and summoned a lizard. The group hid behind a bush and watched as the lizard crawled towards the flowers. Suddenly, a group of long-clawed rabbits shot out like lightning and surrounded it. The rabbits opened their mouths and unleashed a blast of cold air, instantly freezing the lizard solid. Uncle Joe was stunned. Icefield rabbits. Without hesitation, he summoned his black wolf. The black wolf pounced, its sharp claws slicing through the rabbits, tearing them to pieces. Xu Xiaoyu's eyes widened in horror. But Chen Shu, standing at the back, was getting excited, practically drooling. I wonder if this rabbit meat is better boiled or grilled with spices. Xiao Yu bit her lip, thinking to herself, why was I even expecting Chen Shu to be scared? What is wrong with me? Chen Shu jumped down and yelled, "Big black dog, don't eat all the rabbits." He pulled out his legendary goatskin bag and hurriedly began picking up the rabbit carcasses and stuffing them inside. Uncle Joe chuckled. "Little Chen, common grade Icefield rabbits aren't worth much." Chen Shu replied enthusiastically, "I know I can't sell them. I'm keeping them to grill for dinner tonight." After collecting them all, he tied the bag shut, looking pleased with himself. "All right," he said, looking up at the great strength flowers on the cliff. "Now it's time to pick the flowers." He bent down, took a small silver shovel from his bag, and started climbing the cliff with his slime's help. Uncle Joe nodded in approval. "Kid, you really paid attention in your materials science class. He even knows you have to use silver to pick a Hercules flower," Chen Shu said smugly. "Of course. I have an academic score of 396. Get it?" Uncle Joe raised an eyebrow. 396? You think I was born yesterday? It's rare for anyone to even break 380. Chen Shu just pointed. He smiled, carefully placed the flower in his backpack, and obediently replied, "Yeah, I guess so." Seeing how skillfully he picked the flower, Joe was surprised. "You're so smooth with it. Already an expert, huh?" Chen Shu slung the backpack over his shoulder and said nonchalantly, "I know how to store it. Just leave it with me for now." Joe carefully sprayed deodorant around the area, then nodded. "All right, you can hold on to the flower for now." After that, he waved to Old Deng. "Let's go. Let's keep moving." The group walked a little further when suddenly, the black wolf froze and let out a warning howl. Joe tensed up. Something's wrong. There's a swarm of steel-toothed rats up ahead. He immediately summoned another spirit. "Black Feather Eagle, come out." Joe climbed onto the Black Feather Eagle's back and shouted, "Xiao Yu, have the blazing fire bird fly as high as it can." The 2 birds shot up into the sky. He warned, "Hold on tight, don't fall off." Just as they took off, the ground began to rumble violently. Chen Shu's jaw dropped as he looked down. Holy crap, these rats are monsters. A swarm of brownish-gray steel-toothed rats charged out, their sharp claws and incisors glinting menacingly. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Those without flying spirits could only run for their lives. "Help me," they screamed. Dust filled the air, and agonizing cries for help echoed all around. Xu Xiaoyu hesitated and turned to Zhou. "Sir, can't we help them?" Zhou just shook his head helplessly, his brows furrowed. One guy was hugging a tree, panting heavily. Is this the end? But the swarm of rats began gnawing at the base of the tree. Asterisk, crunch, crunch. Asterisk, the man panicked. What? They're even eating the tree, Zhou yelled. Xiao Yu, let's get out of here. Chen Shu and Xiao Yu broke into a cold sweat, looking at the dust cloud below as the sound of rats gnawing relentlessly filled the air. The man in the tree spotted them and screamed, "Help me!" Zhou just shook his head, a look of regret in his eyes. The man's face turned ashen, and he roared, "If that's how it's gonna be, I'm taking you all down with me." He summoned a snake and sent it, charging straight into the rat swarm. The snake then suddenly lunged towards the black feather eagle, but Zhou skillfully maneuvered his spirit to dodge it. The ground was left in ruins. The rats scattered, leaving behind a pool of red blood. The group stared down in shock. Zhou suddenly caught sight of an old rat with cold, sharp eyes, gnawing on a pine nut as it stared them down. He grew tense. A lord-level, steel-toothed rat. Everyone, hold on tight. If you fall, you're dead for sure. The steel-toothed rat lord raised its head, its cold gaze sweeping over the two birds circling in the sky. The four of them held their breath, watching nervously. Luckily, it just let out a cold squeak before leading its swarm in a swift retreat. Chen Shu let out a sigh of relief. They're finally gone. Xiaoyu turned to Zhou with a sad expression. "Sir, why didn't we save them earlier?" Zhou said in a low voice. "You saw it yourself. That man wanted to drag us down with him. The Blue Star has strict laws and strong enforcement agencies, but this other world doesn't. You can get killed out here, and no one would ever know. I hope you never become a bad person, but don't be a good person, at the wrong time or in the wrong place." Xiaoyu closed his eyes and whispered, "I understand." Chen Shu silently looked at Zhou, surprised by his profound words. Zhou gave the order. "All right, let's get out of here. It'll be a pain if they come back." The two birds soared through the evening sky. As night fell, the group stopped to rest. Chen Shu started a fire and roasted the fragrant wild frost rabbit. Zhou praised him. "Little Chen, so you brought the rabbit to roast it. You even prepared seasonings. Smells delicious." Chen Shu grinned brightly. "Well, we're out in the wild. I brought seasonings in case I got hungry." The group sat around the fire, enjoying their meal. Zhou nodded in approval. "Tastes pretty good. We'll take turns on watch tonight. Little Chen and Old Deng will take the first watch. Xiaoyu and I will take the second." Chen Shu and Xiaoyu, busy eating, replied in unison, "Got it." In the middle of the night, Chen Shu and Old Deng were on watch, but both had long since dozed off. From a nearby bush, glowing red eyes flashed in the darkness. The next morning, as Old Deng was packing his things, he frowned. "Last night, I kept feeling like something was watching us," he asked Zhou. "Did anything unusual happen on your watch?" Zhou shook his head. "Not at all." Old Deng was confused. "Must have been my imagination then." Zhou frowned. "Imagination?" Xiaoyu and Chen Shu had already climbed onto the blazing firebird. Xiaoyu called out, "Uncle Zhou, Old Deng, let's move out." Zhou nodded. "Right." All four of them mounted their contracted spirits and soared into the sky. The deeper they ventured into the Qingyuan forest, the more ferocious beasts they encountered. Thanks to the Black Wolf, they managed to get through 7 days without any major danger. During this time, the group caught 3 green-eyed snakes and gathered a good amount of medicinal herbs. After 7 days, Zhou encouraged them, "Today is our last day in the Qingyuan forest. Everyone, keep your spirits up. Don't let us fail at the last minute." The 3 of them replied in unison, "Understood," and so, they continued on their way. As they were moving forward, Zhou suddenly stopped. In front of them was a fork in the road, with 2 paths. At the same time, the system presented Chen Shu with a mission. Option 1. Turn left, challenge a black iron rank beast. Reward, Golden Slime's attack power increased by 5%. Option 2. Turn right, collect second-tier iron core fruits. Reward, Golden Slime's defense increased by 10%. Option 3. Go straight and explore the Qingyuan forest. Reward, medium-grade defense power. Chen Shu rubbed his chin, intrigued. This system is pretty thoughtful. It even tells you what's ahead. Well, time to take a gamble. Old Deng spoke up. "Captain, which way do we go now?" Zhou was hesitating. Chen Shu quickly interjected. "Uncle Zhou, wait a second. Let me do a little divination before we decide." Zhou was skeptical. "You even know divination?" He scratched his head and chuckled. "Just a little bit." He pulled out 3 children's playing cards, threw them on the ground, and pointed straight to the right. The cards say, "We go right." The other 3 were completely speechless. Zhou just looked on helplessly. With a pile of cards in hand, he muttered, "Right it is, then. It's not like I knew which way to go, anyway." The group continued on their way. Old Deng kept glancing behind him as they walked, worried. "Captain, we haven't seen a single beast for a while. Doesn't something feel off?" Suddenly, a wild boar burst from the bushes, its sharp tusks gleaming, charging like a tank. With a series of thuds, Chen Shu yelled, "Old dang, watch out." He summoned his yellow slime. Asterisk, splat, asterisk. The slime landed with a heavy thud, crushing the wild boar instantly. Chen Shu said cockily, "Trying to ambush me? You're not even on my level." The wild boar struggled, oinking and grunting, and managed to throw the slime off. Asterisk, splat, splat, asterisk. Unexpectedly, the boar's tusks turned a fiery red, its body surged with power, and it stomped its feet hard on the ground. The slime was gored, squealing in a panic. Chen Shu quickly recalled it. The slime returned. Before the boar could land its hit, the slime had already vanished. Uncle Joe's black eagle swooped in to take its place. He frowned with worry. A mutated, blood-fanged boar. This is going to be trouble. Gritting his teeth, he summoned another spirit, needing 2 contracted spirits to fight together. A black wolf suddenly appeared, baring its fangs and growling. The black eagle, whose wing had been pierced by the boar's tusk, was now struggling to stay airborne. The black wolf lunged forward, its fangs flashing with a cold light. With a powerful charge, the wild boar was sent flying, letting out a painful squeal. Asterisk, grunt, grunt, asterisk. It retreated a few steps, its mouth still rumbling with a low growl. The black wolf and black eagle attacked in unison, surrounding the wild boar, biting and tearing at it relentlessly. Suddenly, the boar's 3 horns converged, and a ball of energy began to form. Uncle Joe shouted, his voice filled with alarm. "This is bad. It's about to use a skill, Little Eagle. Use soul attack now." A brilliant, dazzling beam of golden light shot straight into the sky. The wild boar was dazed, and before it could understand what was happening, the black wolf raised its claws and swiped, sending it tumbling to the ground. Uncle Joe let out a sigh of relief and rewarded the black wolf with a treat. He thought to himself, "Good thing we didn't let it activate its passive skill, or we would have been in deep trouble." He turned, his eyes sparkling. But why would a mutated beast just randomly appear here? There must be a valuable herb or mineral nearby. Just then, the black eagle, circling high above, spotted a level 2 iron core fruit. The group quickly dealt with the boar's carcass and carefully wrapped up the iron core fruit. Uncle Joe nodded, clapping Chen Shu on the shoulder with a broad smile. "Chen Shu, you really are the team's lucky star. And we even got a level 2 iron core fruit. This time, we're truly heading back with a full haul." Chen Shu puffed out his chest and grinned smugly. "Told you I could read fortunes." Old Dang approached from a distance and spoke up. "I'm done here too. Captain, I've finished processing the boar, so we can get going." Uncle Joe gave a firm nod. "All right, let's move out." The 4 of them continued their journey, dragging the massive boar carcass behind them. Old Dang leaned close to Chen Shu's ear and whispered, "Little Chen, Old Dang, owe you my life. Don't you worry. I'm the kind of guy who always repays his debts. I'll definitely pay you back." Chen Shu waved his hand, laughing carefree. "No need, no need. It was nothing." Suddenly, a vicious beast leaped out from the bushes. As fast as a flash, the black wolf sliced the snake in 2, right before Old Dang's terrified eyes. Uncle Joe quickly reminded them in a stern voice, "Everyone, stay focused. Watch your surroundings, and don't get distracted for a second." Old Dang's shoulders slumped as he nodded. "Right, got it." The group walked a while longer, before finally finding a clearing to rest. Uncle Joe gave the order, "We'll stop here for the night and head back in the morning." The group replied in unison, "Got it." Chen Shu then noticed a shimmering beehive nearby, his eyes lighting up with excitement. "Looks like we're eating well tonight. Little wolf, get that beehive down for me." The black wolf obediently bit down on the golden honeycomb and placed it in his hands. Chen Shu excitedly held up the honeycomb, beaming. "Tonight, I'm making honey-glazed wild boar for everyone." That night, after a hearty meal, Old Dang lay down next to Chen Shu to have a heart-to-heart. "I'm telling you, little Chen, you should enroll in a proper beast tamer university. You'd definitely be more successful than being a freelance beast tamer." Chen Shu laughed loudly and shook his head. "Forget it. You're looking at a future legendary beast tamer. Besides, Zhang Dadao's cooking skills on my team are way better than mine." Old Dang nodded thoughtfully. "You're right. You're not a bad beast tamer at all." Then he suddenly asked, "Hey, you're 17 this year, right?" Chen Shu was surprised. "Yeah, why?" Old Dang smiled and replied, "About the same age as my daughter." Chen Shu's eyes immediately lit up as he teased, "Don't tell me you're trying to set me up with your daughter?" "No thanks, I'm good." Old Dang pulled out his phone and showed him a picture. "Why are you acting like you're getting the short end of the stick?" "I didn't say anything like that. I just thought you two could be friends, that's all." Chen Shu looked, his jaw dropped, and then he angrily snatched the phone. Old Dang, have a conscience, man. Are you trying to get me thrown in jail? You call this around my age? Old Dang broke into a cold sweat, flustered. Well, isn't she only about 10 years younger? Chen Shu shouted. Is the problem that she's 10 years younger? This is a crime. Everyone has a responsibility to protect our youth. He growled. Drop this right now. Don't bring it up again, or I'm gonna get seriously pissed. Just then, a system quest unexpectedly appeared. Option 1. Roll 5 meters to the right to dodge an attack. Reward. Spirit contract. Speed increased by 5%. Option 2. Trust your own Iron Head technique. Use your head to block the Earthshaker Bear's attack. Reward. Favorability level increases by 1. Without a second's hesitation, Chen Shu kicks Old Dung aside. In the next instant, a gigantic bear paw slams down, shaking the very ground. The Earthshaker Bear loomed before them, its presence overwhelming. Chen Shu scrambled away in a panic, screaming, "Somebody help me!" The Black Eagle immediately shot into the sky, preparing a counterattack. Uncle Xiao and Xiao Yu rushed out of their tent, anxiously asking, "Are you guys okay?" The group shouted back in unison that they were fine. But just as Chen Shu answered, his eyes went wide, his jaw nearly hit the floor, and his heart started pounding. This is bad. The Earthshaker Bear has backup. A whole horde of them surged forward, like a tsunami, their roars echoing. Grr! Uncle Qiao snapped awake and yelled, "Everyone, battle stations, now!" Their contracted spirits were summoned instantly. Uncle Qiao frowned, muttering, "We already took out the Beast Lord. Why did that attract so many Earthshaker Bears?" Chen Shu broke out in a cold sweat, his voice trembling. It might be because we ate their honey." The ferocious bears surrounded them from all sides as the group fought for their lives. Suddenly, a roaring bear, leading the pack, slammed both paws into the ground. Boom! The ground shook so violently that Chen Shu and Xiao Yu stumbled. Xiao Yu screamed, "Ah!" Uncle Xiao snarled through gritted teeth. "Damn beast!" The black wolf lunged forward, sinking its teeth into a bear's neck. Chen Shu yelled, "Xiao Yu, watch out!" The bear next to her was about to reach her. Slime agilely leaped out, getting in between them and blocking the bear's attack. Thud! Chen Shu roared. "Crush this beast for me." The bear grabbed Slime and threw it like a coffin lid. Asterisk, cough, cough, asterisk, Slime struggled. But before it could fight back, the black wolf landed a powerful kick, taking the bear down. Chen Shu stared at the black wolf, stunned and amazed. Is this the power of a black iron rank contracted spirit? It's this strong even when injured? A short while later, the bodies of Earthshaker Bears littered the ground. The battle was finally over. Chen Shu let out a sigh of relief. Good thing I didn't choose the mission to kill the Glacial Overlord Rabbit. Otherwise, things would have been way worse. He stepped to the side, muttering, "I almost pissed my pants. I gotta take care of business, or I'll really embarrass myself the next time there's danger." The system suddenly popped up with an outrageous mission. Option 1. Relieve yourself next to the patch of grass. Receive the title, Good Friend of Nature. Effect. Your urine will have a stronger scent near grass. Option 2. Relieve yourself while standing on a tree. Reward. Contracted Spirit's Tyrant Body Skill increases by 1 level. Chen Shu raised an eyebrow and shook his head in exasperation. What is wrong with this system? It's treating taking a leak like some kind of epic quest. He glanced at the nearby tree and sighed. Fine. I'll play your game. He climbed onto a branch, stood there majestically, and let it all go. Psst. He closed his eyes, overcome with a feeling of sweet relief. The reward was delivered instantly. Slime's Tyrant Body Skill leveled up, extending its duration. Suddenly, Chen Shu's face went pale. He looked down, and his heart began to hammer in his chest. Wait a minute, did my piss just land on a rabbit's head? He realized with dawning horror that it was the Glacial Overlord Rabbit. Without a second thought, Chen Shu ran for his life, screaming as he went. Oh, holy crap. He let out a terrified shriek. Ah, the Glacial Overlord Rabbit is here. Uncle Xiao and Shi Tuan saw Chen Shu sprinting towards them in a panic. Then, with a loud crack, the massive tree was sliced in two by the rabbit's sharp claws. Chen Shu yelled in angry frustration. Son of a bitch, did I just run into the devil himself? That's the second Lord-class creature we've met. Shi Tuan said worriedly, his voice shaking. This glacial rabbit. It's at least an A-rank contracted spirit. Our strongest, the Black Wolf, is only C-rank. Looks like we're in real trouble this time. The glacial rabbit opened its massive maw, letting out a threatening growl. Grr. It threw its head back and let out a terrifying howl. Shi Tuan yelled in alarm. It's calling for backup. He turned and shouted, Run. Then he quickly added, Whatever you do, don't get hit by its ice spheres, or you're dead for sure. Chen Shu replied instantly. Got it. He looked down and saw a whole swarm of jet black rabbits, their eyes filled with hatred, glaring up at them. The rabbits opened their mouths in unison, firing off beams of icy light. Chen Shu immediately commanded, "Xiao Yu, fly higher." The flamebirds squawked and shot up into the sky. Below, the glacial rabbit chittered an order to its minions, and the entire horde immediately gave chase. He glanced down, his heart sinking as he saw them closing in. A hailstorm of ice beams shot towards the flamebird and the black eagle. One by one, the other contracted spirits were frozen solid. Not even the black wolf could escape its fate. The glacial rabbits fired ice beams from their eyes in unison. Shi Tuan shouted in despair, "This is bad. If they keep chasing us, we're all gonna die." He turned to Chen Shu, his eyes wild with panic. "Little Chen, what in the world did you do? Why do I get the feeling it's specifically targeting you?" Chen Shu hesitated, then confessed in a tiny voice, I just accidentally peed on its head." Uncle Chao and Shi Tuan were speechless, staring at each other dumbfounded. Shi Tuan sighed helplessly. You're really one of a kind. You know that?" He continued worriedly. "Glacial rabbits are notoriously clean freaks. You did that to it. We're screwed. It's really not going to let us go this time." The flamebird and the black eagle flapped their wings desperately, feathers flying everywhere under the glacial rabbit's ice barrage. 10 minutes passed, and Chen Shu's group was still being pursued by the vengeful horde, relentlessly chasing them. Chen Shu yelled, his voice hoarse. Chen Shu encouraged, "Hang in there, little firebird." 30 minutes later, the pack of wild ice rabbits still wouldn't give up. 2 hours later, even though the contracted spirits were exhausted, the leader, a wild ice lord rabbit, was still hot on Chen Shu's group's tail. Its eyes were bloodshot, filled with killing intent. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Shu spoke decisively. "Uncle Joe, let's turn back and fight. It's just the exhausted wild ice lord rabbit left now," he urged. "If we don't fight it, we'll have no way to escape." Shi Duan quickly formed an electric orb, shouting, "Space wall." The black wolf was instantly summoned. It charged straight for the wild ice rabbit. As the two met head-on, their sharp claws about to collide, a terrifying explosion of energy erupted from the clash. The black eagle swooped in, landing 2 precise pecks on the glowing red spot on the wild ice rabbit's back. The enraged beast turned, its eyes glaring, and fired an ice arrow aimed straight at the black eagle. The black wolf, quick as a flash, leaped out to block the arrow, but Shi Duan screamed in horror. "Oh no, the black wolf is about to be frozen solid." Just then, slime appeared. Its smooth body shimmered. Chen Shu smirked provocatively. "You think a sneak attack is going to work? Dream on." He gave a sharp command. "It's in a petrified state. Don't retreat. Attack now." The black wolf, though in pain from the ice attack, roared fiercely and counterattacked in unison with the black eagle. The wild ice rabbit's eyes blazed red, warlike, and unafraid. Chen Shu yelled, "Fall back, now." The wild ice rabbit fired more ice arrows, but both contracted spirits managed to dodge them. Chen Shu immediately ordered, "Now's our chance. Everyone, charge." The 4 contracted spirits launched into an all-out assault at once. The wild ice rabbit stood its ground, its body covered in a disgusting liquid. Suddenly, the ground beneath its feet cracked open, and the beast shot into the air, landing and crushing the black wolf beneath it. Ice crystals slowly began to grow from the surrounding bushes. Chen Shu quickly stopped them, his voice tense. "Don't go over there. The temperature is dropping." On the battlefield, the wild ice lord rabbit unleashed a colossal wave of energy, shooting it straight into the sky like a pillar of icy flame. Old Dang worried, his voice trembling. "What do we do? The black wolf is still trapped. If we don't save it now, it's going to die." Shi Duan was also at a loss, turning to ask, "Little Chen, what's the plan?" Chen Shu gave a confident smile. "Just leave it to my slime." Its eyes sparkling, signaling it was ready to fight. It slithered quickly toward the rampaging wild ice rabbit. Xiao Yu was anxious, her voice trembling. "Chen Shu, isn't sending slime over there right now just sending it to its death?" He smirked and replied firmly, "To its death? Not a chance. Slime, go." Slime immediately flung itself forward, knocking the black wolf out of the wild ice rabbit's grasp. Chen Shu shouted, "Little firebird, catch it." The firebird swooped down, grabbing the black wolf safely. The wild ice rabbit gnashed its teeth in fury. It let out a series of strange noises. Asterisk pant. Pant asterisk. Just die for me already. Chen Shu yelled urgently. It's about to use its ultimate move. At that moment, a giant ice flower appeared, firing a barrage of razor-sharp ice beams. He commanded in a flash. It's used its ultimate. Now's the time to strike. The 4 contracted spirits charged in unison, relentlessly attacking the wild ice rabbit. Ganged up on, the beast lost its footing and was thrown to the ground, landing on its back, its eyes still wide with a terrifying glare. Chen Shu let out a sigh of relief, sweat beading on his forehead. It's finally dead. Xiao Yu cheered, jumping for joy. We did it. We actually did it. Chen Shu, did you see that? Did you see that? He patted her head, smiling gently. It's 10 meters away from me. I'm not blind. No need to get so excited. Calm down, calm down. Shi Duan sat with his chin in his hand, pondering. A Lord-class beast is worth at least $1 million. We should collect our loot and get out of Qingyuan Forest. The group replied in unison, right. The 2 bird spirits quickly flew everyone away. Chen Shu smiled to himself. We're finally heading back. Upon arriving, Shi Duan sighed in relief. We're finally back, he said emotionally. Everyone worked hard this time. After I exchange the items for cash, I'll transfer the money to all of you. Little Chen, you get a share too. Chen Shu waved his hand with a casual smile. No need, Uncle Joe. You're being too polite. I've already put the medicinal herbs I gathered in the bag. You guys can split the money. Shi Duan patted Chen Shu on the shoulder. His eyes were full of admiration. You move really fast. You're making me feel embarrassed. Chen Shu smiled brightly and waved his hand. Don't mention it. Don't mention it, Shi Duan said in a serious tone. Everyone, get settled in here tonight. We'll head back to Nanjiang City tomorrow morning. The group replied in unison. Yes. Time flew by. And soon it was pitch black. Chen Shu quietly slipped away, carrying the head of the wild ice lord rabbit, and went straight to the Beastmaster Association. The receptionist's eyes went wide when he saw the head, shouting in astonishment. Is that really a wild ice lord rabbit? Chen Shu, while chewing on some rabbit meat, replied nonchalantly, what nonsense. If this isn't a wild ice lord rabbit, then what is it? Hurry up and close out the mission for me. The receptionist hurriedly took the head, muttering, wait a moment, I need to confirm this. A man walked over and introduced himself as Xie Shan, soldier of the spirit-suppressing army. Chen Shu shook his hand, giving a friendly smile. Hello, I'm Chen Shu, my friend. Want to try some rabbit meat? Xie Shan politely refused. No thank you, sir. The item you've submitted is indeed a wild ice lord rabbit. Could you please provide your citizen ID? The Huaxi achievement points will be recorded automatically. After checking the ID card, Xie Shan exclaimed in surprise. You're only 17? Chen Shu raised an eyebrow and chuckled. Don't I look it? Xie Shan shook his head, his eyes filled with admiration. No, it's not that. I'm just a bit shocked. To be able to hunt an Icefield Lord Rabbit at 17, he announced. All right, 50 Huaxia contribution points have been added to your ID. You can exchange them for resources at any government agency. Chen Shu nodded with a relaxed smile. Thanks. If there's nothing else, I'll be going now. Xie Shan replied curtly. Okay. Chen Shu left, while Xie Shan stood there, his pensive gaze following his retreating figure. The next morning, bright sunlight blanketed the neighborhood. The crew called out from their vehicle, their voices full of fondness. Goodbye, little Chen. Chen Shu waved back brightly. Goodbye. Back home, he laid out his spoils on the bed and carefully calculated them. This time, he'd harvested a mighty flower, an iron core fruit, and he could also prepare some mind-opening fruit and wisdom herbs. Maybe I should try brewing a basic wisdom potion or a defense potion. Chen Shu closed his eyes, concentrating as he went through the series of steps for potion making. After finishing, he muttered, just as I thought. Without the system's help, the failure rate for these potions is ridiculously high. All those ingredients, and I only managed to make 9 basic defense potions and 6 wisdom potions. He got an idea to test their effects and ordered, Slime, drink these. Slime eagerly took them, chugging down every last drop of the liquids until its belly bulged. It lay on its back on the bed with a satisfied look, basking in the feeling of being full. Chen Shu looked at Slime's bloated stomach, and his face fell. The system's notification rang out. Slime's defense increased by 1, wisdom did not increase. He gritted his teeth, trying to suppress his frustration. Well, it was a gift from the system, so I can't just toss it. After some thought, Chen Shu decided, whatever, I'll take these strength potions to the black market and sell them first. He quickly made a call. Hey, Dali, I'm back. Come with me to the black market. Dali replied in surprise. Wow, haven't seen you in a while. And you're already diving right into the black market? He asked curiously. But Chen Bi, what are we going to the black market for? Chen Shu's eyes lit up with excitement. I'm about to show you the true caliber of my black market bros. When they arrived, he looked around and exclaimed, Old Wang isn't here today. He sighed and mumbled, so lazy for a scammer. He's never going to get rich. Dali smirked curiously and asked, Chen Bi, have you really stooped to scamming people now? Chen Shu immediately explained with a confident voice, my stuff is the real deal, real potions. You get it? He boasted. Now, I'm going to show you what my reputation is worth. I don't even have to do anything, and customers will come to me. After hearing that, Dali was speechless and just gave him the middle finger with a roll of his eyes. The two began to set up the shimmering potion vials on the table. A moment later, two young men approached and asked, price check. Bro, how much for a bottle of this stuff? Chen Shu answered flatly, 80,000 a bottle. The young man flew into a rage. What the hell? Is this potion made of gold? Or are the ingredients made of gold? Chen Shu was stunned, thinking to himself, what does he mean by that? Something feels off here. But the purple-haired guy next to him spoke up. I'll take one. Chen Shu quickly handed over the potion. The purple-haired guy took the bottle, his eyes filled with suspicion. Is this potion guaranteed to be real? Chen Shu retorted irritably. I'm running a potion stall. Would I really sell you a fake? The purple-haired guy's brow furrowed as he growled. I'm asking you, is this potion real or not? Chen Shu gritted his teeth, fuming. Are you trying to pick a fight? Are you gonna buy it or not? The purple-haired guy leaned in close to his ear and whispered, if your potion is real, I'll definitely buy it. But what if it's fake? Chen Shu made a firm promise. If it's fake, I'll drink it myself. Satisfied? The purple-haired guy nodded and opened the bottle cap. You said it. If this potion is fake, you have to drink it yourself. Chen Shu quickly shouted to stop him. Wait, bro, you can't drink it if you haven't paid. Suddenly, a pair of shiny handcuffs appeared. The purple-haired guy slammed Chen Shu to the ground, while the brown-haired guy next to him rushed forward, pinning Dali down and shouting, don't move. The purple-haired guy pulled out his badge and announced in a cold voice, Nanjiang City Spirit Suppression Bureau, do not resist, or you will be killed. And just like that, the scene changed to the cold iron bars of a jail cell. Ali sat slumped on the floor, dejected, sighing, Brother B, you're one of a kind. Is this what you call your black market pull? Truly extraordinary. Chen Shu shook his head, exasperated and helpless. No, I had no idea. This wasn't part of the script. He turned to the purple-haired cop, who was now in uniform. Hey officer, you've got the wrong guys. We're both upstanding young citizens. I even caught a wanted criminal last time. The purple-haired guy growled, shining a flashlight directly in Chen Shu's face. Cut the crap. We've been investigating you fake potion dealers for half a month. He questioned him sternly. Talk. Who are your accomplices? Confess, and you'll get a lighter sentence. Chen Shu still tried to explain, his voice frantic with confusion. Officer, I'm really not a fake potion dealer. His mind was a mess. How can this be? I just got back from another dimension, and everything's been turned upside down. The purple-haired cop clenched his fist, threatening. Looks like you're the type who has to learn things the hard way. He ordered, we'll bring the victims in to identify them. Let's see what you have to say then. Chen Shu and Dali were dragged before the crowd. The cop shouted, look, is it him or not? The crowd immediately erupted, pointing and roaring. It's him. That's definitely him. Dali's eyes went wide, his face deathly pale. One man angrily accused them. It's because of him that all our contracted spirits vomited on our warriors and got severe stomach aches. Chen Shu was horrified, thinking to himself, did I really become a peddler of fake medicine? But slime chugs this stuff like water and is perfectly fine. How could my medicine be the problem? He tried to explain, listen, everyone, are you absolutely sure the medicine was sold to you by me? A man answered decisively. Yes, I bought it from you. Another person held up their phone, showing a picture of old Wang Ba, and accused, these people are all in on it with you, aren't they? He's the one who said all that medicine was legit. Chen Shu was stunned, murmuring to himself, old Wang Ba, I was wondering why I hadn't seen him around this early. Turns out he already skipped town. He quickly tried to clear his name. That guy is a professional con artist. We don't know each other at all, and we're definitely not on the same level. Think about it. Has my medicine ever caused any problems before? But the crowd just stared at him, their gazes as sharp as bullets. Chen Shu glanced to the side and yelled, Uncle Wang. Wang Qian walked in through the main door, a surprised look on his face. The purple-haired cop quickly called out, Captain. Wang Qian frowned, his voice calm and deep. Chen Shu, what are you doing here? What's all this about? The purple-haired cop leaned in and whispered a report of the situation. Wang Qian asked in a serious tone, how do you two explain this? Tears welled up in Chen Shu's eyes, his voice choked with grievance. Uncle Wang, we've been framed. Seriously, no matter how desperate I was for money, I would never sell fake medicine. he added firmly. My medicine comes from the 666 pharmaceutical company. If you don't believe me, I'll call someone from the company to come here and face you all. Hearing this, Wang Qian and the other officer nodded in agreement. Wang Qian handed his phone to Chen Shu, where a message from Uncle Joe was displayed. Little Chen, the Beast Tamer Guild is having a small celebration tonight. Are you coming over for dinner? Chen Shu quickly explained what was happening, his voice frantic. Uncle Joe, I've been arrested by the Spirit Suppression Bureau. They're saying I sold fake medicine. Uncle Joe replied instantly. I saw you weren't answering my texts and figured you'd lost connection. I never thought you'd actually been arrested. Hang on, I'm on my way. After reading the message, Chen Shu smirked with satisfaction. At the police station, night had completely fallen. Chen Shu and Dali sat dejectedly, their faces gloomy. Uncle Joe finally arrived, teasing with a smile. Little Chen, how's the prison food? Chen Shu shot him an annoyed glare. Don't even start, Uncle Joe. If you keep talking like that, I'll really end up rotting in a cell for real. Uncle Joe turned to Wang Qian and laughed heartily. Old brother Wang, it's been a while. Wang Qian replied in a friendly tone. It's been too long. Wang Qian asked curiously. The power pills he was selling on the black market? Are they all from your company? Uncle Joe nodded. Absolutely. Every single one of them is from our company. Wang Qian let out a sigh of relief and nodded. So that's how it is. Then there's no problem here. You kids can go home. Uncle Joe clapped his hands with a cheerful laugh. Let's go, little friends. Stepping out of the Spirit Suppression Bureau, Dali threw his hands in the air, took a deep breath of the free air, and exclaimed, Chen B, why do I feel like a brand new person? Chen Shu also took a deep breath and laughed. I feel the same way. Uncle Joe cut in, teasing. Are you two nuts? Chen Shu replied with mock righteousness. Uncle Joe, you wouldn't understand. We're not like you. We're upstanding, law-abiding citizens, not regulars at the Spirit Suppression Bureau. Uncle Joe chuckled and asked, right. Speaking of which, the Beast Tamer Guild is having a party. You two coming? Chen Shu glanced back at the bureau and replied apologetically, we'll have to pass. Maybe another day. We'll catch up some other time. Uncle Joe nodded. All right. Dali looked at Chen Shu with suspicion. Chen B, this really isn't like you. You're actually turning down a free meal for once. Chen Shu smirked, revealing he had something important to do. He continued in a serious tone. Dali, I want to catch the guy selling the fake medicine. Dali nodded decisively, his eyes lighting up. Chen B, I'm with you. Chen Shu clapped his friend on the shoulder, beaming, that's my brother, but how should we investigate this? Dali lowered his voice, full of confidence. I have a friend who might be able to help us. He's known as the rookie's savior, a top-tier informant. There's nothing he can't solve. Chen Shu raised an eyebrow, intrigued. So, what's his real identity? Dali whispered a name, Tang Hefei, with the nickname, the Butcher of South Xiegu. He tried hard to convince him. Hey, don't doubt me. I'm telling you the truth. I'll come find you first thing tomorrow morning and blow your mind. It's about time you got to know the major players in the upper echelons of Nanxiang City. Chen Shu threw an arm around Dali's shoulder and laughed. All right. The next morning, on the way to Tang Hefei's place, Chen Shu couldn't stop yawning. Dali nagged him. I told you to get some decent rest. We're meeting a high-level expert today. What's wrong with you? Getting sleepy already? Chen Shu glared at his friend, his voice groggy with sleep. Bro, it's 6 in the morning. Dali was impatient. This can't wait. Model. Any later, and he would have closed up, Tranthu said worriedly, a suspicious tone in his voice. Hey, Daluk, you haven't been brainwashed, have you? How can a butcher investigate someone selling fake medicine? Daluk yelled back, annoyed. Have I ever lied to you? Haven't you ever heard the saying, if you don't know Taco Nam, then being a hero is pointless? Suddenly, something flew straight at Tran Thursday. He quickly snatched it out of the air. It was a pig's trotter. He roared. Who's there? Who dares to sneak attack me? A deep voice rang out from behind them. I never thought my name, Taco Nam, was so famous that even a couple of small fries like you would have heard of it. Tranthu turned his head and saw a tall, burly man with bulging muscles, wearing a pink apron, standing behind the pork counter. This was Taco Nam, the mysterious butcher of Namjiang. Tranthu's eyes widened in shock. Daluk waved and grinned. Mr. Ta, it's me, Daluk. Taco Nam pulled out a cigarette, lit it, and let out a suave puff of smoke. Oh, it's you, huh? The kid who came to me last time to investigate his own family background. Tranthu's jaw dropped in astonishment. Investigate his background? Daluk quickly snatched the pig's trotter from his hand, grinning from ear to ear. Tranthu thought to himself, his eyes glinting with suspicion. Asterisk. He really suspects he's not his parents' biological son? Daluk, that's so you. Asterisk. Daluk respectfully offered the pig's trotter to Ta Ko Nam. Here you go, Mr. Ta, your trotter, he said cheerfully. I can't believe you still remember me. Ta Ko Nam replied calmly, exhaling smoke. How could I forget? I even remember what color pants you were wearing that day. Tran Thu flinched, muttering, there's something really off about these two. Daluk laughed loudly, throwing an arm around his shoulder. Haha, don't sweat the small stuff. Then he turned to Ta Ko Nam. Mr. Ta, my friend here has something he needs your help with. Ta Ko Nam raised an eyebrow, his voice deep. My friend, do you also suspect you're not your parents' real son? Tran Thu quickly raised his hands in protest, his voice frantic. No, I don't have that particular need. He hurriedly explained, no, I want to find someone. Ta Ko Nam nodded, asking, tell me a little about his identity, appearance, height, and his posture when he uses the bathroom. Tran Thu froze, his eyes wide. Ta Ko Nam raised his meat cleaver, his gaze sharp and cold. Is there a problem? Tran Thu quickly waved his hands. No, no problem at all. He opened his phone, pulled up a picture of old Wang Ba, and hesitated. The thing is, I only have one photo. Will that be enough? Ta Ko Nam named his price. 50,000. Come find me in 3 days. Tran Thu yelled, his face scrunching up. How much? 50,000. He turned away, grumbling in frustration. Forget it. Even if I sold Brother Wang Ba himself, he wouldn't be worth 50,000. Suddenly, the system chimed with a notification, presenting 3 options. Option 1. Accept Ta Ko Nam's help and receive a large amount of beast taming power as a reward. Option 2. Find someone else to help and receive a high-grade strength potion. Option 3. Solve it yourself and receive a medium-grade beast taming seed. Seeing Tran Thu spacing out, Daluk called out, Tran Bai. He snapped out of it, his attitude completely changed. He grinned brightly. 50,000 is absolutely no problem. We have a deal. Both Daluk and Ta Ko Nam were stunned. Daluk's eyes widened. Bro, you sure changed your tune fast. The two shook hands, sealing the agreement. In 3 days, it's cash for info. Just then, a customer came to buy some meat. Ta Ko Nam's voice changed. Wang, how much you want? 2 pounds, right? Tran Thu pulled Daluk into a corner, whispering worriedly, Hey, Daluk, is this guy really trustworthy? The Spirit Bureau couldn't even solve it. How is a pork butcher supposed to pull it off? Daluk replied confidently, He is. This is just a side gig for him. Tran Thu was still skeptical. As they walked away, he muttered, All right, fine. I guess we have to give it a shot. If it doesn't work out, I'll just consider it spending 50,000 to buy a large amount of beast taming power. He turned to Daluk, his voice decisive. Let's go. You're coming with me to the Beast Tamer Association. He sighed to himself. Asterisk, I'm out 50 grand. I need to find a way to make it back. Let's see if the association has any jobs for me. Asterisk. Daluk nodded. Let's go. On the way, Daluk said excitedly, Oh yeah, Tron B. In August, I'm going to Chi City to take the Lin Chao Chi University entrance exam. Tran Thu raised an eyebrow in surprise. What do you mean, entrance exam? Daluk explained shyly. It's for early admission. You know, taking the college entrance exam ahead of time. Tran Thu was about to ask more, looking confused, when a girl ran towards them screaming, Stop that thief! Somebody, stop him! The thief was running like a madman, yelling at the pedestrians, Get the hell out of my way! Tran Thu watched, his jaw dropped and eyes wide, as the system suddenly displayed a notification. Option 1. Take decisive action and catch the thief. Reward. A large amount of beast taming power. Option 2. Act like a bystander and pretend not to see anything. Reward. A camouflage potion. Option 3. Shout loudly, Go, 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 while also urging bystanders to clear a path. Reward. The crime cheerleader title. Effect. Plus 20% speed for evil-natured contracted spirits. Minus 20% speed for good-natured ones. Option 4. Run alongside the thief, keeping pace with him. Reward. A new illustration book and a speed burst potion. Tran Thu snorted and without hesitation chased after the thief, shouting, Stop! Hands up! The thief looked back and cursed. Keep following me and I'll chop you to pieces. But Tran Thu just gave him the middle finger with a provoking smirk. The thief was aggrieved, his eyes welling up with tears. Damn it! What rotten luck! I ran into some psycho who isn't afraid to die. He gritted his teeth, glaring angrily at Tran Thu, then threw the bag. Here's your damn bag. Stop chasing me. Tran Thu ignored the bag and kept running after him. Keep chasing him. Dolly also rushed forward, laughing. I'm in. The woman who was robbed picked up her bag and shouted, You guys can stop chasing him. I got my bag back. But now, the robber was trapped between Chen Shu and Dolly, with no way to escape. Dolly grinned from ear to ear, his eyes sparkling. You want to mess with him? I love it. 10 minutes later, the three of them were still running for their lives through the streets. The robber was completely exhausted. He begged the two of them. I know I was wrong. Please stop chasing me. He cried his eyes out. Grandpa, my dear grandpa, spare me. I really can't take it anymore. If I keep running, I'm gonna cough up blood. Please, let me go. Chen Shu calmly kept an eye on his system, thinking to himself, asterisk, why haven't I gotten the reward yet? This thief has lost all his will to fight, but the system still won't pay up. Asterisk. He suddenly threw an arm over the robber's shoulder and with a bright, nonchalant smile, said, if the running doesn't kill you, you run until you drop. Passers-by, watching the three of them race, praised them. Are they chasing the sun or something? The youth of today are just bursting with energy. It's really admirable. Someone else even cheered, that's right, not like that lazy kid of mine who's probably still asleep. Go, go, go. Half an hour later, the robber was running so hard, his face was as gaunt as a skeleton's. Chen Shu and Dolly were also drenched in sweat, panting heavily. Finally, the system announced that a new blueprint was unlocked, Speed Burst Potion. Chen Shu cheered with delight. It's about time. They both let go of the robber, who immediately collapsed to the ground, moaning, hey, listen, all I did was snatch one purse, right? Do you really have to treat me like this? Chen Shu said grimly, cracking his knuckles with a threatening glare. Cut the crap. See that building behind me? The robber trembled and replied, the Nangian City Spirit Suppression Bureau. Chen Shu smirked. Good. Now, go turn yourself in, or else. The terrified robber nodded frantically. I'll go right now. He staggered off and ran straight into the police station. Chen Shu called out, by the way, what's your name? The robber answered, Li Hua. Chen Shu stood there, chest puffed out with pride, feeling as if the red scarf around his neck was glowing brighter than ever. He turned to Dolly and asked, right, you said before that you wanted to take the college entrance exams early? If you leave, does that mean I'll be here all by myself? Dolly laughed loudly. Pretty much, but don't worry, I'll be waiting for you in the imperial capital. Chen Shu nodded and clapped his friend on the shoulder. All right then, good luck. The two of them headed straight for the Beastmaster Association. Dolly asked curiously, Chen Shu, what are we going to the Beastmaster Association for, anyway? In front of them, a new mission appeared on the notice board. Mission name, tutoring for incoming high school students. Difficulty, none. Description, my son is about to start high school, and I'm hoping to hire a Beastmaster University student or graduate to tutor him. Requirement, must be a Beastmaster University student or graduate. Chen Shu touched the screen, his eyes gleaming as he declared, to make money and earn points. Dolly looked bewildered, frowning as he asked, make money? We're still students. What are you talking about? And what points? Chen Shu smirked and answered confidently, of course we can. Look, here's one right now, isn't it? Before them, a new mission appeared on the board. Mission name, investigate the seller of fake medicine. Difficulty, none. Description, recently, a seller of fake medicine has appeared on the black market, causing tens of millions in damages. We hope to capture this individual and bring them to justice swiftly. Note, this mission is posted by the Spirit Suppression Bureau, so no deposit is required. The reward is 100,000 Huaxia coins. Difficulty details. The fake medicine seller has been on the run for days and is very difficult to track. Hint. A photo from an informant indicates the seller has not yet left Nangian City. At the gate of the Beastmaster Association, Chen Shu said, I need to make a trip to the Nangian City Beast Resource Bureau in a bit. What about you? Dolly shook his head and sighed. I can't go this afternoon. I have to go to the Spirit Chef Hall for practice, so I probably can't make it. Chen Shu nodded, connecting the dots in his head. In this world of Beastmasters, while the main profession was Beastmaster, there were also auxiliary roles like spirit herbalists or medics who supported the contract spirits. He smiled, thinking to himself, asterisk, I can't believe Dolly wants to become a nanny for contract spirits, making meals out of ferocious beasts. Asterisk. He clapped his friend on the shoulder with a wide grin. All right, then. You go prepare for your exam, and you can cook for my slime in the future. Dolly nodded, laughing. Deal. I'll head back first, then. He turned and left. Chen Shu watched his friend's retreating figure for a moment before turning to leave as well. An hour later, Chen Shu arrived at the Beast Resource Bureau and exclaimed in amazement, I can't believe this place is so run down. Peeking inside, he wondered, why is there an old man in here? He walked up to the reception desk and said, hello, I'm here to redeem my Huaxia accumulation points. The receptionist took his ID and looked surprised. A high school student? Then she handed him a catalog. Hello, you can make your exchange now. This is the list of available items. Chen Shu flipped through it, thinking, Asterisk. The selection here is actually pretty extensive, but there are restrictions. I'm just a trainee beastmaster. Asterisk. Asterisk, so I can't exchange for black iron rank resources or higher. Asterisk. Asterisk. Still, this stuff is more than enough for now. Asterisk. Chen Shu calculated thoughtfully, his gaze sharp. Asterisk. Medicinal ingredients from other dimensions are getting scarcer, and many places are starting to face shortages. Asterisk. Asterisk. I should exchange for some better quality ingredients. Asterisk. He approached the counter and said clearly, "Hello, I'd like 5 rank 1 giant strength fruits and 7 rank 1 iron core fruits." The receptionist nodded. Okay. The old man sitting nearby watched Chen Shu leave, quietly muttering, "How interesting." Stepping outside, Chen Shu walked and thought, feeling ecstatic. Today was a huge victory. Not only did I accept a mission, but I also traded for a ton of medicinal ingredients. That's more than enough to have some fun brewing potions. Suddenly, he noticed a noisy crowd up ahead. His eyes lit up. Is there some drama going down? As he got closer, he was shocked to see a stylish, purple-haired girl named Mei Li loudly yelling at someone. If you didn't steal it, then why is money missing from my wallet? Why is my phone broken? Chen Shu looked at the sobbing little girl and recognized her immediately. Huh? Isn't that Nunu? He pushed through the crowd, calling out, Nunu. The little girl stopped crying and replied, Chen Shu. Mei Li turned around, her voice ice cold. Are you her family? Nunu explained through her tears, her eyes red. I was playing here and found this lady's wallet. My mom said, if you find someone's wallet, you have to return it to them, so I just waited here. The little girl sniffled. But when this lady got here, she said I took her money and even broke her phone. Nunu looked up at Chen Shu. Did I do something wrong? Mei Li cut in, her tone sharp. All right, Mr. Guardian, how do you think we should handle this? Should we go to the police station or settle this ourselves? Chen Shu gently patted Nunu's head to comfort her. It's okay, I'm here now. Then he frowned, looking at Mei Li with annoyance. How do you want to settle this? Suddenly, a system notification appeared. Option 1. Compensate the other party for the lost money and receive the title Throws Money Away and the collision effect. Option 2. Ignore the other party and leave with Nunu, receiving a medium-grade ice salve. Option 3. Fight back with logic. Use special measures if necessary to make the other party apologize and receive a large amount of beast-taming power. Mei Li's voice grew threatening. You will pay me back double the money I lost, and you'll have to get me a new phone and wallet, or I'm calling the police. Chen Shu just smirked coolly. In your dreams, he analyzed sharply. You said there was 10,000 yuan and a phone in the bag, but there's nothing in here. Obviously, this isn't your bag, so what am I supposed to compensate you for? Mei Li was speechless, her face flushed red, too furious to say a word. Chen Shu snatched the purse from her hand, yelling, Give it here. Mei Li was still defiant, retorting, That's ridiculous. If the bag isn't mine, then I suppose it's yours? He asked calmly, his gaze icy. Right now, what's in the bag doesn't match your story, so how are you going to prove it's yours? Mei Li reached out to snatch it back. You're despicable. Give it back to me. Then she added, My ID card is inside. It has the name Hao Mei Li on it. You can take it out and look. Chen Shu immediately rummaged through the bag and found an ID with the name Hao Mei Li, female, from S City, Jiangxi Province, on Success Street. He compared the ID photo with the person in front of him and frowned suspiciously. Ma'am, are you being serious? Are you sure this isn't your mother's ID? Mei Li screamed in fury. Just look at the name. Chen Shu shrugged indifferently. What does a name prove? Your name could be Hao Mei Li, and my name could be Hao Mei Li. That doesn't prove anything. Tears welled up in Mei Li's eyes, which were red and on the verge of crying. Stop bullying a woman. What kind of man are you, picking on a woman like this? Chen Shu scoffed and shot back. You're a grown adult trying to scam a child. Why don't you act like an adult? The surrounding crowd nodded in agreement. That's right, Mei Li said, frustrated and with a trembling voice. What is it you want? Chen Shu answered firmly. Apologize to Nunu. She reluctantly whispered. Sorry. Chen Shu shook his head teasingly. Too quiet. I can't hear you. Mei Li shouted, her face bright red. I'm sorry. Chen Shu nodded. That's more like it. He turned to Nunu and asked gently, Do you forgive her? The little girl nodded, her voice timid. I forgive her. The system immediately announced, reward gained, a large amount of beast-taming power. Chen Shu tossed the purse down and said, That's more like it. You should try to be a decent person. A little while later, on a street corner, Chen Shu led Nunu by the hand out of an elevator. The little girl asked shyly, Chen Shu, did I do something wrong today? Should I not have picked up the lost item? He patted her head comfortingly. No, you didn't do anything wrong. Picking up a lost item is the right thing to do. That lady was the one who was wrong. It's getting late. You should go home now. Nunu waved brightly. Her voice clear. Okay. Goodbye. Chen Shu, the little girl scampered off. Chen Shu watched her go, thinking to himself that even though the woman had intentionally framed Nunu to scam her, it was a good thing he showed up in time. Otherwise, the little girl might have become too scared to help other people in the future. He turned and walked away with a faint smile. Back in his room, Chen Shu hung a "Do Not Disturb" sign on the door and announced enthusiastically, "All right, next I'm going to get serious about making potions." He immediately opened his potion-making space and got to work. The next afternoon, Chen Shu breathed a sigh of relief. 2 days of work, and it's finally done. A system notification rang out. Constitution +2, defense power +2. He nodded in satisfaction. At this rate, I'll be strong enough to take on a black iron rank beastmaster soon. Chen Shu stretched, ate a hearty meal, and then hit the hay. The next morning, he whistled as he walked down the street, full of anticipation. He wondered what news Shi Gunan would bring today, hoping it was something good. Suddenly, a loud voice made him jump and turn around. Chen Shu looked at the girl in front of him, exclaiming in surprise, "Xia Bing, what are you doing here?" Xia Bing smiled lightly and replied, "Perfect timing. I was just about to pay you back. Since you're here, I'll just pay you now." Chen Shu waved his hand dismissively. "There's no rush. It's not like I'm short on cash." He held up his phone and asked, "By the way, bank transfer or cash?" Seeing his nonchalant attitude, Xia Bing was left speechless. On second thought, "Let's do a transfer. Back then, I borrowed 200,000 from you, so with the bank's interest rate, that would be." Chen Shu quickly cut her off. "Forget the interest." Xia Bing's eyes widened in surprise. "You don't want interest? Chen Shu, are you feeling okay or something?" He grinned. "I just wanted to help you out." Xia Bing shot him a glare, feeling like something was off. Back at the dorm, after they talked for a bit, Chen Shu summed it up. "So, that's the situation," he revealed in a serious tone. "Based on my judgment, old Wang probably isn't the mastermind. The real ringleader is someone else. I'm worried there might be high-level beastmasters involved, and I can't handle it alone, so I wanted to ask for your help." Xia Bing nodded with a smile. "All right, I guess helping you out could be fun." Just then, they both saw Xie Gunan and called out his name in unison. The man pulled a pair of glasses from his apron pocket, putting them on with a professional air, as he asked, "So, you're here. Did you bring the money?" Chen Shu answered immediately. "Of course I did. Now, where's my merchandise?" He demanded firmly. "I want to inspect the goods first." Xie Gunan pulled 2 photos from his apron and presented them to the pair. Xia Bing frowned, mocking him. "Are you trying to act out a Hong Kong gangster movie in broad daylight?" She and Chen Shu stared intently at the photo of a mysterious man with a blurry face. Xie Gunan explained in a low voice, "Through my investigation, I've confirmed this person is hiding out at this abandoned construction site. But I have to warn you, that place is crawling with beastmasters. It's extremely dangerous." Chen Shu rested his chin on his hand, lost in thought. "Even though I suspected there were beastmasters, if we really run into them." He turned to Xia Bing, his eyes gleaming. "You dare to go?" Xia Bing smirked and answered decisively, "What's there to be afraid of?" Chen Shu, fired up, slammed his hand on the table. "Then let's go. We're serving justice for the people. We've got nothing to fear." After the two left, Shi Gunan sneakily made a phone call. "Hello? Chen Shu is on his way to the abandoned construction site." Before long, Chen Shu and Xia Bing arrived at the site. He compared it with the photo and whispered, "This must be the place." Suddenly, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed from inside. Chen Shu pulled Xia Bing behind a bush, whispering, "Xia Bing, let's hide." A man walked out. It was the guy from the photo. Chen Shu muttered, "Old Wang." Xia Bing hesitated, whispering, "Chen Shu, what's the plan? Should we grab him?" Chen Shu signaled for her to be quiet. "You should just wait patiently. This is a job for a professional." He then pulled a familiar-looking burlap sack from his bag. Xia Bing was taken aback. "Huh? Why does that sack look so familiar?" Chen Shu tiptoed towards old Wang, who was muttering as he hurried along. "Damn it, if I'd known this would happen, I never would have gotten greedy for that money." Suddenly, the guy looked up, confused. "Huh? Why did it get dark all of a sudden?" In the blink of an eye, Chen Shu had thrown the sack over old Wang's head. The man struggled, screaming, "Let me go!" Chen Shu grinned gleefully, got into position, and landed a swift kick right to old Wang's head, knocking the guy to the ground. Chen Shu grabbed the guy by his pant legs and started dragging him, accidentally pulling his shirt off and revealing a scrawny physique. Xia Bing covered her blushing face and muttered, "Ah, Chen Shu, you didn't have to be such a pervert about it, did you?" Chen Shu looked bewildered and yelled in a panic, "What the hell? Your mind is in the gutter. He's a dude." Xia Bing replied shyly, "Yeah, that's the problem. He's a dude," Chen Shu explained as he finished taking Old Wang's shirt. "Lady, I just need a disguise. I'm trying to infiltrate and scout things out. What were you thinking?" Realization dawned on Xia Bing, making her flustered. I get it now. You're not doing anything, and I'm not thinking anything." Chen Shu put on Old Wang's shirt and a cap for a disguise. Once he was ready, he instructed Xia Bing, "All right, I'm heading in first. Wait for my signal before you make a move." Xia Bing frowned, curious. "What's the signal?" As Chen Shu walked away, he replied jokingly, "Hallelujah." The scene shifts to the scammer gang's hideout, where a guy with a thick beard named Ying Wen spoke up. "Old Wang, you're back. Perfect timing. We were just discussing the next plan. Come and listen." Chen Shu, disguised as Old Wang, gave a slight mim and silently blended into the crowd. Fatty Song, a large, heavyset guy, said to Ying Wen, "We've alerted the Spirit Suppression Bureau this time. This isn't going to be easy." Ying Wen gritted his teeth, his eyes burning with rage as he remembered the days he risked his life in other dimensions for a few $100 grand. Xiao Jiao chimed in, "That's right. $1 million is more than enough to risk our necks for. Besides, we don't have a guild leader anymore. We can't even enter other dimensions now." Chen Shu stepped forward, thinking to himself, so these guys used to be part of a Beastmaster guild. They must have turned to scamming after losing their leader. Ying Wen announced, "We can't leave the city right now. Let's go hide out in Xingtown for a while." A bald guy stood up and asked, "So what do we do with him?" Ying Wen suggested coldly, "How about we just bury him?" Chen Shu felt a chill run down his spine, freezing on the spot. "You've got to be kidding me. I just managed to infiltrate this group, and now they're planning to kill me to keep me quiet?" A system notification pops up. Option 1, scream, "Boss, don't kill me," and receive a minor increase in beast taming ability. Option 2, say in a low voice, "You want to kill me?" Challenge them and you'll receive a 3% boost to your slime's power. Option 3, feign fear to suck up to the criminals and gain the skill. Brutal Crush +1. Chen Shu thought to himself. The third reward is definitely the best one. He screamed in a panic. "Wait, you can't kill me." Fatty Song and his goons approached, his voice ice cold. Look, you guys scared him so bad his voice changed. He raised a fist at Chen Shu. "Listen, Old Wang, to live in this world, you've got to have some value. You're telling us not to kill you? Give us one good reason." Chen Shu stammered, his eyes darting around. Because killing people is rude," Fatty Song sneered. "Look at him, guys. He's so terrified he can barely string a sentence together." With a chilling glare, he pointed towards Xiao Jiao and said in a low voice, "Xiao Jiao, show him what you can really do." Chen Shu panicked, scrambling to his feet and bolting away while screaming, "Help me!" Xiao Jiao frowned, a mocking look in his eyes. Trying to run, Chen Shu ran for his life, sweat pouring down his face. But suddenly, a giant black armored beetle appeared right in front of him. Xiao Jiao spoke slowly, his tone cold. "Why bother? Wouldn't it be better to just die quietly?" The armored beetle's glowing red eyes locked onto Chen Shu as a system notification rang out. Reward received, Brutal Crush +1, Damage dealt +1. Chen Shu calmly raised his hand, the corner of his mouth twisting into a smirk. "Your beetle is pretty big, I'll give you that. But mine is bigger." A massive shadow suddenly fell over them, stunning Xiao Jiao. A giant slime erupted from the ground, striking fear into the hearts of everyone present. "What the hell is that thing?" Chen Shu shouted, simultaneously activating his Brutal Crush skill. The slime curled up into a gigantic ball. It completely filled the pit. Chen Shu took off his mask, his voice full of mock regret. "Such a shame." Fatty Song roared in anger. "Damn it, he's not Old Wang. A level 6 Beastmaster dares to challenge us? Brothers, get him." The man immediately summoned his 2 contracted spirits. Chen Shu flinched slightly, muttering, "Huh? A fire elemental spirit? This is bad. I can't take them on by myself." He yelled a decisive command. "Slime, go to sleep." A system notification rang out. Gigantification activated. Defense greatly increased. Fatty Song yelled in frustration. "We can't get through." Chen Shu was thrilled. Time to bail. Suddenly, a blue bird swooped down, along with a shout. "You're not getting away." Sharp needles shot towards Chen Shu as he yelled, "Hallelujah." Just then, a giant clawed paw swung out. It shattered all of the needles. An ally had arrived. Xia Bing appeared, an Arctic wolf by her side. She asked worriedly, Chen Shu, are you okay? He replied firmly, I'm fine, you handle that bird. I'll take care of the other guy. Turning to Wen, Chen Shu grinned maliciously. The man screamed in fear, stay away from me. But Chen Shu paid him no mind, pulling his old trick of throwing a burlap sack over Wen's head. Clenching his fists, he growled with hatred. So, you dared to stab me with needles? This time, I'm gonna make your life a living hell. After a merciless beating, Wen could only lie there, completely limp. He lay on the ground, too pathetic to even speak. Meanwhile, the slime was still locked in a tense battle with the little fire boy. Chen Shu rubbed his wrists, his voice calm. Next up, it's their turn. Wen's eyes darted around suspiciously, mumbling, it's been so long. Fatty Song still hasn't shown up. Did something happen? He shook his head. That kid is easy to deal with, but if they're people, sent by the Spirit Suppression Bureau, then we're in big trouble. Without hesitating, he gave the signal. Forget it. Let's get out of here first. Up ahead, Fatty Song waved frantically. There's a back door this way. Follow me. The whole group rushed after him, but standing before them, the Arctic wolf blocked their path. Wen wasn't fazed in the slightest, sneering, it's just a level 6 contracted spirit. Charge. Immediately, the black boar and the little fire boy rushed forward together. Flames erupted from the little fire boy, surrounding the Arctic wolf in a sea of heat. The black boar charged aggressively, confronting the wolf head-on. The two sides clashed violently, kicking up a cloud of dust and smoke. Xia Bing shouted anxiously, Ice Wolf! She turned to Chen Shu, her voice urgent. Help me hold them off for a moment. Chen Shu nodded. Got it. Xia Bing raised her hand to cast a spell. In an instant, the Arctic wolf radiated a freezing aura, causing the little fire boy and the black boar to stiffen, completely encased in ice. Xia Bing yelled, beads of sweat on her forehead. Hurry! I can't hold them much longer. Chen Shu immediately commanded. Slime, activate attack skill. The slime charged forward like a tornado, going on a rampage. It crushed both of Fatty Song's contracted spirits in the blink of an eye. Wen roared in anger. A mere level 6 contracted spirit dares to cause such chaos. The black boar growled, activating its berserk skill, snorting with rage. But just 1 minute later, Wen and Fatty Song stared with wide-eyed horror. The slime was still mercilessly crushing the black boar and the little fire boy. 5 minutes passed. Tears started welling up in the black boar's eyes as its strength faded. Wen and Fatty Song were frozen in place. Their faces were pale as they watched the scene unfold helplessly. Chen Shu casually walked over, his voice dripping with sarcasm. Well, aren't you two in a bit of a pickle? Stop struggling, just give up quietly. He then pulled out 2 burlap sacks. Ha Bang was stunned. Where did this stinky sack come from? Tranthu didn't answer, quickly throwing the sack over the 2 guys' heads. After tying them up securely, he pulled out his phone and called Wang Qian. Hello, Uncle Wang. Get over to West City. Fast. I've caught the guys. Black market scam? That's what it was. The scene changes to the Spirit Suppression Bureau, late at night. After handing the criminals over to the cops, Chen Shu let out a sigh of relief, his voice light. Well, that's all taken care of. I'm finally in the clear. A familiar yellow taxi rolled up to the curb. Chen Shu turned to Xia Bing. My ride's here. I've got to head to the Beastmaster Association. You coming? Xia Bing shook her head. Nah, I have to go home for dinner. He hopped in the car, waving goodbye. All right, I'm heading out. See you when school starts. She smiled. Okay. The yellow taxi disappeared into the night. Just a short while later, Chen Shu set foot in the Beastmaster Association. A wide smile spread across his face as he thought to himself that not only had he busted those scammers, but he was also about to pocket a 100,000 reward. What a steal. Suddenly, he caught a glimpse of a familiar muscular back. Hey, isn't that him? When the man turned around, Chen Shu immediately recognized Shi Sunan. He clapped him on the shoulder, his tone teasing. What are you doing here? Did the pork butchering business expand all the way to the Beastmaster Association? Sunan raised an eyebrow and shot back. I'm here to check on a mission. Chen Shu's eyes widened in shock. You're a Beastmaster? Sunan grunted, looking annoyed. Got a problem with that? As a Beastmaster, it's perfectly reasonable for me to sell pork. Chen Shu nodded quickly, forcing a laugh. Perfectly reasonable. Sunan lowered his voice. Go on, get to it. Chen Shu nodded. Oh, right. Thanks. He pulled out a piece of paper and brought it to the counter. This is a certification from the Spirit Suppression Bureau. I helped capture 3 guys selling fake medicine. Wang Qian told me to come here to turn in the mission. The staff member nodded. All right, please wait a moment. Just a few minutes later, he announced, Sir, the mission to investigate the fake medicine sellers has been completed. The 100,000 reward will be automatically transferred to your account. Chen Shu beamed. Thanks. Standing beside him, Sunan's eyes went wide. Holy crap, this mission was worth 100 grand? He turned to Chen Shu, his voice aggressive. You middlemen are way too shady. Give me 50,000. Chen Shu panicked. Crap, he forgot this guy was still here. He pointed a finger straight at Sunan's chest, his voice filled with outrage and craftiness. Do you have any idea what I went through? 5 guys, he yelled. 5 criminals. Do you know how much I risked my life today? I was the one who faced those 5. And you have the nerve to complain? The total reward is 100,000, and you want 50,000 for an info fee? No way. At the very least, you owe me 10,000. Sunan looked at him, thinking, this kid is a real drama queen. He snorted softly. Cut the crap. Without my information, who would you have caught? Chen Shu sighed, putting on an act of reluctance. All right, fine. I'll give you a little more. What can I say? You're my brother, after all. He clapped Sunan on the shoulder, smiling brightly. You're a good guy. It's getting late. I'm heading home. And with that, he took off like a shot. Sunan roared in fury. Damn it. That little brat tricked me again. Chen Shu grinned as he ran, muttering to himself. When it comes to scamming, I'm number 1. Without delay, he went back to setting up his stall, selling the refined medicine certified by the Spirit Suppression Bureau, his eyes gleaming with ambition. 10 days passed. Thanks to the certification from the Spirit Suppression Bureau, Chen Shu's medicine sold like hotcakes on the black market. In the main hall of the Beastmaster Association, Chen Shu leaned against the counter and asked in a relaxed tone, how many great strength flowers are left in the warehouse? I'll buy them all. The staff member bowed respectfully, expressing his sincere gratitude. In the blink of an eye, Chen Shu, the guy who'd been desperate for ingredients, had bought up the entire stock of great strength flowers, filling his inventory bag. By exploiting the price difference between refining and selling the medicine, Chen Shu had pocketed 3 million Huaxia currency. But his massive purchase of great strength flowers had attracted a lot of unwanted attention. As night fell, at the headquarters of the Xiaxing Elixir Company, a man sitting at the head of a conference table roared, Sales of the Great Strength Potion are down 70% this month. I want an investigation. The man, the company chairman, shot to his feet, his eyes razor sharp. I want to know who dares to touch the lucrative pie that belongs to Xiaxing Elixir. Meanwhile, in his small room, Chen Shu was still engrossed in arranging his vials of medicine, his eyes shining with fascination. Suddenly, his phone rang, and he glanced at the screen. It was Zhang Dali. A text message popped up. Lone Wolf wants to pair up with you. Chen Shu frowned. What's this guy up to now? The next message read, Sorry, you are not worthy. Before he could figure out what was going on, his phone rang again. Chen Shu answered, and a voice immediately poured out from the other end. I love the lonely shadow you cast in the dark alley. Love your indomitable spirit. Love how you overcome despair, refusing to shed a tear. Chen Shu roared. Dolly, what the hell are you doing? Dolly quickly tried to backtrack. Oh, I misclicked. I was trying to pair up with Lan Yayi. Anyway, forget that part. I'm going to Jingdu tomorrow. You in? We can visit Sister Fang Si while we're there. A system notification chimed. Option 1. Go to Jingdu with Zhang Dali. Completion reward. Slime size plus 5%. Option 2. Continue to develop your stall. Completion reward. Low-grade great strength potion production plus 1. Chen Shu was stunned. There's even a choice for this? He muttered. I've made enough money lately. I guess I can go out and have some fun. Then he replied, All right, let's go together tomorrow. I'm free anyway. Dali laughed, delighted. Great. See you tomorrow then. Oh, by the way, I don't have any money, so remember to bring enough to cover my travel expenses. Chen Shu was furious. This was your goal all along, wasn't it? Dali quickly made an excuse. Look, something came up. I gotta go. See you tomorrow. Chen Shu sighed, helpless. Zhang Dali really was a first-class scammer. He gets up and starts tidying, humming to himself as he works. Clean up, clean up. A moment later, bright sunlight floods the screen as the scene shifts to a train car rattling along the tracks. Dali lets out a long, bored yawn. Chen Pi, why didn't you just book us a flight? Chen Pi puts on a philosophical air, his tone lofty. People these days live in too much of a rush. The relentless pace of modern life causes us to lose our true selves. We have to learn to slow down, to savor the moment. Dali scowls, cutting him off in frustration. Dude, just spit it out. Chen Pi grits his teeth and finally sighs, in admission. Plane tickets were too expensive. Then he slings an arm over Dali's shoulder, trying to soothe him. Come on, taking the train isn't so bad. We're almost there anyway, right? Dali scoffs. Almost? You call 8 hours almost there? Just then, the train rumbles into Bailey City. Chen Pi suddenly lets out a laugh, a glint in his eye, as in the distance, a pink-haired girl screams at the top of her lungs, "Help, there's a robber." Immediately, the system notification rings out. Option 1, stop the robber. Reward, medium-grade beast tamer power. Option 2, continue sleeping, pretend you didn't see anything. Reward, basic speed burst potion. Chen Pi glances at the fleeing robber and pulls out a familiar-looking sack. Dolly's eyes go wide. "Whoa, Chen Pi, what are you doing?" Chen Pi smirks, serving justice. The robber is in mid-sprint when a shadow suddenly falls over him, a sack pulled down over his head. He panics and screams, "Who's there? Who is it?" Instantly, a heavy blow slams into his head, knocking him to the ground. Chen Pi and Dolly high-five and cheer. Perfect. In the end, the bruised and battered robber is hauled off to the station by the police. The pink-haired girl, who turns out to be Ching Han, bows repeatedly in gratitude. "Thank you so much. Both of you. Thank you." Suddenly, she freezes and blurts out, "Huh? Is it you guys?" Chen Pi and Dolly just stare blankly, having no idea who she is. Chen Pi clicks his tongue, an annoyed look on his face. "Look, I know my charm is overwhelming, but please, don't use such a lame line to hit on me." Dolly pulls his arm, whispering, "It's the loan shark girl." Chen Pi is startled. "Huh? I'm a loan shark? Why don't I remember that?" Dolly reminds him. "She's the girl you walked up to, covered your face, and muttered, 'I don't see anything. I don't see anything.'" Chen Pi racks his brain, then exclaims, "Oh, it's her." Ching Han frowns. "You don't remember me?" He replies nonchalantly, "I said it back then. If I didn't see anything, then I definitely didn't see anything." Ching Han huffs and pouts. "Good thing I had such noble heroes like you guys around." Who just walked away. Chen Pi shrugs, his voice casual. "If you have a debt, you pay it. It's only natural." Ching Han suddenly asks, "Oh right, are you two heading to the capital?" Dolly answers excitedly, "Yeah, I want to take the entrance exam for Zhuling University." Ching Han smiles brightly. "No wonder you're so well prepared." Chen Pi narrows his eyes suspiciously. "Let me guess, you're not going to the capital to run from your debts, are you?" Ching Han jumps, waving her hands frantically, her face flushing with embarrassment. "No, no way. My debts are all paid off. I'm just here for a trip." Dolly quickly clamps a hand over his loudmouthed friend's mouth and forces a smile. "It's fine. Just ignore him. He's got a few screws loose." He turns to Ching Han. "Right, so you're visiting the capital?" The train pulls into the capital's south station. Chen Pi and Dolly wave goodbye to Ching Han. "It was great talking to you today. See you around if fate allows it. Goodbye." The two turn to leave, but suddenly a shout rings out. "Watch your back." The two jump and whip their heads around. Where? Who's back? Suddenly, Fang Xi appears out of nowhere, standing behind them as silent as a ghost. A swift kick lands squarely on Chen Pi's butt, making him yell, "What the hell? Are you a thug?" Fang Xi says nothing. She just swings her hand and smacks him hard on the head. Chen Pi yells furiously, "What the hell? Who is that? Are you hitting me in public? Do you know who I am? You're messing with the big shot from Nanjiang." Fang Xi just smacks him again, her voice cold. "The big shot from Nanjiang. Huh." Chen Pi clutches his head, wailing, "Enough, enough. Are you gonna hit me again?" He collapses to the ground, cradling his head and groaning, "Zhang Dali, save me." Fang Xi glances over at Dali. "Zhang Dali, is it?" Chen Pi, still rubbing his head, mutters an apology. "Fang Xi, I was wrong." Fang Xi huffs, "So now you know you were wrong, little brother?" Dali immediately starts sucking up. "Sister Fang Xi, Chen Pi has gotten way too arrogant lately. You were right to teach him a lesson." Chen Pi glares at him. "You traitor!" He swings a foot at Dolly, growling. "Let's see if I don't beat you up." Dolly yells, "Sister Fang Xi, save me." Fang Xi waves a hand, her voice calm. "All right, stop making a scene. I'm treating you two to a meal." In unison, they both ask, "Really?" A little while later, the three of them are sitting around a steaming late-night food stall. Fang Xi looks at Chen Pi and asks, "Chen Pi, I heard you're a beast tamer now, and you even got into the special class at Nanjiang High." Chen Pi scratches his head, laughing sheepishly. "What can I say? You can't hide talent." Fang Xi's voice turns serious. "Cut the crap. You dare talk about talent in front of me? If you've got what it takes, then get into Huaxia Academy." Chen Pi smirks and declares, "I will get into Huaxia Academy." Dolly claps him on the shoulder, fired up. "All right, that's the spirit. We'll be waiting for you in the capital." Chen Pi suddenly gets curious. "Oh yeah, Sister Fang Xi, weren't you on a mission in another dimension?" Fang Xi takes a sip of water. She recounts calmly, "Yeah, I got back 2 days ago. Just took down a 3-star, Black Iron rank overlord. Hearing this, Chen Pi's jaw drops and his eyes go wide with utter shock. A 3-star, Black Iron overlord? He thinks to himself. How can she talk about it so casually? Like a walk in the park? A memory suddenly flooded back of the time their whole group nearly died fighting a 1-star, Black Iron rank overlord Wild Ice Rabbit. The Black Iron rank is divided into 1, 2, and 3 stars, with 3 being the peak. A breakthrough from there, and you enter the silver rank. Suddenly, a slurred voice called out, "Well, if it isn't the illustrious Fang Xi." Bai Yuan's face was flushed red from alcohol. He slung his arms around Zi Yi and Wang Qi, his tone dripping with sarcasm. "First time I've ever seen you eating with men, 2 of them." At that, Fang Xi glanced over, her brow furrowing in clear annoyance. Wang Qi quickly tried to smooth things over. "Sister Fang Xi, it's just a misunderstanding." "Big bro, we're drunk," one of them said. But Bai Yuan cut in with a sneer. "What's to be scared of? Her beast taming squad isn't here." Fang Xi just smirked, her voice cold. "It's fine. You can go." Bai Yuan roared with laughter. "See? I told you she wouldn't dare do anything." Zi Yi quickly pulled Bai Yuan away, while Wang Qi awkwardly said his goodbyes. "Take care, Sister Fang Xi." Fang Xi glanced at Chen Shu, giving him a look. He nodded and immediately handed her the familiar-looking sack. Fang Xi stomped her foot, launching herself forward with the sack in hand, moving like a blur. Bai Yuan, oblivious, was still running his mouth. A person like Fang Xi is just. Before he could finish, she'd already thrown the sack over his head. Fang Xi then unleashed a vicious combo, pummeling Bai Yuan relentlessly. Zi Yi and Wang Qi cried out in alarm. Fang Xi turned to them, her voice sharp as ice. "What? You want to help him?" The 2 of them were frozen to the spot, not daring to move. Trapped in the sack, Bai Yuan roared in fury, his hands gripping the edge of the bag. He summoned his contract spirit, a purple snake, and bellowed, "You're asking to die, aren't you?" Fang Xi sneered. "Asking to die? Are you even worthy of saying that?" She raised her hand and summoned the crimson flame dragon. The dragon opened its massive jaws and clamped down on the purple snake, its sharp talons seizing the snake's body and slamming it violently into the ground. The purple snake was brutally thrashed, left dizzy and reeling in a daze. Fang Xi delivered a swift kick straight to Bai Yuan's face, growling, "Garbage." Chen Shu and Da Li just stood there like statues, their eyes wide and jaws agape at the scene. After beating Bai Yuan to a pulp, Fang Xi dusted off her hands, turned to her 2 companions, and said nonchalantly, "Let's go, time to head back." Seeing Bai Yuan standing there screaming in rage, the 3 of them burst out laughing. "Damn." Then they quickly scrammed, leaving him there with a bruised and furious face. Back at the apartment complex, a voice piped up. "So, were those guys tonight your classmates?" Chen Shu asked curiously. "How are they so weak? You beat them up, and they couldn't even fight back." Fang Xi smirked, her tone boastful. "Most of my classmates are weaker than me. What's so strange about that?" Chen Shu gave her a thumbs up in admiration. Her tone turned serious as she warned them. "But don't you guys try to copy me. If you run into them again in a few days, just run. You're not strong enough to take them on yet." They both replied in unison, "We got it, don't worry." Fang Xi stood up and dusted her hands off. "All right, I'm heading home. Get some rest. I'll come pick you guys up tomorrow for a tour of the capital." Right after she left, Da Li collapsed onto the bed, burying his face in the pillow, exhausted. "I'm so sleepy, I'm going to bed first." His loud snoring left Chen Shu speechless. He had no choice but to climb into his own bed, pull up the covers, and mumble, "Well, guess I'll sleep too." But 2 hours later, Chen Shu's eyes were still wide open. He shot up in bed. "Can't sleep. Maybe I'll go for a walk." Looking out the window, he saw the streets were still bustling. As expected of the capital, it was lively, even at this hour. Suddenly, Chen Shu's gaze landed on a general store called Old Devils. A system notification popped up. Beast Tamer Spirit Pearl, formed from the essence of a mutated beast. If used, it will increase a beast tamer's power. Applicable to beast tamers of Black Iron, rank and above. Chen Shu asked excitedly, "Sir, how much for a basic grade beast tamer pearl?" The old devil of a shopkeeper raised an eyebrow. 500,000. Chen Shu was stunned. "That expensive? What about a Black Iron grade beast tamer pearl?" The owner replied casually. 600,000. Suddenly, Chen Shu's eyes lit up when he saw an item on the counter. He immediately recognized it as the heart of an overlord rank Gale Falcon, priced at 2 million. He froze as a system notification appeared. Option 1, leave the store. Reward: 1 superior grade flame potion. Option 2, purchase the Gale Falcon's heart. Reward: Force Ripple skill book. Option 3. Tell the owner this item is just a wild boar's bone. Reward. A medium-grade boost to your beast tamer power. Chen Shu clenched his fists, thinking angrily. Is this thing trying to force me to buy the 2 million coin heart? He reviewed the item list again. A Force Ripple skillbook, a superior-grade flame potion, a medium-grade boost to his beast tamer power. Chen Shu weighed his options. The Gale Falcon's heart had a chance to help his contract spirit awaken a talent skill, but his entire fortune was only 2 million Huoxia coins. He glanced at the other two options, his mind racing. The old devil shopkeeper picked up the heart, his voice gruff. Hey, buddy, you can't afford this. If you're not buying, then get out. Don't disturb my business. Chen Shu scratched his head and forced a smile. Who said I'm not buying? I was just thinking it over, he sighed. Money is temporary, skills are eternal. He waved his hand around the shop with a grandiose air. This one, that one, all the medicinal herbs and beast tamer pearls in this shop. The owner's eyes lit up. You want to buy it all? Chen Shu shook his head and smirked. I don't want any of it. He pointed directly at the Gale Falcon's heart. I want that. A moment later, the owner handed over the heart, his voice now sycophantic. Here you are, my esteemed customer. Chen Shu took it, screaming internally. 2 million, what a painful loss. He raised his hand to summon his slime and gave it the heart. Eat up, Kim. The slime opened its mouth and gobbled it down. The owner's eyes went wide with shock. Using a $2 million heart to feed an S-rank slime? Is this how rich people flex these days? Suddenly, an intense surge of energy erupted from the slime's entire body. Chen Shu checked its stats, his eyes lighting up. It had actually learned Wind's Breath. The system announced the skill was now +2. Wind's Breath unleashes a gale force, with damage based on the contract spirit's wind attribute. There was also a counter ability for when it was hit by a melee attack. The slime's body would generate a rebound force, sending it back at the enemy with damage based on its own defense. Chen Shu nodded, satisfied. 2 million. Worth it. 3 days later, Fang Xi led Chen Shu and Zhang Dali on a tour of Huoxia Academy. Witnessing the power of the A-rank contract spirits, Chen Shu was determined to get accepted here no matter what. For the next 3 days, back in the hotel room, Dali excitedly packed his luggage. Chen Bi, I'm heading off to the exam. Chen Shu yawned, his eyes still blurry with sleep. Good luck. I'll be waiting for your good news. Then he flopped back onto the bed and started snoring like a pig. Time flew by. From early morning until sunset, Chen Shu was lost in his dreams. His phone vibrated. The moment Chen Shu answered, he heard Dali shouting, Chen Bi, emergency, emergency. I'm cornered. He shot up, his eyes still stinging. But the phone screen had already gone black. Dali had hung up. Without a second's hesitation, Chen Shu bolted out the door, frantic to save his brother. At a street corner, a taxi screeched to a halt. Chen Shu jumped out, anxiously yelling, Dali. He pushed through the crowd, his voice low and menacing. What the hell is going on? A fat guy in flashy clothes spoke up. So this is that cloud-piercing arrow to summon 1,000 troops you were bragging about? Chen Shu cut him off, furious. Cut the crap. Who are you people? He glanced at the fatty, Zhou Dabai, sizing him up. He could tell he was a rich kid who'd lived a life of luxury, but the bodyguards behind him were no joke. Dabai jutted out his chin, his voice dripping with arrogance. I'm Zhou Dabai, of the Bai family from the capital. You and your friend here ran your mouths, daring to challenge me during the exam, saying you'd beat me. Chen Shu quickly calculated his options. A fight wasn't impossible, but he needed to assess the situation first. He asked, so, what was the result? Dali grinned. I won. I placed 5th, he placed 50th. Chen Shu was thrilled. Then there's no problem. He said he'd beat you. And he did. He kept his word. That's showing you respect. Every word was like a knife, shredding Dabai's ego. He roared in fury. Enough talk. I'll give you 2 choices. Fight my bodyguards, or fight my contract spirit. Chen Shu pulled Dali to the side and whispered, Why didn't you call Sister Fang Xi? Dali sighed. I did, but she didn't pick up. She must be busy. Dabai's eyes were bloodshot as he yelled, Have you made up your minds yet? The system notification rang out. Option 1. Accept Zhou Dabai's challenge and win. Reward. All of the golden slime's elemental resistances increased by 10%. Option 2. Run away and refuse to fight. Reward. Intermediate level beast taming power. Option 3. To catch the thieves, first catch the king. While the bodyguards are off guard, attack Zhou Dabai. Reward. Golden slime's speed increased by 5%. Chen Shu asked, his tone probing. What level are you? Dabai smirked. Not that high. I'm a level 8 beast tamer. Chen Shu was internally shocked. Level 8. Xu Xiaoyu was already at the top of Nanjiang at level 7, yet this guy was already level 8 at his age. The capital really was on another level. He glanced at the bodyguards. They wouldn't be easy to deal with either. Chen Shu thought to himself, might as well give it a shot. It's a good chance to test how much stronger my slime got after devouring that 2 million. He looked up and said decisively, all right, I'll fight you. Dabai whispered to his bodyguard, did you look into them? Can we take them? The bodyguard nodded. Yes. They're just from some small city in the south, Chen Shu said gravely. Dolly, watch how things play out. If I lose, you run. Don't you dare look back. Dolly nodded firmly. In just a moment, both sides were ready to face off. They both raised their hands to summon their contract spirits. Dabai summoned a flying pig, a chubby pig with wings that looked exactly like its master. Chen Shu covered his mouth, trying to hold back his laughter. I never thought your contract spirit would be such a rare flying type. Dabai's face turned red as he yelled, you won't find it so funny in a minute. Chen Shu clutched his stomach, roaring with laughter. How can I not? I'm getting cramps from laughing so hard. Just give me a second. Dabai bellowed, attack it. The flying pig flapped its wings and shot up, creating a fierce vortex of attacks. Chen Shu stopped laughing and focused on the fight. His slime took a continuous barrage of projectiles from the flying pig. Dabai gloated, looks like you're about to lose. Chen Shu frowned. The slime also let out an irritated gurgle, its body tensing up as if it were struggling to endure. He worried silently. If this keeps up, I'm definitely going to lose. He grit his teeth. There was no other way. He had to try it. Chen Shu gave the command, and the slime immediately unleashed its spirit energy, creating an attack vortex aimed straight at the flying pig. He yelled, I was ready for you. The slime's body swelled to 6 times its original size, dwarfing the tiny pig. Dabai sneered. Good thing I guessed you'd do that. The flying pig suddenly shrank, recovering its stamina and continuously firing projectiles at the slime. Dali asked worriedly, Chen Bi, what now? Should we run? Chen Shu reassured him. Don't panic. I still have one more trick. He clenched his fist, drawing spiritual power from the slime, and yelled, Wind's breath. The slime suddenly vanished, causing the flying pig to. The flying pig was stunned. Dabai sneered, Humph, what else can you do but run? Suddenly, slime shot forward like a whirlwind. Chen Shu yelled, Impact. The flying pig froze, unable to move. He followed up with a violent body slam. Slime crashed down, flattening the flying pig into a pancake. Dabai stood frozen in his tracks, his eyes wide with horror. Chen Shu let out a sigh of relief, thinking to himself, I can't believe combining 3 seemingly unrelated skills would be this effective. He smiled, recalling, wind control to direct the impact for momentum, and the violent body slam to deliver the final blow mid-air. He nodded in satisfaction, bringing them together, turning the tables against the wind. Perfect. Dabai clenched his fists and roared, You damn country bumpkin! How dare you hurt my spirit beast? The bodyguards immediately moved forward to surround Chen Shu. He frowned. What is the meaning of this? Trying to go back on your word? Dabai's expression twisted as he screamed, So what if I am? Get him. The bodyguards charged. Chen Shu deftly dodged the first guy's punch, raising his hand to summon his beast, shouting, Slime, impact! Slime emerged, ramming each bodyguard and sending them flying one by one. Chen Shu glanced at Dabai, his eyes cold as ice. Trying to go back on your word, huh? He delivered a hard slap that sent Dabai staggering. Dali chimed in, Yeah, how dare you hit us? Chen Shu grabbed Dabai's face and growled, Next time, watch who you're messing with. Don't touch people you shouldn't. Understand? He bared his teeth in a wild grin. Dali cheered, So cool, Chen Pai. Chen Shu beamed, Stick with me, and you'll always have a good time. Suddenly, Zhu Xuan, Dabai's uncle, stepped forward, his presence completely overwhelming. Chen Shu faced him calmly, but Zhu Xuan just walked past without even sparing him a glance. Suddenly, Chen Shu screamed, Run! A giant elephant trunk suddenly snatched Chen Shu and Dali, yanking them into the air. Zhu Xuan roared, Get back here! The two were slammed hard onto the ground, writhing in pain. Chen Shu frowned worriedly. Damn it, how did I not see that coming? With an aura like that, I should have known he was a black iron rank beast master. He fumbled in his pocket and quickly pulled out his phone. Zhu Xuan helped Dabai up, asking with concern, Are you okay? Dabai whined, I'm fine, but my flying pig. Uncle, you have to get revenge for me. The flying pig was now convulsing and foaming at the mouth, its spirit practically leaving its body. Zhu Xuan turned to Chen Shu, his eyes blazing. 20,000 for medical fees. Any problem with that? Dali was outraged. 200,000? Are you trying to rob us? You could buy a whole herd of pigs with that kind of money. Zhu Xuan gritted his teeth, and the giant elephant slammed its trunk on the ground, shaking the pavement as a warning. Zhu Xuan bellowed, "So you don't want to pay up?" Chen Shu and Dali turned pale and said in unison, "That's not it." Chen Shu quickly spoke up. "A flying pig is so rare, it's truly priceless. But we don't have the money on us. Can we call someone to bring it?" Zhu Xuan narrowed his eyes. "Who? Your relatives? They're not from some powerful family, are they?" Chen Shu replied. "I have an older sister who's in college in the capital." Zhu Xuan snorted. "Call her. Tell her to bring the money. The capital is full of universities. What's so scary about one college student?" Dali immediately dialed. "Hey, sis. Me and Chen Shu are at Spirit Master University waiting for you. Could you bring 200,000? Zhu Xuan nodded. "Done with the call? It's too crowded here. Let's wait over at the Beast Cafe." On the other end of the line, Fang Xi shot up, her heart pounding. Dali had called her sis instead of Sister Fang Xi. Something was definitely wrong. She turned to her friend, Qing Di. "Let me borrow your swift wind sparrow for a bit. It's an emergency." At the Beast Cafe, Chen Shu and Dali were surrounded by Zhu Xuan's men. Dali whispered nervously, "Chen Pi, you think Sister Fang Xi can handle this?" Chen Shu forced a smile. "It's fine. Worst case, we pay the 200,000. I can just sell some more potions to earn it back." Dali cried out, "But that's 200,000. Hearing them muttering, Zhu Xuan clenched his fist, his voice dripping with resentment. Coming from some small city and daring to mess with the Zhu family. You're asking to die. A fist slammed right into Dali's face. He yelled, "Big brother, wait!" But Zhu Xuan, his body as massive as a mountain, pinned Dali down and rained blows on him. "Who told you to hurt my nephew's spirit beast?" A low-rank beastmaster acting so arrogant. Chen Shu flinched, thinking, did he get the wrong guy? "Dali, you're taking a beating for me, buddy. But at this rate, I'm definitely next." He quickly shoved a blood pack into his mouth, just in case. Dali, his face bruised and swollen, screamed, "Are you blind? I'm not the Beastmaster." Zhu Xuan paused. "What do you mean? Wrong person." Dabai pointed directly at Chen Shu. "Uncle, asterisk, that's times the Beastmaster who hit me." Zhu Xuan turned, his eyes blazing. "No problem. I'll just beat him up, too. Fair is fair." Zhu Xuan charged, his fist flying like a thunderbolt. A single punch made Chen Shu choke violently. Strawberry syrup sprayed out like a waterfall. The man leaped back, yelling, "What the hell is going on?" Chen Shu rolled on the ground, faking remorse. "Big brother, I'm injured. The flying pig is so precious. It's all my fault. Please, hit me again." He spat out another mouthful of strawberry syrup, making Zhu Xuan jump back in a panic. Chen Shu celebrated internally. "Good thing I kept this blood pack from when I crashed the potion prices on the black market. Old Wang really is a visionary." He glanced at the syrup pack. "Not sure if it's expired, but hey, it still works." Zhu Xuan was horrified. "Damn it, don't tell me I actually killed the guy." Chen Shu continued his award-winning performance. "Big brother, hit me, it's all my fault." Zhu Xuan waved his hands frantically. No, stay back. Don't you come over here." But Chen Shu crawled closer, his voice filled with tragic determination. "No, I have to. Big brother, if you don't hit me, I'll die of shame." Then he sprayed the syrup right in Zhu Xuan's face. He quickly helped up the now limp Tran Thu and yelled for someone to call 911. Dai Luke glanced at the blood pack in his hand and immediately got into character. He wailed, "Tran B, you're dead. I can't live without you." Then he spat out another mouthful of strawberry syrup. Chu Xuan and Dai Bok stood frozen, their faces drained of all color. Just then, Fuang Tu appeared, her eyes blazing red as she roared, "Tran Tho, Dai Luke." Seeing the two of them lying in a pool of strawberry syrup, she gritted her teeth and pointed a finger straight at Chu Xuan and Dai Bok. "Are you looking to die?" Chu Xuan quickly raised his hands. "Wait a minute." But before he could finish, Fuang Tu launched a kick that sent him flying. She charged forward, screaming, "Go to hell." Chu Xuan raised his arms to block, but the force of Fuang Tu's attack sent him staggering. He was terrified. She's just an ordinary student. How can she be this strong? Amidst the dust and debris, Chu Xuan gritted his teeth and roared, "Earth-shattering elephant." A colossal elephant materialized behind Fuang Tu, but her crimson flame dragon immediately retaliated. The dragon opened its mouth and spewed a brilliant fireball. The flames erupted, sweeping directly toward the earth-shattering elephant. The elephant skidded backward, leaving 2 deep trenches in the ground. The crimson flame dragon let out a mighty roar and swept out a brilliant arc of fire, trapping the earth-shattering elephant inside a blazing cage of flames. Chu Xuan's jaw dropped in horror. How is she so strong? He thought to himself that he'd have to summon his second contract spirit and make a run for it. He screamed, Dai Bak, summon the golden rock. The two of them scrambled onto the back of the golden eagle, preparing to take off. Fuangtu smirked. Trying to run? She bellowed. Get back here. Chushuan started to panic. Damn it. Why is it a high-level dragon? Who is she? Suddenly, Fuangtu's frostbone dragon spat out a massive block of ice. The golden rock, along with the uncle and nephew, was instantly frozen solid. The frostbone dragon grabbed the block of ice and hurled it to the ground. The block shattered, leaving Chushuan and Dai Bak sputtering in a mess of strawberry syrup. Fuangtu screamed, her eyes bloodshot. You'll pay for my brother's lives, you bastards. Tranthu and Dai Luke quickly yelled, Stop, Sister Fuangtu. Killing them is illegal. Fuangtu turned, tears streaming down her face. Tranthu, Dai Luke, you're alive. Tranthu managed a weak smile. We're alive, but you just charged in and started fighting so fiercely, we were too stunned to react until now. Fuangtu frowned. Then what about all the blood on you? Tranthu quickly explained. It's fake. Just a bag of strawberry syrup. Fuangtu took a deep breath. Then launched a devastating kick at Tran Thursday. You idiot! The two of them scrambled away, yelling, We were wrong. We really know we were wrong. Chushuan whimpered, Big sis, we're about to be roasted alive over here. Fuangtu stopped and locked her eyes on the two of them. Fine, I'll deal with you two later. Tranthu and Dai Luke obediently sat down and covered their heads. Fuangtu's voice turned serious. Tell me, what happened? The sun was nearly setting. She looked surprised. What? They wanted my brother to pay 20,000 Huaxia coins? Chushuan frantically waved his hands. No, we don't need it anymore. We were wrong. Fuangtu gave a cold laugh. Is that so? She turned. Tranbi, Dai Luke, what do you two think? Tranthu put on a pitiful act. Sister Fuangtu, my head hurts so much. I think I'll need 100 beast taming pearls to recover. Dai Luke chimed in. Me too. I'm so dizzy I can't stand. I think I'll need an overlord class beast to compensate. Chushuan's face turned pale with helplessness. Fuangtu glanced at him. My two brothers have been seriously injured. What are you going to do about it? Her two dragons growled, closing in on the uncle and nephew, their presence overwhelming. Chushuan sighed, his voice filled with resignation. We agree to pay 300,000 for medical expenses. Tranthu was taken aback. Only 300,000? He secretly squeezed the syrup bag in his mouth, coughed up a huge glob of red blood, and moaned, I think my internal organs are ruptured. Chushuan and Dai Bak stood frozen, their faces completely white. Chushuan quickly tried to negotiate. How about we add 4 basic-level beast-taming pearls and 1 mutant beast? Tranthu immediately sat up straight, beaming. Deal. By now, it was twilight. Tranthu said admiringly, Sister Fuangtu, you're so cool. Her voice was stern. Knock it off. I haven't settled the score with you for faking your deaths yet. Tranthu scratched his head. Sister Fuangtu, it was a desperate situation. That old guy's punch was so strong, and I'm so scrawny. 1 hit, and I'd be dead for real. Dai Luke chimed in. Right. We had no other choice. Fuangtu huffed. Fine, I'll let it slide this time, but don't you ever do it again. The two of them said in unison. Yes, ma'am. Before starting to flatter her, we'll obey every word from our queen, Fuangtu said coldly. Cut the crap and take care of this stuff yourselves. She then gave Tranbi an order. Tomorrow, I'm taking Dai Luke out. I need you to hold a spot in line for me at the Beast Ward in Huaxia Hospital. My frostbone spirit is having some issues. Tranthu was surprised. Your contract spirit is having problems? He nodded. Okay, I got it, Sister Fuangtu. The next day, at the Beast Ward of Huaxia Hospital, the line was incredibly long. As Tranthu was scrolling on his phone, a message from an unknown number popped up. Hey bro, need any services? I can do anything. His eyes lit up. Anything? He texted back. For real? Anything? Cheap prices, the beauty replied. Of course, anything you want. Cheap prices. Tranthu was thrilled. That's perfect. I'm at Huaxia Hospital and need someone to stand in line for me. Can you come over right now? But the last message failed to send. The other person had blocked him. Tranthu's expression soured. They won't even do something this simple, and they have the nerve to brag about doing anything. What a scammer. Just then, a doctor stepped out and announced, Excuse me, everyone, please be patient. I have an urgent matter I need to handle immediately. Tranthu's eyes widened. Don't tell me something else is about to happen. A system notification popped up. Option 1, patiently wait in line for the doctor. Reward. Contract spirits patience increases by 5%. Option 2, cut in line. Reward, medium grade beast taming power. Option 3, pretend to be the doctor and kick out the person in front. Reward, violent mount kill, +1. Tran Thu's face fell as he muttered, "System, why do you have to make the choices so hard?" But just a moment later, he had already snuck into an examination room, thrown on a doctor's coat, and was muttering to himself, "All business now." When a patient came in, Tran Thu would just make something up. "It's nothing, just go home and let it lie down in the AC. It'll be fine." When another asked, he'd continue his nonsense. "Nothing serious. Just let it watch some movies and it'll get better. Trust me, I'm a doctor. 100% legit." 2 hours later, he let out a long, weary yawn, having finally gotten rid of all of them. He checked the system reward again. Violent mount kill, +1. Just then, Phuong Tu walked in and yelled, "Tran B." Tran Thu jumped, then stood up, overjoyed. "Phuong Tu, you're finally here." She pointed at the doctor's coat he was wearing, her voice dripping with sarcasm. "Still playing doctor, are we?" Tran Thu just chuckled sheepishly. "Well, I had to cut the line somehow, didn't I?" Dai Luke sighed in exasperation. "Aren't you worried you're messing up other people's appointments?" Tran Thu was completely unfazed. "Don't worry, I've got it all figured out. I just told them to come back tomorrow for a checkup. No big deal." The real doctor then appeared, looking surprised. "Huh? Why are there only 3 people left?" Tran Thu replied, "Nope, just one." Phuong Tu placed her crimson flame dragon on the table and explained worriedly, "Doctor, my icebone dragon has been really weak lately. Its power has dropped by 20%, and it won't eat or absorb any medicine." The doctor nodded. "I see." He gave the dragon an X-ray and patted its head. "It's nothing. It just ate something it shouldn't have. It'll be fine once it's digested." Phuong Tu breathed a sigh of relief. "Oh, that's good." Suddenly, Thon Han approached them. Phuong Tu called out happily, "Little Thon Han." Thon Han looked bewildered. "Phuong Tu, you guys know each other?" Phuong Tu was curious. "The way you say that means you know them too." Dai Luke nodded. "Yeah, we know each other." Phuong Tu asked, "Little Thon Han, why are you at the contracted beast hospital? Is something wrong with your beast?" Thon Han explained shyly, A while ago, to make ends meet, I had to borrow some money to pay off a debt. I entered a competition, but my contracted beast got injured. I didn't have any money back then, so I could only patch it up temporarily," she said honestly. "Then, Nam Jianghai refunded my tuition, so I finally had the money to get it proper treatment." Tran Thu was stunned. "What? Nam Jianghai paid for your tuition?" Thon Han nodded. "That's right. I was already a student there, but they paid for me to transfer into the special class." Tran Thu was dumbfounded. "The special class? Then does that mean we're?" Thon Han was just as surprised. "Classmates, you're in the special class too?" Dai Luke announced excitedly. "Yep, Tran B tested into that class." Tran Thu observed Thon Han, thinking to himself that the special class was full of geniuses, and getting in was next to impossible. So why would the school pay to recruit her? What's so special? He asked her directly. "What's your talent? Why did the school pay for you to transfer?" Thon Han said shyly, "It's probably because my beast taming talent is pretty outstanding. My contracted beast is A rank." Tran Thu forced a smile. "Ah, sorry for prying," he thought to himself. Beast taming talents are divided into normal, outstanding, and transcendent. The higher the talent, the more efficient your training. I can't believe this girl is a genius on the same level as Xu Xiaoyu. Thon Han turned to leave. "Phuong Tu, I'm going to see the doctor now." Phuong Tu smiled. "Okay, let's talk more later." Then she told Tran Thu, "Tran B, you and little Thon Han are classmates now. You better take care of her." Tran Thu grimaced. "Her talent is that good. What does she need my help for?" Phuong Tu snorted. "Oh, please, you went from a normal person to a rank 6 beastmaster in 1 month. You're no slouch yourself." Tran Thu immediately started sucking up. Yes, I know. I'll take good care of her." He then asked, "Phuong Tu, are you still taking us out tomorrow?" She replied, "Of course. Tomorrow, we're going to Mount Taiching." The next morning, the 3 of them were at Mount Taiching. Phuong Tu asked, "Tran B, Dai Luke, when was the last time we went hiking?" Dai Luke answered, "I think it was before my exams." Suddenly, a middle-aged man walked past them, then turned back and commented, "You kids are in pretty good shape." Dai Luke smiled humbly. "You look pretty fit yourself, sir. Do you have any health secrets?" The man, who was panting heavily, suddenly perked up. "My secret to good health is staying up late. Every single night. Look at me, I'm 24 this year, and I still look fantastic." The 3 of them were speechless after hearing that, only managing a forced laugh. As night fell, a voice called out, "Let's set up camp here for the night." Tran Thu nodded. "All right, let's get to bed early. Don't want to stay up late, or we'll end up like that guy." Dai Luke nodded sagely. "Good point." The group started cooking, then gathered around the icebone dragon to eat and rest. Tran Thu remarked with feeling, "Honestly, this whole scene feels like we're in another dimension. Look at that canopy over there. If this were another dimension, I'd probably think it was some kind of ferocious beast." But Phuong Tu and Dai Luke were too busy eating to pay him any mind. Suddenly, Tran Thu froze, his eyes glued to a tree branch where a pair of bright eyes had just flashed in the darkness. He yelled, "Phuong Tu, is that a beast?" Phuong Tu was instantly on alert as a giant black armored beetle, its body covered in a fiery glow, emerged. She raised her hand to summon her power, and from the icebone dragon's mouth, a ball of ice shot out, slamming straight into the black armored beetle and freezing it solid in an instant. Phuong Tu observed the creature trapped in the ice and explained, "This is a black armored beetle from the Demon River Plains. It probably crossbred with insects from Blue Star." She sat down, her voice thoughtful. 100 years ago, the Demon River Plains fell. Even though the invasion was suppressed, some of the beasts were left behind on Blue Star. If it's just this type, it's not a huge problem. But then she frowned and shot to her feet. But if there are still primordial black armored beetles left on Mount Taiching from 100 years ago, then we're in huge trouble. What do we do? But Chen Shu and Da Li were already long gone, yelling back, "Sister Fang Si, what are you waiting for? Let's get off Mount Taiching first. Then call the Spirit Suppression Bureau to claim the reward." Suddenly, Chen Shu froze. "Wait, the order's all wrong. We have to call for the reward times first, asterisk, then run." He hastily dialed the number, reporting in a panic. "Hello, Spirit Suppression Bureau? There's a huge problem on Mount Taiking. There are otherworldly beasts here, not just regular wild animals, and they're terrifyingly huge." Fang Si quickly snatched the phone from the person next to her. In a decisive tone, she immediately made the report herself. "Hello, this is Fang Si from Huaxia Academy. I've discovered an impure black armored beetle on Mount Taiching. I need you to dispatch an investigation team immediately." Suddenly, her gaze darted to the side, drawn by something. At that very moment, right above her, a swarming mass of black armored beetles began raining down. Without a moment's hesitation, Fang Si quickly continued her report, her voice filled with urgency. "This is bad. A whole swarm of black armored beetles has appeared on Mount Taiching, and there are tons of tourists here. Get the Beast Tamer Corps here now." Turning to her two teammates, she ordered, "Da Li, Chen Shu, you two get out of here, now." But as the words left her mouth, she saw the two of them were already sprinting away, faster than she could have imagined. Chen Shu yelled, "Sister Fang Si, run!" Watching her two juniors frantically flee, Fang Si could only shake her head in exasperation, but then she stopped, a look of determination flashing in her eyes. "No, there are still too many tourists on Mount Taiching. I can't just abandon them like this. I have to go back." As she was running, a strange sound startled her. The system suddenly activated, displaying 3 options before her. Option 1. Stop the swarm of black armored beetles. Note, the black armored beetle lord is a 3-star black iron level creature. Completion reward. Beast taming level increases by 1. Option 2. Run as fast as you can to ensure your safety. Completion reward. Receive the title, the Graceful Escapee. Effect. When fleeing, charm increases by 1 point. Option 3. Live stream on the spot for all the netizens. Completion reward. Receive an invisibility potion. Chen Shu, now beside her, asked worriedly, "Sister Fang Si, can you actually fight a 3-star black iron lord?" Fang Si replied, her eyes sharp, "You can check its power level for me." She paused in thought, then continued, "If it really is a 3-star black iron, all I can do is hold it off until the Beast Tamer Corps arrives." Hearing that, Chen Shu was instantly fired up. He puffed out his chest confidently. "All right then. We're not running anymore. Let's take this thing down." Da Li just stared blankly at Chen Shu, letting out a stunned, "Huh?" But Fang Si didn't hesitate. She immediately changed direction, her voice firm. "Then let's go." Chen Shu grabbed Da Li's backpack and urged him, "Come on." And so, the 3 of them charged after the swarm. Now, Fang Si's group was face to face with the ferocious horde of black armored beetles. The largest one, the leader, suddenly reared up, roaring a command to its brethren. But then it flinched, its eyes staring intensely at something ahead. A brilliant fireball, bright as the sun, shot straight towards it. Instantly, a deafening explosion erupted, shaking the entire area. The black armored beetle leader shrieked in rage, bellowing in its own strange language. Fang Si quickly shouted a warning, "You two, be careful, make sure you hide well." But when she turned around, those 2 disasters were nowhere to be seen. From a dense bush far in the distance, Chen Shu and Da Li suddenly popped out, yelling in unison, "We're hidden!" Seeing her 2 juniors peeking out like that, Fong Si was left speechless, shaking her head in utter exasperation. Just then, a gigantic black armored beetle charged straight for her with ferocious momentum. Fang Si immediately took a defensive stance, her spirit energy flaring as she prepared to face it. The crimson flame dragon roared, spewing a brilliant stream of fire at the monster. At the same time, the icebone dragon rushed forward, its chilling aura instantly freezing the black armored beetle solid. But in a flash, the beetle let out a furious roar, shattering the icy prison. Its razor-sharp gaze locked onto Fang Si as if it wanted to devour her whole. Chen Shu yelled in alarm, "This is bad. It's going after Sister Fang Si." Dali also shouted, his voice full of worry. "Sister Fang Si, look out!" Without hesitating, the giant black armored beetle charged forward at a terrifying speed. Chen Shu gasped, his eyes wide with astonishment. This is a black iron level fight? It's so powerful. The black armored beetle's sharp horn was inches from Fang Si, but the icebone dragon acted just in time, freezing the enemy once more. However, just a second later, the beast shattered the ice, roaring in fury. The crimson flame dragon and the icebone dragon immediately joined forces, launching a ferocious assault. In the distance, from a small house, two figures suddenly screamed in panic. "Holy crap, what is that up there? It's a dragon!" a girl exclaimed in amazement. "Is that a dragon? A flying dragon?" The swarm of black armored bugs immediately turned their attention toward them. Despite the distance, the pack leader let out a savage roar, leading the entire horde of beasts straight for the couple's house. Fuang Tu's face went pale. She screamed, sweat pouring down her face. "This is bad. It's going after the civilians." Panic surged through her, her heart hammered in her chest. But she was out of time. Just then, Tran Thu leaped out, his voice filled with determination. "Sis, Fuang Tu, don't worry, I'm here too." He roared out a command. "Slime, maximize wind barrier." Slime instantly swelled up, becoming a gigantic wall that blocked the swarm of black armored beetles. With a burst of power, Slime threw off all the monsters clinging to its body. Fuang Tu couldn't hide her astonishment, shouting, "Tran Thu, that was incredible. I can't believe your E-rank slime is this strong." Tran Thu laughed humbly, scratching his head. "It's nothing, really." He thought to himself, asterisk. With 3 skills, how could it not be strong? Asterisk. But Fuang Tu's expression suddenly turned grim. She yelled a command. "This is bad. It wants to fight us to the death. Use Crimson Flame, use Icebone." Tran Thu also roared. "Stop it now." Suddenly, the lead black armored beetle turned its back, as if it was trying to escape. Fuang Tu frowned, suspicious. Is it trying to run away? The Crimson Flame Dragon immediately gave chase, and Tran Thu hurriedly shouted, "No way, we have to follow it." He called out, "Slime, up!" But just then, from high above, a black armored beetle suddenly dove down. Tran Thu was stunned, muttering, "Could it be? The people from the Spirit Suppression Bureau are here?" Fuang Tu had just landed with her Icebone Dragon when she suddenly sensed something was wrong. She frowned, murmuring, "Something's off. This newcomer doesn't have good intentions." Tran Thu shouted, "Slime." Without a moment's hesitation, he leaped onto Slime's back, his eyes blazing with resolve. Not far away, Fuang Tu stood proudly beside her, 2 contract spirits, ready to face any danger. Suddenly, a giant feline paw slammed into the ground, creating a shocking tremor. From the shadows, 2 ferocious black wolves appeared, their eyes as sharp as blades. The newcomer was none other than Tahan, a 3rd-year student from Huaxia Academy. Fuang Tu recognized him instantly. She yelled, "Tu Han." He flashed a contemptuous smile and said mockingly, "So this is the legendary genius. Nothing special after all. Humph, the black armored beetle you wanted." Fuang Tu glanced down at the motionless black armored beetle on the ground. Its abdomen was hollowed out, the crystal core was gone. She gritted her teeth and furiously shouted, "You dare steal my kill?" Tahan sneered, his voice dripping with challenge. "High-rank contract spirits. Did you think you were the only one with 2? He slammed his hand on the ground, creating powerful shockwaves of energy. A magnificent azure rock appeared, standing tall behind Tahan, radiating an overwhelming sense of pride. But just then, a shadow zipped past behind Tahan, followed by a shout, "Have a taste of my sack." Before he could even react, he just stood there, dumbfounded, his mouth wide open. One of Tran Thu's signature sacks was now pulled completely over Tahan's head. Dali didn't miss the opportunity, swinging the claw in its hand and bringing it down with a mighty blow right on the sack. Inside, Tahan groaned in pain, his head spinning as he staggered, about to collapse. He mumbled the names of his contract spirits, but in his dazed state, the contract spirits around him immediately vanished, returning to the beast tamer space. Fuang Tu snorted. a smug look in her eyes. You want to fight me? His two companions immediately rushed over to rifle through to Han's pockets, pulling out the beetle carapace and the black armored beetle's crystal core. Tran Thu grinned with delight, his hands deftly grabbing each item. Youngsters these days just don't understand how cruel the world is. Once they were done, the three of them turned to Phuong Tu. Tran Thu spoke up. Sis Phuong Tu, we got the stuff. Let's go. Phuong Tu didn't forget to give to Han one last kick before saying coldly, let's move. The three of them immediately started to walk away, but suddenly, Tran Thu stopped, a bold idea flashing in his eyes. He spun around and shouted, wait a minute. In the blink of an eye, he rushed back to Han and mercilessly roughed him up. Just a moment later, Han was sprawled out on the ground in a daze, wearing nothing but his boxers. Tran Thu stood up straight, dusting off his hands with a smug look. Done. Let's go. The other two frowned at him with disapproval. You really went too far. Hearing that, Tran Thu just burst out laughing gleefully. Serves him right for being so flashy. Ha ha ha. Let's see how he's gonna get back now. The three of them continued on their way. Tran Thu's laughter echoed in the air, leaving a defeated Han lying on the cold, hard ground. But they had only taken a few steps when a massive shadow suddenly swept over them, causing the group to freeze, their faces turning pale. A squad from the Dragon Guard appeared, their ice-cold gazes sweeping down, radiating an overwhelming presence. Phuong Tu looked up and said calmly, it's the Dragon Guard. They handle major incidents. They're not hostile beasts. A giant eagle landed, its wings creating a powerful gust of wind. The Dragon Guard member leaped down gracefully, his voice steady. Are you Phuong Tu of Huaxia Academy? Phuong Tu nodded immediately, her tone firm. Yes. We have eliminated the black armored beetle lord. The Dragon Guard member gave a satisfied smile and made a request. The Spirit Suppression Bureau has assigned this matter to us. Hand over the corpse of the black armored beetle. Phuong Tu pointed to the side and replied calmly, the body of the beetle lord is over there. Mount Taiching is safe now. The Dragon Guard member glanced over, nodding in satisfaction. All right, you all are free to go. With that said, the Dragon Guard squad quickly departed. Tran Thu looked up, breathing a sigh of relief and muttering, that scared the hell out of me. Good thing I managed to stand in front of Zhang Dali and block his view. If they'd seen Su Han, we would have been toast. Hearing this, Fang Si just smiled and said gently, it's okay. They don't usually check that carefully. She quickened her pace and signaled, let's go. It's getting late. We'll stay at the hotel tonight and head down the mountain tomorrow. Dali nodded excitedly. Yes, and with that, the three of them continued on their way. Night fell, the moon shining brightly, as the trio finally made it back to their lodging. Fang Si handed an item to Chen Shu, her eyes sparkling. This is the blood-crimson shell of the black armored overlord. Take it and see if your spirit beast can consume it. If it works, you might get the black armored beetle's black light shield skill. Chen Shu waved his hand with a slight smile. No need. My spirit beast isn't short on skills, he thought to himself. Relying on my system is more than enough. Fang Si nodded and took back the blood-crimson shell. Oh, right. Your vacation is almost over, less than half a month left. When are you planning to go back? Zhang Dali immediately grinned and answered, I'm not going back. I got an early acceptance. The school said they're organizing a training program, so I'm staying here. Chen Shu stroked his chin, frowning in thought for a moment before replying, I'll be leaving in 3 days. Fang Si smiled and handed him a can of soda. Well then, good luck, Chen Shu. Dali and I will be waiting for you in the capital. The three of them raised their cans together amidst cheerful laughter. Chen Shu nodded decisively. All right. 3 days later, under the brilliant morning sun, the trio stepped out of the hotel. Chen Shu stood by a taxi, waving to the other two. I'm off. Goodbye. They exchanged reluctant glances before Chen Shu got in the car, leaving Mount Taiching behind, along with the memories of a dramatic battle. Chen Shu looked forward in the car and quickly called out, Driver, to the South Capital Station, please. The driver flashed a friendly smile, turning back. Well, what do you know? You're both heading to the South Station. You can share the ride. Hearing this, Chen Shu glanced curiously at the back seat, thinking, a shared ride? Isn't the car empty? The taxi immediately started up and glided away smoothly. He scanned the person sitting next to him, frowning and muttering, why does this guy look so much like Su Han? Just then, a notification suddenly appeared from the system. Option 1. Jump out of the car and escape. Reward for completion, a significant increase in Beastmaster power. Option 2. Try to deal with the situation and seize the opportunity to escape the predicament. Reward for completion, Golden Slime's physique increased by 5%. Option 3. Yell loudly. This isn't the bus to kindergarten. Reward for completion, Purification Potion. After reading the options, Chen Shu glanced at the person beside him again, thinking, sharing a ride out of nowhere, there's definitely something wrong with this guy. He considered his choices carefully. The reward for option 1 was tempting, but jumping out of a car on the highway was way too risky. Option 3 would just alert the enemy. After some thought, he decided to act. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Shu threw his arm around the guy next to him and grinned. I was wondering why you looked so familiar. The other guy frowned, his voice cold. Bro, I'm Song Shu, Suhan's younger brother. You got the wrong person. Chen Shu quickly forced a laugh. Sorry, my mistake. But inwardly, he was assessing the situation. Not a Black Iron level Beastmaster, and not Suhan. Good. I can safely go with option 2. Having made his decision, he urgently called out to the driver. Hey, driver, this isn't the way to the South Station. You're going the wrong way. The driver shot him a look through the mirror and barked, Kid, you better sit still and keep quiet. Chen Shu just smirked, thinking to himself, You think I'll let you take me to some remote mountain? Dream on. As he said that, he suddenly launched a punch straight into Song Shu's face. Without stopping, Chen Shu grabbed Song Shu in a headlock with one arm, while using the other to unleash a continuous barrage of powerful punches. The driver in front panicked and yelled, Stop it. Song Shu, you've studied martial arts. Hurry up and deal with him. Hearing that, Chen Shu's expression changed slightly as he muttered, Martial arts, huh? Across from him, a furious Song Shu suddenly grabbed Chen Shu's wrist. But before he could counterattack, Chen Shu, quick as lightning, landed another punch right in the middle of his face. Chen Shu kept up the assault, giving his opponent no chance to fight back. Growling, How's that martial arts working for you now? Terrified, Song Shu shook his head frantically. No. Chen Shu grabbed him by the collar and yelled, So, you're going to take me to the South Capital Station now. Any problems with that? With his face a bloody mess, Song Shu whimpered, No problem at all. Chen Shu then signaled him to get going. The taxi immediately changed direction and sped towards the capital station. Chen Shu let out a triumphant smile, glancing at Song Shu cowering beside him. He chuckled, as Song Shu's terrified screams echoed in the car. When they arrived, Chen Shu got out. Inside the car, Song Shu wailed miserably, Get me to a hospital. Without hesitation, Chen Shu pulled out his phone and made a call. Hello, Sis Fang Si. You guys need to be careful. Suhan already sent someone for revenge. Yeah, I'm fine. I'm heading back now. Just stay alert. Hanging up, he scanned his surroundings, a hidden meaning in his eyes, and muttered to himself. Chen Shu whispered, I'll be back in 1 year. Far away, in some room, an enraged Suhan shot up, gripping a wine glass so tightly it might shatter, and roared, Useless trash. You can't even catch a single high school student, he bellowed. Worthless. Drag him out of my sight. Song Shu was dragged away, his head hung in shame. Suhan gritted his teeth, his eyes burning with rage. Chen Shu, Fang Si, Zhang Dali, you just wait. I won't let any of you get away with this. The wine glass in his hand shattered, sending shards of glass flying across the floor. Just then, Chen Shu arrived at the Namjiang City train station. He stretched comfortably and mumbled, Finally, I'm back. All right. The cheerful taxi driver turned back. Hey man, mind if I pick one more person up? Chen Shu nodded easily. Sure, if it's on the way. The car stopped in front of the Namjiang City Psychiatric Hospital. A person named Shu Tin smiled faintly, walking leisurely to the car door. Chen Shu looked up at the large sign. Namjiang City Psychiatric Hospital. His face turned pale as he mumbled, thinking to himself, Don't tell me this person is. Glancing over at Shu Tin, he exclaimed in his head, Are you insane? Shu Tin slowly opened the car door and got in. Chen Shu immediately scooted away, pressing himself into the corner of the seat. The car sped off into the silent night. The atmosphere inside the car suddenly grew tense. Shu Tin suddenly turned to him, smiling. I'm going to the psychiatric hospital to do some research. Hearing this, Chen Shu felt relieved, thinking, Research, so not a patient. Just as I thought. A patient couldn't just leave the hospital on their own. He waved cheerfully. You look about my age. I can't believe you're already doing research. What's your field of study? Hearing the question, Shu Tin's cheeks unexpectedly flushed red as he immediately replied, To times be times researched. Chen Shu was stunned and yelled, Huh? The next second, he was so scared that tears started welling up. Driver, I want to get out. Suddenly, Shu Tin wrapped his arms tightly around him. Chen Shu panicked, his whole body freezing stiff in the darkness. Shu Tin quickly explained, his voice full of sincerity. No, it's not like that. I'm a student. I'm just working a part-time job during the break. But Chen Shu was still panicking, shouting, a part-time job? Your part-time job is being a mental patient? I don't believe you. I want to get out of the car. Shu Tintin was helpless. Bro, I'm really just a student, trying to earn a little extra cash. Let me go. Driver, help me. Chen Shu yelled, even louder. Let me go. Driver, save me. The driver up front just kept driving without a word, a look of resignation on his face. Before long, the taxi stopped at a destination. Chen Shu immediately shoved Shu Tingtin's head away and growled, This is my stop. Can I get out now? Shu Tintin beamed, replying instantly, Of course you can. Then he continued cheerfully, without a hint of shame. Hey, I'm Shu Tintin. Let's be friends. Chen Shu scrambled out of the car and turned back coldly. I never want to see you again in my entire life. Without letting Tintin say another word, he turned and walked straight away. Shu Tintin, still in the car, smirked and muttered, Is that so? Sorry, but I'm sure we'll be seeing each other again. Chen Shu didn't bother looking back and walked away quickly. Soon, a large building appeared before him. He threw himself onto his bed and sighed in relief. Home. Finally, I can rest in peace. But just then, the phone next to him started buzzing non-stop. It was a call from Xie Sunan. Chen Shu irritably grabbed the phone, frowning at the screen. Sunan smiled through the phone. Chen B, you back? You free tomorrow? I got a mission and I need your help. Chen Shu's eyes widened as he frowned. What mission? Sunan replied immediately. To catch a corrupt official in Namjiang. Chen Shu didn't hesitate, pouting. Not interested. Take that to the Spirit Suppression Bureau. Sunan immediately held up 5 fingers to the screen, his voice excited. The reward is 500,000. Chen Shu shot up and yelled, I've hated criminals my entire life. I absolutely have to help with this case. Sunan's eyes went wide. Wow, you did a complete 180. Then he laughed. All right then. Meet me at the pork stall at 6 a.m. tomorrow. See you then. Chen Shu nodded with a huge smile. Okay, see you tomorrow. His eyes lit up as he thought. Finally, a chance to make some more money. Early the next morning, Xie Sunan was already there, waiting for Chen Shu. The two stood back to back, the air thick with tension. Chen Shu spoke, his voice serious. Did you bring the stuff? Sunan immediately smacked him on the head and yelled, What kind of game are you playing now? Hurry up and look at the mission details. Chen Shu rubbed the lump on his head, wincing as he quickly opened the notebook, replying curtly, Fine. Chen Shu flipped open the notebook, his eyes scanning quickly over the lines of information. Mission. Apprehend the Namgyang corrupt official. Difficulty. Unknown. Details. Apprehend a corrupt official in Namjiang City. Reward. 1 yuan. Note. No specific information about the target, including gender. Their movements are bizarre, avoiding all surveillance, and they may possess a spirit contract ability. After each crime, the culprit leaves behind the words, steal from the rich, give to the poor. They usually target the slum district on the west side of the city. Chen Shu frowned and mumbled, uses a spirit contract ability. Is he a beast master too? Shi Sunan heard this, frowned and glanced over. What? You can't handle it? Chen Shu was nervous, but tried to maintain his composure. It's not that. Sunan grew impatient, his voice urgent. But what? Chen Shu looked up, his eyes sparkling. But it's gonna cost you more. The two stared at each other, the tension thick enough to cut with a knife. A moment later, Sunan slapped his hand down and nodded. Deal. The two immediately got in the car, heading straight for the north side of the city. Chen Shu asked curiously, Aren't we going to the west side slums? Why are we heading north? Sunan glanced over, his voice firm. That intel is bad. My inside source confirmed they're in the north. Chen Shu nodded, frowning. Oh, is that so? By the way, old Xie, why'd you take this mission all of a sudden? Short on cash? Sunan answered slowly, his voice deep. School's about to start. Just earning some living expenses. Chen Shu laughed loudly, clapping him on the shoulder enthusiastically. Working hard to bring home the bacon, huh? Dealing with guys is never easy. Tonam snapped irritably. Get lost. Before long, the car stopped in the northern district of the city. Trenthu got out, scanned his surroundings, and took a few steps forward, muttering, Are you sure this is the place? I didn't expect a slum, but I wasn't expecting a luxury high-rise, either. Tonam followed, his voice full of confidence. This is it. 100%. You can doubt my fighting skills, but you should never doubt my tracking skills. Trenthu glanced back and nodded. All right, let's move out. The two of them headed straight for the residential building's lobby. A security guard stood at the entrance, immediately eyeing them with suspicion. He raised a hand to block Trenthu. Halt. Non-residents are not allowed to enter. Chen Shu immediately pointed to his own face, his voice brimming with confidence. I'm a resident here. Don't you recognize me? The owner of apartment 2, building 1. I just forgot my access card. Hearing this, the guard's expression turned ice cold as he shouted, What kind of game are you playing? There is no building 1 here. Get lost, now. The air suddenly fell silent, thick with awkward embarrassment. Nam, standing beside him, sighed helplessly. So, what's the plan? If we can't catch him, you're paying for the cab. Chen Shu smirked and shot back. What's the hurry? When you get to the mountain, there's bound to be a road. Just as he finished speaking, he suddenly spotted a guy with orange hair walking out of the lobby. His eyes lit up and he pointed, laughing. And there's our road right there. Without hesitating, Chen Shu waved and yelled, Hey, psycho! Tin turned around. Seeing Chen Shu, he grinned and waved back. Oh, it's you, bro. Taking your dad out for a morning stroll? That's great. Lots of walking helps prevent dementia in the elderly. Upon hearing that, Nam's face darkened, his brows knitted together, and his anger threatened to explode. Chen Shu quickly grabbed him, shouting to calm him down. Namjiang the embezzler! Namjiang the embezzler! Nam managed to suppress his rage, forcing a strained smile as he looked at Tin. Chen Shu pointed at the building and asked, You live here? Tin smiled brightly and replied, My relatives live here. Chen Shu and Nam immediately exchanged a look, and then both burst out laughing in unison. Hehehe. 10 minutes later, the three of them were heading in the same direction. Tin asked curiously, You two big shots, are you guys really going to catch a criminal? Chen Shu held his head high, his voice heroic. Of course, condemning evil with righteousness is our code. With that, he glanced at Nam and asked, Old Ta, which way now? Nam turned and pointed decisively, this way. Soon, the three of them entered a long hallway lined with identical doors. They stopped in front of one door, straining their ears to listen. Nam pointed at the door and said in a low voice, He's in there. You go trick him into opening it. Chen Shu smirked, a faint smile on his lips. Got it. Without a moment's hesitation, he knocked on the door and spoke in a casual tone. Hello, maintenance service. Open up so I can check the water meter. The moment he spoke, a loud crash echoed from inside, as if something large had been knocked over. Chen Shu stroked his chin, his mind racing as he thought, What's going on? Did he figure us out? Without hesitating, he waved his hand and commanded, Sim, go. A giant orb shot out, activating its impact skill and causing the entire hallway to tremble. A second later, the door burst open. Before Chen Shu could rush in, Nam quickly grabbed his shoulder. Wait, let me. A small moth flew out from Nam's hand. Chen Shu exclaimed in astonishment. That thing can scout? Nam gave a thumbs up and grinned. Of course. Chen Shu lunged at him furiously, yelling, Then why didn't you take it out sooner? You made me break down the door. Nam explained helplessly. You were just too fast. Wait, don't hit me. It's got a result. The moth flew back. Nam yelled. He escaped through the window. Chen Shu immediately bent his knees and shot off in pursuit, roaring, What are you standing around for? Let's move. From behind, Tin frantically called out, Wait, chasing him like that is too slow. Get on my bird. He waved his hand, and a massive bird swooped down, its entire body glowing with a brilliant spiritual aura. Chen Shu was secretly stunned. An A-rank Thunderbird? When did geniuses become so common? Even a psycho like him has an A-rank spirit contract. Tin leaped onto the Thunderbird's back and urged, Chen Shu, get on. The three of them shot off into the sky. Below the hotel, a man wearing nothing but his boxers was panting heavily. It was none other than Trio Namjiang, the embezzler. He muttered, That was close. If I hadn't run fast, I'd be done for. Just then, Tin's Thunderbird dove down. Chen Shu yelled from above, Namjiang, you filthy embezzler. Trio Namjiang cried out in terror. You're not from the Spirit Suppression Bureau? A giant black rat materialized on his shoulder. He roared furiously. Who the hell are you little punks to block my path? Chen Shu smirked coldly. All right, you can have your spirit contract attack now. Tin looked back and replied helplessly. Oh, my Thunderbird has no combat power. Chen Shu's eyes went wide with disbelief. You're telling me an A-rank spirit contract has no combat power? Tin frowned and explained. My Thunderbird has a bit of a mutation. Its innate skill is swift as lightning. It's only good for running away. Hearing this, Chen Shu could only sigh and shake his head in frustration. And is your spirit contract just for scouting too? All right, fine. I'll handle this myself. He quickly pulled a sack from behind his back and ordered, Thunderbird, fly lower. A second later, with a cunning smile, Chen Shu brandished the large sack and lunged straight for the embezzler. At the same time, he yelled, "Sim, attack!" Trio Nam Jiang and the black rat on his shoulder froze, their jaws dropping in utter shock. Ugh! In a flash, a sack was thrown over his upper body as slime lunged forward, pinning the black rat down before it could even react. It all happened so fast, no one really understood what was going on. Just then, the police arrived to find Zhao Nanjiang lying bruised on the ground. His eyes had rolled back into his head, completely unconscious. Chief Wang Qian stepped forward, frowning as he asked, "Is this the corrupt official, Nanjiang?" Chen Shu glanced down and smiled brightly. "That's him." Wang Qian patted his shoulder in praise. "Good work. Nanjiang City is lucky to have you guys." With that, the police dragged Zhao Nanjiang into their car. Xie Sunan smiled and called out, "Chief Wang, there's something I need to talk to you about." He turned back and winked at Chen Shu. "You get me." Chen Shu nodded immediately. He understood. After Sunan left, Chen Shu turned to Shu Tintin and asked excitedly, "Tintin, what do you want for dinner tonight?" Shu Tin replied blankly, in a daze. "Huh? It's not even afternoon yet." He glanced around and saw Sunan returning, immediately asking, "Where's Chief Wang?" Sunan gave a short reply. He went back to interrogate the prisoner. Shu Tintin's eyes widened as he blurted out, "Oh, right." Just then, Chen Shu rushed over. He grabbed his hand enthusiastically. "Master Shu, it's all thanks to you that we caught the criminal this time. The stability of Nanjiang depends on you. Master Shu, this city is still crawling with criminals. The people need you. From now on, no, starting right now, you need to go patrol the area. Catching criminals is your destiny." Xie Sunan chimed in, his voice filled with righteousness. "Justice is at your feet. You can do it." Shu Tintin was completely stunned, but then he frowned and suddenly shouted, "That's not right. You two are just trying to get rid of me so you can split the reward money, aren't you?" Chen Shu and Sunan froze, cursing internally. Damn it, this guy's not an idiot. Sunan quickly turned back with a forced smile. "Of course not. Why would we try to keep the reward? Here's your share. 5 million yuan. Shu Tingting growled, his brows furrowed as he got right in Sunan's face, his icy glare looking like he wanted to eat him alive. Shu Tintin snatched the wad of cash from Sunan's hand, his eyes lighting up as he cheered with joy. Wow, so this is how much one criminal is worth. Chen Shu and Sunan glanced at each other and let out a sigh of relief, thinking to themselves, "Yep, he's still an idiot after all." Late that night, when it was just the two of them, Chen Shu finally spoke up with a smirk. "Good thing we tricked Shu Tintin into leaving. Otherwise, we would have had to split the money 3 ways. He opened his phone and quickly transferred the money, saying nonchalantly, "Old Shi, since you already gave Shu Tintin 500 yuan, your share is now 4.9 to 5 million yuan. You cool with that?" Sunan gave him a thumbs up and nodded. "No problem." Chen Shu grinned. "Then I'm out of here. Let's part ways here. Goodbye." But as soon as he received the money, Sunan suddenly froze and roared in anger. "Wait a minute, why are you deducting 500 yuan from times my time's share?" Seeing that Chen Shu had already jumped in his car and sped off, Sunan could only stomp his feet and yell, "Chen Shu, you tricked me again!" 3 days later, Chen Shu returned to school, his steps light and carefree. He thought to himself, after a 2-month break, school's finally starting. Suddenly, 2 figures rushed towards him, calling out enthusiastically, "Brother Bai, hey Brother Bai. Brother Bai, I'm Lu Jiang, from the first-year Beast Master class." Chen Shu smiled back brightly. "Hey everyone." He puffed out his chest and put his hands on his hips, feeling smug. "Haha, getting into the special class is awesome. Everyone looks up to you." But right at that moment, his stomach let out a loud gurgle. Chen Shu cursed under his breath. "Damn it. I forgot to take care of business this morning." He hurriedly looked around for the men's restroom. Teacher Li saw him from a distance and mumbled, "Why is that kid in such a hurry?" Before long, Chen Shu was safely seated on the toilet, letting out a sigh of relief. But just as he stood up, a large hand suddenly reached out from the stall divider, making his face go pale. A voice came from outside. "Bro, you got any paper? Help a brother out." Then, another hand shot up. "Bro, I need help too." Chen Shu was speechless. He quickly tossed 2 packs of tissues over to both sides. "Here." But then he frowned, thinking to himself, "Wait, why do their voices sound so familiar?" After a moment, his eyes lit up, and he snapped his fingers. Chen Shu immediately placed his hands and feet on the wall and boosted himself up. He looked over to both sides, curious to see who it was. Chen Shu's face lost all color as he cursed inwardly. Holy crap. When the figure in front of him came into view, he gasped in shock. Shu Tintin. He glanced to the other side and was even more stunned. "It's Xie Sunan's son." Hearing this, Sunan furiously shouted, "What's wrong with you? It times is times me, Xie Sunan." Chen Shu's eyes widened as he yelled, "Are you really Si Sunan? For real? Where's your beard?" Sunan awkwardly glanced away and scratched his head. "I shaved it. School's starting. If I kept it, the teacher would yell at me, wouldn't she?" Upon hearing this, both Chen Shu and Shu Tintin shouted in unison, "The teacher would yell at you? Don't tell me you're still a student? You're really here to study?" Sunan lowered his head and mumbled, "Yeah." The other two were stunned, just staring at each other wide-eyed. Chen Shu turned to Shu Ting suspiciously. "And you're here to study too?" Shu Ting nodded eagerly. "Yep." Chen Shu stroked his chin, frowning. "Something's not right. I'm a veteran at Nanjiang High. How come I've never seen you two before?" The more he thought about it, the paler his face became. Suddenly his eyes shot open and he screamed, "Wait a second. Don't tell me the school actually paid to get you two into the special class?" Chen Shu's mind was in chaos. "I can't believe they're in the same class as me." Shu Ting, I can sort of understand. At least he's young. But he glanced over at Xie Sunan with a look of pure disbelief. Just then, Shu Xiaoyu came up from behind and called out, "Chen Shu, turn in your vacation homework." With a radiant smile. "Homework? We're first-year Beast Tamer students." "The teacher didn't assign any," Xiaoyu questioned with a frown. "The teacher didn't assign it? Then where did Xiaobing get her homework from?" Chen Shu muttered in a daze. "Huh? Could it be that she did it herself?" Shu Xiaoyu roared, his voice sharp as steel. "I don't care. You have to turn it in to me today." Just then, Teacher Li walked over and said in a low voice, "Shu Xiaoyu, go back to your seat. You don't need to collect Chen Shu's homework anymore." Sun Ziyang, a student from the special class standing nearby, heard this and scowled, shouting, "Teacher, turning in homework is a student's responsibility. How can he get special privileges on the first day of school?" He scoffed, shooting a resentful glare at Chen Shu. Chen Shu gritted his teeth, thinking, "Humph. This fatso dares to provoke me on the very first day?" Teacher Li calmly explained in a steady, deep voice, Chen Shu's academic score was 3,996 points. According to school regulations, anyone with over 3,900 points is exempt from cultural class homework. Upon hearing this, Sun Ziyang yelled aggressively, "Teacher, so what if his grades are good? Does that mean he doesn't have to do homework?" Teacher Li chuckled and replied nonchalantly, "Sorry, but with good grades, you really can do whatever you want." After speaking, he walked back to the podium, his sharp gaze sweeping across the class. "Everyone, from now on, remember that you are students of the special class. As long as your achievements are outstanding enough, you can disregard the rules." The whole class shouted in unison, "Understood." Teacher Li nodded, smiling with satisfaction. "Very good. Now let's begin our first activity. New student introductions. Will the new transfer students please come up?" Hearing this, the new students immediately stood up and strode confidently to the stage. Wang Qinghan introduced himself. "First off, I'm Wang Qinghan. My contracted spirit is an A-rank fire element spirit, and my beast taming talent is at the excellent level. Hello, everyone." Next up was Du Long. "I'm Du Long. My contracted spirit is an A-rank earthen subdragon, and my beast taming talent is at the excellent level. Hi, everyone." When it was Xie Sunan's turn, he spoke confidently, "I am Xie Sunan. My contracted spirit is a B-rank scouting butterfly, specializing in tracking." But just as he finished, a large knife suddenly clattered to the floor right next to his foot. The whole class was stunned. Sunan turned pale, quickly picked up the knife, and forced a smile. "Sorry, everyone. Old habits die hard. I was selling pork over the holiday and just brought my knife with me." Witnessing this, everyone in the class was terrified, their eyes wide with shock. Teacher Li quickly waved his hand. "Pay it no mind. Let's continue." The last new student, Xu Xingxing. His contracted spirit is an A-rank mutated thunderbird, and his talent is at the outstanding level. The teacher glanced at him curiously and asked, "Xingxing, what are you wearing underneath that? You're supposed to wear the school uniform." Xu Xingxing casually pulled open his shirt, revealing a name tag from the Namjiang City Mental Hospital. He grinned brightly. "This is my work uniform. The director told me I always have to wear it." The whole class stared, all thinking the same thing. Holy crap, is he a psycho? Xu Xingxing panicked, waving his hands frantically. No, let me explain. I'm not mentally ill, I just work there part-time." But the students below were still skeptical and started to get noisy. "Teacher, I want to withdraw from the special class. Knowledge is expensive, but my life is worth more. Please let me leave." Teacher Li quickly tried to calm them down. "Calm down, everyone, calm down." Standing in a corner, Chen Shu's eyes glittered as he thought for a long time, as if calculating something. Suddenly, a system notification popped up, making Chen Shu pause. Option 1. Stand up and declare, you're a normal person, saying, I'm out of here. Reward, camouflage potion. Option 2, silently observe how the teacher handles the situation. Reward, a moderate increase in beast taming power. Option 3, stand up to comfort your classmates, while also bagging up the two guys' belongings. Reward, wind breath skill increases by 1 level. Chen Shu sighed helplessly, thinking, looks like it's up to me to sort out this mess. He immediately stood up, ran to the front, and said in a reassuring voice, everyone, don't panic. I can prove they were just working part-time during the holiday. They aren't thugs. Without hesitation, he rushed forward, snatched the knife from Xie Sunan's hand, then quickly stripped off Xu Xingxing's uniform, throwing everything into a sack. Wind breath skill has increased by 1 level. Hoisting the sack over his shoulder, Chen Shu smiled brightly. There. All done. It's fine now. You two can go back to your seats. The students below sighed in relief, their anxiety subsiding. But just then, a guy wearing glasses suddenly jumped up and roared. Don't believe them. They're a crew. I saw them in the bathroom once. All 3 of them were climbing the stall walls to peep. Chen Shu, Sunan, and Xingxing were dumbstruck, their faces turning pale as they stood there speechless. Teacher Li cut in irritably. All of you, go back to your seats. Stop causing trouble. The teacher spoke sternly. Everyone, calm down. It's the first day of school, and it's already this chaotic. Now listen to the schedule. The whole class immediately sat up straight, paying attention. Teacher Li continued. There are 2 activities today, the opening ceremony and free time. Additionally, there are 2 announcements. First, students in the special class are required to stay in the dorms. Your room assignments have been sent to your phones. Check them. Second, tomorrow there will be a beast taming competition to determine rankings. Prepare thoroughly. Now, let's go attend the opening ceremony. Chen Shu glanced at his phone screen. Room 302. Xu Xingxing and Sunan also held up their phones, smiling brightly. Room 302. Xingxing whispered, if we skip the opening ceremony, you think they'll find out? The class began moving towards the auditorium, but a few students, including Chen Shu's group, quietly headed towards the dormitory area. Inside a room, someone lying on a bed asked worriedly, they won't notice if I skip the opening ceremony, right? Tranthu mumbled, sprawled out on his bed with his eyes closed. It's fine, they won't find out. Suddenly, Tranthu grabbed his phone and grinned. Oh yeah, you guys want to play a game? Hearing this, Tu Tin Tin shot right up, excited. Hell yeah, let's play. Just then, heavy footsteps echoed from the hallway, and the door burst open. A steely voice called out, You're Tran Thursday, I'm Vuong Van, he's Hong Min. Tranthu frowned, thinking to himself, here to cause trouble? He asked irritably, what do you want? Spit it out. Vuong Van didn't hesitate for a second. In a cold voice he said, Young Master Duong says to stay away from Hua Tavu. Got it? Tranthu raised an eyebrow, curious. And who's this young Master Duong? Vuong Van sneered. Duong Liet. He's a 2nd year. Tranthu just waved his hand dismissively. Oh, I thought it was someone important. If there's nothing else, you can leave. I have more important things to do. With that, he slammed the door shut, but Vuong Van was faster, blocking it with his hand and shoving his way inside. He roared, You little punk, you really don't get the situation, do you? He pointed at Tu Nam and Tin Tin. You two, get the hell out, we've got business to handle. Tu Nam and Tin Tin just stared blankly, completely confused. Tranthu gave a small smile and motioned to them. Hey, you guys mind stepping out for a sec? They're just here to negotiate a few things with me. The 2 nodded and quickly climbed down from their beds to leave. Vuong Van and Hong Min stood waiting. The door slammed shut, leaving just the 3 of them in the room. Tranthu casually walked over to his bed, his hand fumbling around for something. He had a wide smile on his face when suddenly, a firm hand gripped his shoulder. Hong Min had lost his patience. He growled, You're way too arrogant for your own good, kid. But Tranthu had already found what he was looking for, the handle of a large knife hidden under his pillow. He yanked it out and swung it right across Hong Min's face. Hong Min stumbled back in terror. Quick as a flash, Tranthu grabbed his arm, yanking him forward and pressing the blade right up against his face. He let out a cold laugh. So, do I still not get the situation now? Standing off to the side, Vuong Van frowned but remained confident. Hong Min, don't worry. I don't believe for a second he's got the guts to use that thing. Hearing this, Tranthu's expression darkened. He snarled, Is that right? And with that, he swung the knife. It slammed into the side of the desk with a loud thunk, causing both of the intruders to jump, their faces draining of all color. Hong Min, pale as a ghost, whipped his head around to glare at Vuong Van. Are you trying to get me killed, you idiot? It's easy for you to not believe him when I'm the one with a knife to my face. He turned back to Tran Thu, stammering, bro, let's just talk this out, okay? Let's just talk. Tran Thu calmly pulled the knife out of the desk and plunged it into Hong Min's leg. No more talking. Get over there. He gestured with the knife, the steel glinting coldly. Vuong Van panicked, dropping to the floor and covering his head. He was trembling. Tran Thu scanned the two of them with a smug look. All right, face the wall and sing Don't Just Think of Me as a Sheep 100 times. Vuong Van and Hong Min blurted out in unison, huh? But they didn't dare argue. They both started to sing. Their voices trembled. Don't just think of me as a sheep. Tran Thu glanced back towards the door and called out, You can come in now. Tu Ting Ting walked in. He cheered excitedly. Tran Thu, that punishment is twisted. I gotta use that one next time. The two bullies didn't dare turn around. They continued singing. The grass is greener because of me. Tran Thu beamed at the compliment. You're too kind. You're too kind. Tu Tin Tin suggested that since the afternoon was still young, they should head home to grab some more stuff for the dorm. Tran Thu nodded and turned to Tu Nam. Sounds good. I need to go home and pack some clothes and grab some food anyway. Seeing that he was about to leave, Vuong Van and Hong Min tried to sneak away, but a flash of steel stopped them. The tip of the knife pointed right at Vuong Van's face. They both broke out in a cold sweat, trembling before Tran Thu's icy voice. Keep singing. You're not leaving until you've done it 100 times. The two had no choice but to turn back around and continue singing shakily. The sky is bluer because of me. After the 100th time, both of them were exhausted, their faces streaked with tears as they whimpered, we're done, sob. They stumbled out of the room. In another room, their leader was lounging in a chair. He asked gruffly, So, did you teach that punk a lesson? Vuong Van and Hong Min just lowered their heads, not daring to answer. Outside, Tran Thu was riding his bike, lost in thought. Today wasn't so bad. Even though I have to stay at the school dorm, being classmates with Ta Tanam and Tu Tin Tin is actually pretty fun. Looks like I won't have to fight my way through senior year all alone. Though, I should probably go home and grab a few more sacks. For self-defense. Suddenly, a system notification popped up with a choice. 1. You are in danger and have decided to take a risk. The system notification made Tran Thu slam on his brakes. Option 1. Counterattack and display your power. Reward. Beastmaster level increased by 1. Option 2. Flee like a wise man. Reward. Invisibility potion. Option 3. Stand in the middle of the road and shout, I want to fight 10 people. Come and get me if you want to die. Reward. Significant increase in beast taming power. Tran Thu frowned and muttered, Danger again? He quickly weighed his options. All three choices were tempting, but if he could reach Beastmaster level 8, he could finally surpass Hua Tevu and the rest of his classmates. His decision made, he kicked his bike out into the middle of the street and quickly ducked behind a wall, peeking out to observe the situation. Before long, a series of times, slapping times, sounds came from a nearby tree. Tran Thu frowned, thinking, what kind of game are you playing at? Without hesitation, he climbed the tree and quickly approached the two figures sitting on a branch. They were both frantically swatting at mosquitoes. One of them mumbled, Damn, there are so many of these stupid mosquitoes. The one with purple hair grumbled, Brother Liu, it's been half a month. Are we ever even going to find that kid? Just then, Tran Thu's head popped up, a devilish grin on his face. Of course you are. And someone was there. They both jumped, screaming in terror. It was him, Chen Shu. He charged forward, unleashing a devastating kick that sent both of them flying to the ground. Down you go. The tree trunk shook, slamming hard into the back of the guy in gray, making him roar in pain. The man in gray landed on his feet and immediately channeled his spiritual energy, preparing to counterattack. Chen Shu narrowed his eyes and muttered, A beastmaster with a spirit contract. He yelled, Slim, violent slaughter. Slim charged forward, making a squelching sound as its spiritual power exploded outwards. The two men on the ground gritted their teeth, trying to defend themselves. Suddenly, a phantom image appeared, landing a blow that made Slim cry out in pain. Gloop, gloop, gloop. Seeing Slim retreat, crying miserably, Chen Shu frowned. A single blow broke through its defense. An A-rank black-tailed scorpion spirit contract. His face darkened as he thought, No, that's not right. If it were just A-rank, it wouldn't be enough to defeat Slim, unless this guy is a level 9 beastmaster. He glanced up and, seeing his opponent hadn't made a move yet, stood up straight and spoke in a dignified voice. I am Chen Shu, an upright man who helps people and saves lives. An outstanding youth of the new era. I'm certain I've never offended you, gentlemen. The purple-haired man sneered, his voice dripping with sarcasm. If you're looking for someone to blame, Blame yourself for stepping on the wrong toes. His spirit contract roared, charging ferociously towards Chen Shu. He froze, his eyes wide as he stared at the A-rank shadow leopard. Its aura was overwhelming. Slim and the shadow leopard collided with a thunderous boom. Chen Shu's face went pale as he calculated, "This is bad. I can't win. He's a level 9 beast master." He quickly whispered into Slim's ear, "Deep sleep." Slim immediately closed its eyes, pretending to be unconscious. Seeing this, the purple-haired man laughed contemptuously. "Can't win, so you're just gonna take a nap? Shadow leopard, go!" The man in gray frowned and yelled, "Be careful! That kid is worth 5 million. Don't kill him." The shadow leopard snarled and lunged to claw at Slim. Its mouth curved into a confident smirk. "Don't worry, the worst that can happen is he'll be half dead." But as the shadow leopard's claws touched Slim, asterisk clang 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 asterisk, they shattered instantly. A bloody mess. The purple-haired man was horrified. What the hell? The man in gray gritted his teeth, channeling spiritual energy into his spirit contract to charge forward. Chen Shu yelled, "Slim, wake up." Wind's breath. He leaped onto Slim's back. It let out a roar. "You two forced my hand. You're dead now." The man in gray grew tense. "Careful, it's using its ultimate move." Slim suddenly shot up into the sky, leaving the two men staring up in bewilderment. Chen Shu grinned wickedly, pulled out his phone, and said, "Say cheese." The two men, completely baffled, held up 2 fingers and said in unison, "Chi, Is." Chen Shu waved with a bright smile. "Thanks for your cooperation. See ya." The man in gray was furious. "Damn it, he took our picture. What if he reports us to the police?" The purple-haired man glanced over. "That kid is too damn devious. He pretended to fight just to run away. Let's pack up and get out of here." Chen Shu had already made it to a crowded street, his feet pounding the pavement. He finally stopped, panting heavily. "I got away." He immediately made a call. "Uncle Wang, someone tried to kill me. I'm sending you their picture. See if you can find out who they are." Sitting on the curb, chin in his hand, he was lost in thought. Suddenly, his phone vibrated. It was a call from Wang Qian. Chen Shu answered immediately. "What's up? Did you find anything out?" Chief Wang replied decisively. "I did. They're wanted criminals the Spirit Suppression Bureau has been after for years. They dropped off the radar for a long time. I can't believe they snuck into Nanjiang." "Don't worry, I'll handle it," Chief Wang instructed. "Just wait for my news." Chen Shu let out a sigh of relief. "Okay, Uncle Wang." He hung up, thinking to himself, "Waiting for them will probably take forever. Might as well head back to school first." He hailed a taxi and quickly got in. Late at night, Chen Shu returned to his dorm room and flopped onto his bed, frowning as he wondered why someone would pay to have him killed. "It's true, I've pissed off a lot of people, but to spend 5 million to take my life, whose business did I interfere with?" Suddenly, his eyes lit up. Could it be the company that sells the power pills? Back at the black market, I was crazily undercutting the pill prices. I must have cut into their lucrative profits. 5 million is nothing to those companies, he mumbled. I have to go ask Uncle Zhou. The next morning, Su Nan and Xu Xingxing were already dressed in mental hospital uniforms. Chen Shu sighed helplessly. "Are you two seriously using patient gowns as pajamas?" Xu Xingxing cheerfully handed him a set. "Try it. The material is super comfortable, and the workmanship is top-notch." Chen Shu snapped. "Get lost. Even if I freeze to death or run around naked, I will never wear this thing." Sunan pulled out a knife, smiling slyly. "You sure you won't even try it?" Chen Shu's face went pale, and he scratched his head awkwardly. 5 minutes later, he exclaimed, "Wow, this uniform really is comfortable." At the Beastmaster Hall, the entire class was assembled. Teacher Li scanned the room and asked loudly, "Today is the class-level Beastmaster tournament. Are you all ready?" The students replied in unison. "We're ready." The teacher did a head count and frowned. "Why are 3 students missing? Where are Chen Shu, Xie Sunan, and Xu Xingxing?" He turned away. "Wait here a moment. I'll go find them." Meanwhile, in dorm room 302, the 3 of them were still fast asleep. A green snake, glowing with spiritual energy, slithered silently onto the bed. It licked Chen Shu's face, causing him to mumble in his sleep, "Xu Xingxing, stop messing around." Suddenly, he jolted awake, his face turning pale. Wait, this feeling. A second later, he screamed at the top of his lungs, "Snake!" "Ah!" The snake leaped out and hovered in midair. Seeing Teacher Li, all 3 of them froze, their eyes wide in shock. Teacher Li's mouth twitched as he said helplessly, "How long were you 3 planning on sleeping?" The trio scrambled to the Beastmaster Hall. Chen Shu grumbled under his breath, "That old Li is so devious. If we don't wake up, he just brings out a snake to scare us." Hearing Xu Xingxing say that, he immediately perked up. With a determined voice, he said, "Isn't that our fault though? All right, enough complaining. Get ready. The test is about to start. I heard our future resources are all based on our rank." That was all Chen Shu needed to hear. His eyes lit up with determination. Rankings determine resources. That means I have to go all out this time. Just then, the referee's voice rang out, clear and firm. First match, Chen Shu versus Sun Xiang. Hearing his name, Sun Xiang shot to his feet, standing tall. Chen Shu blinked in surprise, muttering, "I'm in the first match?" Without hesitating, he handed his stuff to Xingxing and made his way to the arena. The moment he stepped onto the stage, Chen Shu looked at his opponent and broke into a wide grin. "Oh, so you're the one I'm up against." He couldn't hide his excitement when he recognized the chubby guy, Sun Xiang. "So your name is Sun Xiang, huh?" Sun Xiang scowled, barking irritably. "Cut the chatter, and let's go." Without another word, Sun Xiang instantly summoned a massive leopard with gleaming golden fur. Chen Shu narrowed his eyes, mentally sizing it up. A level 7 golden claw beast. Not bad for a chubby guy like him, but too bad for him. He ran into me today. A smirk spread across his face as he quickly called out his slime. The great leopard shot towards the slime like an arrow, but the creature, with strange composure, instantly threw up a barrier and fell asleep. The moment the leopard touched the barrier, it roared in pain. Chen Shu's smile just grew wider. "Now it's my turn." Slime immediately activated its impact skill. With lightning speed, it shot towards the leopard and slammed into its gut, launching the massive beast into the air. In a single motion, Slime smashed the leopard back down to the ground in a cloud of dust. The referee immediately declared, "Chen Shu is the winner." Next up, Xu Xingxing versus Hong Ming. Down below, Shi Sunan pumped his fists, cheering, "You got this." Xu Xingxing walked onto the stage without a moment's hesitation, looking completely confident. He quickly summoned a great bird, its wings shimmering in the light. Sitting in the stands, Xu Xiaoyu let out a small smile. He mused to himself, "A land-based contract beast has a natural disadvantage against a flying type. Looks like Hong Ming's already lost." From the audience, Chen Shu frowned with worry. Even though Xingxing's contract is A rank, it doesn't have any direct attacks. How is he supposed to win? Suddenly, Xingxing's great bird threw its head back and spat out clouds of thick mist as pillars of water crashed down, completely engulfing its opponent. It clicked for Chen Shu. "I get it now," he thought. He glanced over at Xu Xingxing and saw the triumphant look on his face, a classic feint. Xingxing's great bird circled high above, ready to confront the berserk ape below. Chen Shu watched tensely from his seat. Is that the berserk ape's defensive stance? Does that mean it's about to go on a rampage? Both fighters on the stage held their breath, their sharp eyes locked on every single movement. Suddenly, Xingxing's great bird let out a loud, excited chirp. Chirp, chirp, chirp. The moment two birds appeared, the berserk ape let out a furious roar. It pounded its chest, its bellows echoing through the arena. Without a second thought, the ape lunged, its hands shooting out to snatch the bird. The crowd held its breath, hearts pounding. "Oh my God, what's happening?" Hong Ming wondered, his eyes glued to the action. "Is he trying to bait my berserk ape off the stage?" At that thought, he quickly yelled, "Don't chase it." From a distance, Xu Xingxing smirked. "Heh, you think it's gonna listen just because you told it to stay put?" With that, he yelled, his voice booming with power, "Thunderbird." The Thunderbird instantly dove like a lightning strike, its sharp talons sinking into the ape's head and holding fast. Under attack, the ape's nostrils flared and its eyes bulged as it let out a furious shriek. Hong Ming was panicking. Seeing his ape just standing there as the Thunderbird flew off, he stomped his foot in frustration. He screamed again, his voice hoarse, "Don't move!" But the moment the ape charged, the Thunderbird deftly dodged. The ape lost its momentum and crashed to the ground, kicking up a huge cloud of dust. The referee's voice rang out instantly. Xu Xingxing is the winner. The students in the stands stared in disbelief, whispering, "He won? Like times that asterisk?" Hong Ming roared in fury, "Damn it, you played dirty." Xu Xingxing just gave a sly grin in return. All's fair in war. As he walked back to the stands, Chen Shu immediately ran up and gave him an excited high five. "Dude, that was awesome. You've got guts." Xingxing laughed, completely pleased with himself. "Haha, you know it." Next up, Xie Sunan versus Wang Yun. From behind them came the sound of heavy, thudding footsteps. Wang Yun stomped towards them, snarling, "Finally, I can get my revenge." Chen Shu patted Sunan's shoulder, his eyes filled with concern. "Your contract beast is a reconnaissance type. It doesn't have any direct combat abilities." Xie Sunan glanced back with a reassuring smile. "Don't worry, if I can't win, I'll just forfeit. No harm done. Chen Shu sighed and could only nod. All right. Just be careful. On the stage, Shi Sunan and Wang Yun faced off from a distance, their eyes locked in a cold, hard stare. Wang Yun impatiently summoned his spiritual energy, his voice dripping with arrogance. Quit stalling and summon your contracted spirit already. Up in the stands, Chen Shu frowned, his heart filled with worry. A B-rank contracted spirit. The special class is really packed with geniuses, he thought to himself. Shi Sunan remained perfectly calm, summoning a glittering butterfly with a gentle wave of his hand. Across from him, Wang Yun's crocodile roared, lunging forward with its jaws wide open. With just one powerful whip of its tail, the butterfly was sent flying, collapsing in an instant. In a split second, the butterfly slammed onto the floor, its body covered in blood. Chen Shu and Shu Xingxing jumped in their seats, their faces etched with worry. Chen Shu leaned forward, yelling urgently, "Xie Sunan, stop fighting, just forfeit." A contemptuous voice echoed from somewhere in the crowd. What a weakling. I have no idea what the school was thinking, letting times into the special class. Aren't they afraid of being embarrassed? Hearing this, Shu Xingxing exploded with rage. Damn it, why would that asshole say something like that? What's he supposed to do? It's obvious he can't win. Someone should just tell him to forfeit. Chen Shu quickly grabbed Xingxing's shoulder, a glimmer of hope in his eyes. Wait, I think Sunan has a plan. Just then, Shi Sunan spoke, his voice as cold and sharp as a blade. Embarrassed? Tell me, who's the one who should really be embarrassed here? The two in the stands immediately looked at each other in shock. Sunan was about to use his ultimate skill. The weak butterfly suddenly flapped its wings and soared into the air. A brilliant green light radiated out, shining directly down on Wang Yun. Witnessing this, Chen Shu couldn't help but cheer. The crowd in the stands exploded with laughter, roaring in the corner. Oh my god, what kind of skill is that? Wang Yun, you're so green. That green light is so blinding, I can't even open my eyes. Someone help me check. Is Wang Yun looking super green? Haha, mocked mercilessly. Wang Yun was so furious he started shaking, veins bulging on his forehead. Wang Yun immediately turned to Teacher Li, his voice filled with indignation. Teacher, Shi Sunan violated the rules. He used a skill on a beast tamer. Chen Shu quickly stepped up to Teacher Li's side to defend him. Teacher, Shi Sunan was just adding a special effect. It didn't cause any real harm, so it shouldn't be considered a violation. Beside him, Shu Xingxing put her arm around the teacher, nodding along. Right, Teacher Li. With beads of sweat on his forehead, Teacher Li looked down at the arena and ruled, it doesn't count. The students in the stands burst into laughter again. Haha, Wang Yun's so mad the veins are popping on his face. Damn it, this is psychological damage. Fine, let's just see how long your little spirit can hold out. Wang Yun gritted his teeth, squeezing his eyes shut. His crocodile instantly erupted with spiritual energy, preparing to charge. Across from him, Sunan's butterfly nimbly soared high into the air. It glanced at Sunan, who gave it a knowing nod. Instantly, the butterfly spat out a camera and started snapping pictures non-stop. The camera captured the image of Wang Yun standing in the middle of the green light, a smug smile still plastered on his face. Seeing this, Chen Shu had a sudden realization and thought to himself, so this times is how they get blackmail photos of shady dealers. From behind, Shi Sunan's teasing voice rang out, all right, give us a smile. Then he continued excitedly, that's it. Just imagine you're a superstar right now, standing on a stage in front of tens of thousands of fans. And that green light above your head? That's your spotlight. Hearing this, Wang Yun could only stand there, frozen like a statue. After a moment, he sighed, his voice filled with despair. I forfeit, but I have one condition. Xie Sunan smiled brightly and replied, I know, I'll delete the photos. The referee's voice boomed immediately. Xie Sunan is the winner. The students in the stands stared in disbelief, thinking to themselves, so it turns out, you don't always need raw power to win a fight. Walking back toward his teammates, Xie Sunan was swarmed by Chen Shu and Shu Xingxing, who showered him with praise. That's our brother for you. Teacher Li approached, his voice stern. Settle down. You three should rest up. You won't be this lucky when you get to the top 20 competition. The three of them nodded and quickly left the arena. Even so, the fire of excitement in the hearts of the students still burned brightly. Before long, Teacher Li gathered everyone and announced loudly, the first round is over. The second round, for the top 20, begins now. First match, Xie Sunan versus Tang Li. Hearing the opponent's name, Chen Shu's eyes lit up as he whispered, Tang Li? Isn't that the guy from the second year? Wang Yun and Hong Ming immediately went over to Tang Li's side, their voices full of expectation. Master Tang, You have to avenge us. Tang Li clapped them on the shoulder and replied confidently, don't worry. With that, he strode onto the stage, his presence overwhelming. He looked at Sunan and roared defiantly, do you dare to face me in a real fight? Xie Sunan just smiled, not flinching in the slightest. Why wouldn't I? But don't say I didn't warn you. Once you accept, you won't be able to escape. My light of love. Hearing this, Tang Li's face paled for a second, his voice trembling slightly. I won't give you a chance to use any times of your skills. Sunan just smirked, feigning innocence. The two locked eyes, their spiritual energies flaring and clashing like sparks. Xie Sunan smiled brightly, tossing his butterfly into the air and shouting, let's begin. Tang Li also pointed forward, ordering his spirit beast to attack. Seeing the ferocious opponent, Sunan's butterfly immediately flew back and hid right behind him. He scoffed, his voice gloating, are you giving up already? You can't be. But just as the spirit beast lunged, the caterpillar unexpectedly dodged to the side. In a flash, with astonishing speed, the caterpillar shot straight towards Tang Li, making him panic, his face turning pale. He cursed out loud, his voice trembling, son of a bitch. The caterpillar had already gotten behind Tang Li, preparing to strike. Suddenly, Sunan turned towards the audience and yelled, Xiao Yu, why are you taking your clothes off? Tang Li, being nosy, immediately whipped his head around. Let me see, too. At that exact moment, the caterpillar blasted a dazzling green light straight into his face. Tang Li's jaw dropped as he screamed, why would you use that move again? Sunan just laughed calmly, thinking to himself, that's right, just gathering materials. At that moment, Teacher Li walked over, his voice stern. All right, Xie Sunan, that's enough. You've won. Retract your skill. Stop fooling around. Sunan nodded, recalling his caterpillar, and smiled faintly. Okay. The green light on Tang Li's body gradually faded. He gritted his teeth, glaring daggers at Xie Sunan. Sunan walked briskly toward the stands, explaining calmly, I never wanted to win from the start. I just wanted to have a little fun. Down below, Tang Li growled, hissing each word through gritted teeth. Xi, Su, Nan. Just then, Teacher Li's voice rang out with an announcement. Next match, Chen Shu versus Yang Ziyu. Without a hint of hesitation, Chen Shu strode onto the arena floor, brimming with confidence. From the stands, Shu Tintin and Xie Sunan immediately started cheering. Go get him, bro. We're waiting for you to take first place. Chen Shu faced Yang Ziyu, their gazes meeting with a cold intensity. Ziyu spoke in a sweet voice, her eyes sparkling. Brother Chen, could you possibly go easy on me? Chen Shu replied with a slight smile. Don't you worry, little sis. Inwardly, he sneered. So young, and already pulling this kind of trick. In that case, don't blame me for not playing nice. Chen Shu gave a signal with his eyes, and Slime immediately shot him a thumbs up, understanding perfectly. In an instant, Slime charged straight at Ziyu like a flash of lightning. Her purple fox's crimson eyes stared intently at Slime. Suddenly, Slime began to wobble, looking dizzy as it made a squelch sound. It turned its back and slowly plodded towards Chen Shu. A triumphant gleam flashed in Yang Ziyu's eyes as she said cheerfully, Looks like you've lost, big brother. In the stands, Xie Sunan's heart pounded as he thought, I can't believe even his spirit beast fell for a charm spell. Chen Shu is in real trouble this time. But as he looked at Chen Shu, he suddenly blurted out, wait a minute. Why doesn't he look stressed at all? Chen Shu just wore a brilliant smile, thinking to himself, I wouldn't be so sure about that. All of a sudden, Slime stopped walking, its brow furrowed, and it spun around to face the fox. In a split second, it activated its collision skill, rocketing toward its opponent like a whirlwind. The purple fox was caught completely off guard and was sent flying, landing in a cloud of dust on the floor. The students below stared with wide eyes and open mouths. Chen Shu spoke calmly, his voice full of confidence. Little sis, I'll give you a chance to surrender. Slime looked incredibly smug as it sat triumphantly on top of the fox. Yang Ziyu lowered her head, her voice filled with disappointment. I surrender. Teacher Li immediately declared Chen Shu the winner. Ziyu rushed over, asking worriedly, Teacher, my spirit beast is seriously injured. What should I do? Teacher Li reassured her, Don't worry. The school will cover all treatment costs. It won't affect your studies. Hearing this, Chen Shu's eyes lit up. The school's paying? He immediately turned to Slime and gave it a mischievous signal. A second later, he was bawling his eyes out. Teacher, my slime has internal injuries. It needs treatment fees too. Then he ran over, clapping Ziyu on the shoulder and praising her generously. Your spirit beast is truly amazing. I am completely in awe. Ziyu could only stare at this scene, letting out a helpless sigh. Teacher Li's face flushed with anger, but he managed to restrain himself and just snapped. Just recall your little drama. King Slime already. Go rest up. The next round begins this afternoon. Chen Shu sighed in disappointment but nodded. Yes, sir. Before long, the crowd headed back to the school building. Chen Shu, Xie Sunan, and Shu Tintin were strolling through the main hall, feeling pretty relaxed. Suddenly, a figure blocked their path, causing Chen Shu to stop short. Hearing his name called, he frowned and turned his head. It was Tang Li's crew, every single one of them looking arrogant and insolent. Chen Shu narrowed his eyes, wondering, what do these guys want? Then he broke into a grin, his voice full of mockery. No need to be so formal. You can just call me uncle. Tang Li immediately roared, his voice trembling with rage. Did you beat up my guy yesterday? He struggled to contain his fury. He continued, I've looked into you. You're just some talented kid from the regular class who managed to sneak his way into the special class. Hearing this, Chen Shu just smirked. So what? Tang Li narrowed his eyes, his voice threatening. Just stay away from Xu Xiaoyu, and I can let bygones be bygones. Dulong, who was standing behind him, aggressively chimed in. Young Master Tang, you don't need to be so polite with him. His spirit beast is only E rank. We can just take him out right now. Chen Shu glanced at the group, thinking, is this hothead really trying to pick a fight out of nowhere? He sighed, looked at Dulong, and his voice deepened. Right now, I just want to take a knife and stab you in the ass. Hearing this, Dulong furrowed his brow in shock. What the hell is that supposed to mean? Chen Shu burst out laughing, his voice full of glee. It's to open your eyes. Of course, you little punk. Dulong snarled in fury. You. Just then, Tang Li spoke up coldly. I hope you can still run your mouth like that in the next match. Right at that moment, a system notification appeared with 3 options. Option 1. Say directly, I've always been like this. Reward, intermediate level beast taming power. Option 2. Say to Xie Sunan, old Xie, let's give him a little taste of love. Reward, Slime's jumping power increases by 5%. Option 3. Incite the regular students to beat up Tang Li. Reward, Slime's physique increases by 5%. After reading the options, Chen Shu frowned, deep in thought. He stroked his chin, calculating his next move. As much as he wanted to let Xie Sunan shine some loving light on Tang Li, he couldn't summon his contracted spirit here. Thinking this, a mischievous grin spread across his face. He'd just have to make do. With a loud thud, Chen Shu charged straight at Tang Li, ready to take him down. Tang Li was startled and quickly threw his hands up to block. But as soon as he lowered them, he saw Chen Shu collapse onto the ground. Tang Li's eyes went wide with utter shock. Chen Shu clutched his stomach and shouted dramatically, Tang Li, how dare you say everyone in the regular class is a bunch of useless trash? Tang Li's face went pale as he looked around in a panic at the surrounding crowd, who were now pointing at him, their eyes filled with suspicion. Panicked, Tang Li stammered out a defense. I did not. Xie Sunan suddenly pointed right at him, his voice ice cold. Yes, you did. You just said the entire regular class is garbage. Xu Xingxing immediately jumped in, her voice aggressive. Who do you think you are? You dare look down on the regular students, and you dare hit my brother Chen Shu. I'll end you. Just then, someone rushed forward and threw a punch straight into Tang Li's face. The surrounding crowd roared with excitement, their eyes gleaming. Those in the back started getting angry, shouting as they charged forward, Get the guy who insulted us, regular students. The moment the words were spoken, a massive brawl erupted, with shouts echoing. The moment the words were spoken, a massive brawl erupted, with shouts echoing everywhere. Chen Shu raised an eyebrow and glanced at the person opposite him, letting out a soft, huh. Dulong stammered, quickly saying, I think I forgot to bring in my laundry. I'm gonna go get it. He pushed his way into the crowd, yelling, Stop fighting, all of you, stop fighting. Chen Shu smirked mischievously as the system notification sounded. Mission complete. Reward. Slime's physique increased by 5%, and it has mastered the divine skill, Gigantification. Hearing this, Chen Shu's eyes lit up as he celebrated inwardly. Whoa, an unexpected bonus. He glanced over at Xie Sunan and grinned brightly. Nice one. You knew exactly what I was planning. Sunan replied, his voice full of excitement. Of course, but man, that move of yours was brilliant. You instantly turned him into a public enemy. Chen Shu raised an eyebrow and explained, It wasn't just my doing. I'm sure someone in that crowd realized I was acting. After speaking, he turned to leave, thinking to himself that this guy had brought it all on himself. In the afternoon, the 3 of them entered the Beast Tamer Hall. Tang Li was now in a wheelchair, completely battered, his face ashen. The moment Chen Shu saw him, he burst out laughing. Well, what's with this new look? It's certainly unique. The crowd in the stands immediately erupted in laughter. Ha ha ha. Tang Li trembled with rage, grinding his teeth. Teacher Li walked over with a tense expression. Alright, it's time to start the next round of matches. Stop messing around. He cleared his throat. The PA system is broken. So, I'll be making the announcements this afternoon. Now, for the first match, Chen Shu versus Dulong. Dulong strolled onto the stage with his hands in his pockets, his voice dripping with confidence. Don't worry, I'll get revenge for you. Hearing this, Chen Shu scoffed. Revenge? In your dreams. He looked at Dulong, his tone teasing. Looks like your luck isn't so great. Chen Shu replied calmly. Oh, I wouldn't be so sure. Little dragon boy, I suggest you don't underestimate me. You're in over your head here, kid. You can't handle it. Dulong, completely unfazed, immediately summoned his spirit beast. Cut the crap. Let's begin. A gigantic beast appeared, letting out a heaven-shaking roar with an imposing aura. He raised an eyebrow, his voice challenging. Let me see this legendary slime of yours. Chen Shu asked cheerfully. You really want to see it? Dulong sneered. What? Are you planning to surrender? He continued. It makes sense. Thinking you can fight my pseudo-dragon with just a slime is truly a foolish pipe dream. My pseudo-dragon has the bloodline of a great dragon. It's known as the truly invincible, and, no offense to the rest of you. Before he could finish, Dulong's face twisted in horror, stunned by the terrifying sight. His slime had suddenly swelled to a colossal size, nearly covering the entire arena floor. Teacher Li was completely shocked, shouting, an explosive class creature. This was the divine skill, gigantification, that the slime had mastered. Dulong and his tyrant lizard behind him were terrified, their faces pale as they both screamed, What the hell is this? The slime's crimson eyes blazed like two torches, making Dulong and his spirit beast break out in a cold sweat, trembling uncontrollably. Chen Shu finally spoke, his voice calm. This is my slime. Dulong, your pseudo-dragon is invincible at its rank, right? Luckily, my slime is only F rank. If it were A rank, we'd definitely lose for sure. He smirked, continuing to taunt him. Oh, right, Dulong. What were you saying just now about taking on everyone? And then what? Hearing this, Dulong hung his head, not daring to say another word. Suddenly, he tensed up, his eyes widening as he roared. You really think you've won already? As he finished, his tyrant lizard's mouth shot out a swirling torrent of spiritual energy. Chen Shu said nothing, merely flicking his fingers. Instantly, the torrent of spiritual energy vanished, as if it had never existed. The tyrant beast was frozen, stiff, completely motionless. Dulong's eyes went wide with disbelief. You have a skill that can seal a contract beast? Tran Thu smirked and replied, What do you think? Now, it's my turn to attack. He calculated internally that Slime's pressure after gigantification could seal the skills of a low-level contract beast. This dragon fell right into my trap, he thought. Now it's at my mercy. In a flash, Slime, with its overwhelming power, slammed the tyrant beast into the floor, shaking the very ground. Dulong panicked, throwing his hands up and shouting, I give up. Stop crushing him. Stop. If you keep going, he won't make it. Tran Thu calmly raised his hand, flipped a cold middle finger, and declared, Trash. Teacher Li waved his hand, his voice clear, Tran Thu wins. The teacher muttered to himself in astonishment, never expecting Tran Thu to be this strong. Sensing the teacher's gaze, Tran Thu glanced back with a mischievous smile. The system immediately sent a notification. Option 1. Secure a rank between 4th and 6th place, maintaining a humble attitude. Reward. A significant boost in beast taming power. Option 2. Achieve a top 3 finish, shocking everyone. Reward. Collision skill, +1 level. Option 3. Seize the number 1 spot, displaying your true power. Reward. Obtain the attribute transfer skill. Option 4. Defeat Teacher Li's contract beast and take his position as the special class instructor. Reward. Slime will receive 1 chance for a bloodline evolution. Reading this, Tran Thu's eyes widened as he thought in shock. A chance for a bloodline evolution. With that thought, Tran Thu glanced at Teacher Li, his eyes sparkling with a cunning idea. Should I give it a shot? Teacher Li, feeling unnerved, took a few steps back, his voice trembling. Why do I get the feeling this kid has bad intentions? But then he sighed, cleared his throat a few times, and composed himself. He announced loudly, Next match, Vuong Tanhan versus Hua Tiovu. The moment he finished, Tran Thu stepped forward, frowning as he stared intently at Teacher Li. Teacher Li asked, annoyed, Why are you staring at me like that? What is it you want? Tran Thu blushed and burst out laughing. Teacher, I was just wondering what level of a beastmaster you are. Teacher Li answered immediately, Black Iron 2. Why? Upon hearing this, Tran Thu's eyes bulged as he screamed internally, Is this option joking with me? Black Iron 2. How am I supposed to win that? With that thought, he quickly bowed deeply and respectfully. Oh, it's nothing. As he was about to walk away, Tran Thu happened to pass by Duong Liet. Seeing him sitting in a wheelchair, he turned his head and said mockingly, "Young Master Duong, why do I get the feeling you look like a mummy just dug up from a pyramid?" Hearing this, Duong Liet just closed his eyes and turned away without a word. Suddenly, a glint flashed in Tran Thu's eyes like a flame, and the space in front of him burst into a raging fire. Sparks fell onto Duong Liet's pants, and Tran Thu immediately roared with laughter. Young Master Duong is on fire. Duong Liet shrieked in terror when he noticed. Damn it! Tran Thu zipped over in a flash, pretending to stomp repeatedly on the burning area while yelling, "Young Master Duong, don't be scared. I'll help you." From outside, horrified screams echoed. Ah! Tran Thu continued stomping without pause. Even after the flame was out, he was still enthusiastically shouting, "Holy crap! Young Master Duong's fire is huge!" Then he turned and yelled, "Everyone, come help." Tu Tin Tin and Ta Tu Nam walked over. Tran Thu's eyes were still sparkling with amusement as the two looked at each other and shared a meaningful smile. Duong Liet lay on the floor, screaming in agony. Aha! Tran Thu glanced at his two friends and teased, "Don't you two just stand there? Hurry up and help. Do you really want to watch your big boss lose his family jewels?" Hearing this, Tu Tin Tin and Ta Tu Nam's faces went pale as they rushed over. At that point, 5 of them put their arms around each other's shoulders and chanted in rhythm, "Follow my beat, now. 1, 2, 1, stomp. 1, 2, 1, stomp." Teacher Lai turned around, shocked. "What's going on? What's all that noise? Damn it, use water." Vuong Van and Hong Min stared at each other in bewilderment, then scratched their heads and muttered, "Crap, we forgot we could use water." After a long moment, Duong Liet tremblingly raised a hand and gripped Tran Thu's wrist, his face filled with rage as he growled, "You." Tran Thu smiled gently, took his hand, and said in a mild tone, "Young Master Duong, no need to thank me. We're all classmates. This is what I, Tran Thu, should do." After speaking, he quickly pulled a blanket over Duong Liet's face. Under the bright sun, Tu Tin Tin's Thunderbird flickered in and out of sight, splitting into 2 phantom images that streaked across the sky. Below, Duong Liet's contract beast roared in fury, its giant wings beating wildly as it shot upwards, chasing after the Thunderbird. Tu Tin Tin stood there, a smirk playing on his lips, as he taunted, "You want to have a speed contest with my bird? Humph." High above, the Thunderbird circled deftly, constantly changing direction, leading its opponent into a state of confusion. Duong Liet's face darkened like a thundercloud as he snarled, "You think you can still stall for time?" The moment he finished speaking, his beast opened its mouth and spat out a radiant ball of spiritual energy, launching it straight at the Thunderbird. In an instant, a brilliant light enveloped the Thunderbird, swallowing it whole. Tu Tin Tin wasn't the least bit panicked, only scoffing, "Who said I wanted to win? I just wanted to mock you." As if responding to its master, the Thunderbird suddenly erupted with power, shattering the cage of light. Its wings beat with immense force as it broke out majestically. On the other side, Duong Liet's beast refused to back down, immediately rushing forward to counterattack. But before it could strike, the Thunderbird delivered a fatal blow, its sharp talons sinking right into its opponent's leg. Tang Liet's spirit beast howled in agony, tears streaming down as its colossal body staggered. The Thunderbird, in contrast, just watched coldly, its eyes seeming to mock its writhing enemy. Down below, Tu Tin Tin shook her head with a helpless smile. "All right, I'll let you save some face. It'll make things less awkward when we see each other again. As a favor, I'll let you concede today." After saying that, he glanced over at Tong Liet and gave him a meaningful wink. "No need to thank me. We're all classmates. We should help each other out." Witnessing the whole thing, Teacher Li could only frown and let out a sigh. "Tang Liet is the winner," he announced, pulling out a large wooden box, his expression grim. "Now, I will announce the top 3. Tran Thu, Hua Tuvu, and Tang Liet." Teacher Li's voice rang out clearly. "Next, we will draw lots to determine the matchups and who gets a bye." Hua Tuvu quickly stepped up and drew a slip. Tran Thu followed, his demeanor perfectly calm. Finally, it was Tang Liet's turn. His hand trembled as he opened the slip. The 3 of them retreated to their own corners, tensely looking at the results. Suddenly, Tang Liet cheered, his voice filled with excitement. "Mine is the blank one. Mine is the blank one." Tran Thu remained completely unfazed. He held up his own slip and said calmly, "What's there to be so happy about? This is the one that says no fight. A bye." Hearing that, Tang Liet's eyes widened in shock. "What the hell? No fight? The announcer's voice immediately boomed over the speakers, confirming the matchup. Hua Tuvu versus Tang Liet. Tang Liet turned to him, a smug grin spreading across his face. Tuvu, if I want to beat Tranthu, I have to take you out first. You'll have to forgive me. Hua Tuvu showed no fear, shouting, Flame Bird. Instantly, the flame bird shot out, its wings blazing like living fire, ready for battle. The moment Tang Liet saw it, his face went pale. He quickly turned to his lackeys, his voice trembling. Quick, push me a little farther away. Only after retreating to a safe corner did he dare to breathe a sigh of relief. From the stands, Tranthu cheered them on. Tuvu, give it your all. It'd be best if you both just wear each other out and leave the rest to me. Hearing this, Hua Tuvu shot an exasperated glare up at Tranthu before turning his cold, sharp gaze back to the arena. From his high vantage point, Tranthu watched the match, his mind secretly calculating, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. However, Hua Tuvu had already fought against Wang Qinghan earlier, and although he'd won, he had used up far too much energy. The flame bird still shot forward like an arrow, its fire burning fiercely, but Tang Liet's spirit beast panicked and turned tail to run. Tranthu observed from a distance, a worried look on his face. The flame bird's fire was gradually dimming, a bad sign. This match, he mumbled. Tuvu might not actually win. Even though it was exhausted, the flame bird stubbornly charged forward, but it suddenly slipped and crashed hard to the ground, sending up a huge cloud of dust. Without a moment's hesitation, Teacher Li announced, Tang Liet is the winner. Standing in the arena, Tang Liet immediately shot a cold, sharp glare towards Tranthu, the flames of hatred burning in his eyes. Tranthu felt the pressure, thinking to himself, looks like the fight for the top spot is down to just me and him. Teacher Li approached them and suggested in a steady voice, Tang Liet is already injured like this. How about we take a short break? You can fight in a little while. Tang Liet nodded in satisfaction at the suggestion, a relieved smile on his face. An hour later, having regained his strength, he gritted his teeth and said with determination, Teacher, let's begin. Then he turned, his eyes spitting fire. This time, I will definitely get my honor back. On the other side, Sunan and Tu Tin Tin were enthusiastically massaging Tranthu's shoulders, chanting, Go, Tran the first. Go. The two of them quickly stepped onto the fighting stage, their auras blazing with intensity. Teacher Li yelled, Let the match begin. Tang Liet and Tranthu faced each other, their gazes locked like two bullets aimed straight at one another. Tranthu suddenly frowned and mumbled, Do we really have to be this serious? Tang Liet didn't answer, simply growling a command as his contract beast got into a ready stance. Suddenly, Tranthu yelled, his voice laced with mischief. Hold on, come here. He smirked. Hey Tang, your crotch is on fire again. Startled, Tang Liet hurriedly looked down to check. Tranthu seized the opportunity and cheered triumphantly, You fell for it. The slime, its eyes flashing with a sly glint, immediately shot forward like a whirlwind. With terrifying speed, the slime sent the opponent's beast flying with a single hit. The beast collapsed, whimpering weakly, while the slime casually let out a few squishy sounds. Tang Liet was so furious he gritted his teeth and roared, Son of a bitch, I really underestimated you. You think you're the only one who knows how to humiliate people? Now, watch this. As soon as the words left his mouth, his beast charged forward with ferocious momentum. But just then, Tang Liet's beast turned its butt towards the slime, shook it violently, and shot out sparkling streams of light from it. The slime's eyes blazed with fury, while behind it, Tranthu's face turned red with rage as he bellowed, Tang Liet, you shameless bastard. Using a move that dirty. You truly are the most shameless person in all of Namjianghai. The students in the stands could only shake their heads in disgust. Tranthu quickly yelled, Slime, don't look at its butt. Even if we lose, we have to lose with dignity. As if it understood, the slime smiled and chirped in agreement. After they exchanged a look, the slime immediately turned back around and, at lightning speed, unleashed its head-burying attack. Seeing this, Tang Liet let out a smug sneer. So what if you bury your head? You can't fly, so all you'll be able to see is my contract beast's ass. But in the next second, spiritual energy exploded from the slime, surrounding its body like an aura. And just a moment ago, Tang Liet had thought he had victory in the bag. He pointed and laughed out loud. Is that slime gonna pop from being so pissed off? Wang Yun, standing beside him, whispered in his ear, Young Master Tang, we should back up a bit. If it explodes, the stuff inside will be. Hong Ming also leaned in, grinning with delight at its round shape. Does it think it can float away like a balloon or something? Ha ha ha. In a flash, the slime shot forward like the wind. unhesitatingly slamming straight into the opponent's spirit beast. The giant beast was sent flying, tumbling in the dust. The slime didn't stop, diving down to deliver another powerful blow. From a distance, Tang Li screamed in horror. "No," he pointed, his voice trembling with anger. "You cheated!" Tran Thu calmly waved his hand in response. "I didn't cheat. I just gave my slime a flying weapon. Besides, using your skills like that just makes you look like an idiot. You think you can just walk all over my slime? What's to stop me from gutting it right here?" Hearing this, Tang Li was so furious he trembled, unable to speak. Teacher Li stepped into the middle of the arena and announced in a clear voice, "All right, Tran Thu wins this match. Everyone dismiss, go get some rest." Suddenly, Tran Thu clutched his head and cried out in alarm. "Oh crap, I forgot about the mission." The system notified him that he had half an hour left to complete it. He quickly turned around, his voice hurried. "Teacher, wait, don't announce the results just yet. I have something I need to discuss with you." Teacher Li frowned, his eyes filled with suspicion. "What is it?" Tran Thu flashed a bright smile, holding up 4 fingers. "First off, this is a friendly negotiation, no hard feelings, I swear." Teacher Li chuckled lightly. "Go on." Tran Thu scratched his head, hesitating. "The thing is, could you maybe let my slime have a match against your contracted spirit?" Upon hearing this, Teacher Li's expression immediately turned serious. He remained silent, his sharp gaze scrutinizing Tran Thursday. Feeling a flash of fear, he quickly said, "Don't worry, teacher. I'll know when to hold back." Teacher Li snorted, his voice low. "Anything else?" Tran Thu stammered, his voice growing softer. "Also, while you're at it, could you please resign and give us young folks a chance? I want to be the head teacher of the special class. Please don't hit me." After hearing him out, Teacher Li unexpectedly smiled kindly. "All right, I'll grant your first request." As he finished speaking, he waved his hand and summoned a gigantic, contracted spirit beast. Its presence was overwhelming, and without a moment's hesitation, the teacher said, "Send your contracted spirit up." Tran Thu gave a strained smile, thinking to himself, "Why is Old Man Li's smile so terrifying?" He quickly gave a signal, and the slime bounced cheerfully onto the arena floor. In front of it, Teacher Li's giant snake growled, continuously spitting out blasts of freezing air. Tran Thu's eyes were filled with worry. He glanced at Teacher Li, feeling that something was very wrong. In an instant, the snake lunged forward, pinning the slime and taking several vicious bites. The slime quickly jumped away, but a chunk of it was already gone. The snake didn't stop, immediately turning to give chase. Teacher Li asked in a cold voice, "Do you still want me to resign?" Tran Thu hastily waved his hands, stammering, "I was just kidding. It's nothing, sir." Teacher Li paid him no mind and turned to make an announcement. Today's matches are now over. The top 3 are Tran Thu, Tang Li, and Shu Xiaoyu, in that order. The specific rankings will be posted later. Suddenly, he yelled, his voice full of anger. "Honestly, for your performance today, I only have one word, pathetic." Then he pointed directly at Tang Li. "You performed like a complete idiot. You clearly had a natural advantage, yet you were easily defeated by Tran Thursday. Go and think long and hard about that." Turning to Shu Xiaoyu, he continued, "Your flame bird, when using its skills, could have clearly paused to recover its strength, yet you insisted on charging forward until you lost. A complete waste of talent." Finally, he looked at Tran Thu, his tone softening slightly. "As for you, I'm satisfied for now. Even though your contracted spirit is a bit ugly, at least its skills are good." Then he looked at the students below and reminded them, "All of you, go back and reflect on your performance. That's all for today. Tonight is self-study for your culture class." The students answered in unison. Back at the dorm, Shi Sunan clapped Tran Thu on the shoulder and asked curiously, "You're an old-timer around here. Got anything good to eat lately?" Tran Thu beamed. "Of course, I've got a specialty. Just wait a minute, I'll treat everyone to a big meal." With that, he dashed straight into the bathroom. Xie Sunan stared after him, bewildered. He's in such a hurry. He's not going in there to get our times specialty, is he? Shu Tingting's face went pale as she muttered, "A bathroom specialty." Tran Thu returned and excitedly opened the system, shouting, "System, hurry, and come out. Show me my treasure. I almost got my butt kicked by Old Man Li for this thing." The system displayed a notification for the Sweet Dream Assassination exclusive skill book. After actively using it, the slime will maintain a combat sleep state, unable to be awakened by any negative status effects, which can be sustained for a certain period of time. After reading it, Tran Thu burst out laughing, pleased with himself. "With this skill, combined with my others, I'm truly invincible at my level. Ha ha ha." As evening fell, the 3 of them went to a diner. She Sunan looked completely unimpressed and grumbled, So, times this times is the fancy restaurant you were talking about? Tran Thu, unbothered, cheerfully arranged the bowls on the table and replied, "What do you guys know? High-class restaurants always have simple decor," Shu Tingting asked, with an innocent, curious look. "Why were you in the bathroom for so long earlier? What were you doing?" Tran Thu just chuckled and replied mysteriously, "That's a secret." Suddenly, Xie Sunan's eyes darted to a corner and he exclaimed, "Hey, look over there. In this blazing hot weather, there's someone sitting all alone, wearing a hat and a blindingly bright pink winter coat." Tanam furrowed his brow, his voice full of judgment. "I bet this guy is either a total weirdo or a wanted criminal." Tran Thu laughed casually at that. "You think a wanted criminal would be that dumb? Dressing like that is basically screaming for attention. He's probably some kind of artist." Just as he finished speaking, the phone in his pocket buzzed. Tran Thu quickly pulled it out and answered, "Hello, Uncle Wang, what's up?" From the other end of the line, Wang Qian's serious voice came through. "Tran, I caught 2 of the fugitives from yesterday, but there's still one on the loose. Be careful, he might be near your school." Tran Thu's brows furrowed tightly, his voice tense. "Near my school?" The more he spoke, the more anxious his expression became. "Okay, I got it, Uncle Wang. I have to go. I'll hang up now." He hung up the phone. Turning to Tu Tin Tin, he commanded decisively, "Tin Tin, go get a stealth shot of that guy." Hearing this, Tu Tin Tin's face went pale. "Tran, are you insane? You want me to sneak a picture of a creep?" But the very next second, he cheerfully held up his phone and exclaimed, "Oh well, anything for my bro. I'll help you out this one time. Heh heh." Tu Tin Tin pretended to walk over, humming a little tune as he went. Suddenly, he stopped right in front of the guy and blatantly snapped a few pictures. Behind them, Ta Nam and Tran Thu shouted in unison, stunned. "You call that being stealthy?" The man, enraged, yelled, "Are you nuts?" Tu Tin Tin quickly bowed his head, apologizing over and over. "Sorry, sorry, sorry." Then he turned back, casually humming again as if nothing had happened, and handed the phone to Tran Thursday. Tran Thu looked at the photo and unexpectedly blurted out, "Son of a bitch. It's really him, the wanted criminal." When Ta Nam and Tu Ting Ting heard this, they shouted in unison, "What? A wanted criminal?" Just then, a system notification appeared before Tran Thu's eyes. Option 1. Yell in the opponent's face. "Time to die, gangster." Reward. Intermediate level beast taming power. Option 2. Advance and use your clever words to convince the opponent to surrender. Reward. Slim's obedience increases by 5. Option 3. Follow the criminal, observe the situation, and then make your move. Reward. Slim's physique increases by 1%. Seeing the man stand up, Tran Thu quickly motioned to his friends. "Let's go. We're following him. We'll check out the situation and then act." Ta Nam and Tu Tin Tin looked at each other, their eyes flashing with determination. "All right," they said in unison. The man quickly walked to a car that was waiting for him. The 3 of them immediately followed. The moment he closed the car door, it sped off. Tran Thu frantically hailed a taxi, and the group scrambled in, pointing ahead. Tran Thu said in a rushed voice, "Driver, follow that car." The driver gave a confident smile and a thumbs up. "No problem." The taxi tailed the strange black car closely. When the other car stopped, the taxi pulled up as well. Tran Thu got out and told the others to do the same. None of them took their eyes off the man as he turned into a narrow alley. The thud of heavy footsteps echoed from behind them. It seemed he knew he was being followed. Abruptly, Tran Thu's voice cut through the air, startling the man. "Well, if it isn't Mr. Liu?" he asked cheerfully, crossing his arms. "Been a few days. You look different." The man called Mr. Liu narrowed his eyes, his voice dripping with contempt. "So I managed to bait you little punks. Ha, fine by me. Since you're so eager to die, I won't be holding back." Hearing this, a flash of panic crossed Tran Thu's face as he thought to himself, "What does he mean? How did he bait us?" Without hesitating, he quickly opened the system, his eyes scanning the options. Option 1. Run immediately. Survival is key. Reward. A large amount of beast taming power. Option 2. Scream, help me, help me. Reward. Slim's strength increases by 10%. Option 3. Eliminate the entire criminal gang. Reward. All of Slim's attributes increase by 20%. Tran Thu's eyes were hesitant as he silently calculated. A criminal gang. Don't tell me I walked right into their den? Suddenly, a cold and eerie voice echoed from behind them. "Old Liu, is this your target?" Tran Thu frowned, his tense gaze darting in that direction. A group of thugs with sinister smiles was slowly approaching them. Tu Tin, completely fearless, waved his hand. Spiritual energy crackled and exploded as a thunderbird with brilliant wings instantly appeared. The three of them exchanged glances and, in a flash, leaped onto the thunderbird's back, preparing for a hasty escape. The thug in the back sneered, laughing sinisterly as he channeled his power. The ground began to shake violently, and strange chunks of earth rose up. Two gigantic hands erupted from the ground, grabbing the thunderbird's legs and sending all three of them tumbling to the ground. The earth element thug growled as he tightened his grip on the thunderbird. Tin's eyes blazed with fury as he cursed through gritted teeth. Damn it, Tran Thu anxiously calculated. An earth elemental spirit. Looks like our only option is to use our ultimate move. He turned and whispered something to Nam. Nam scratched his head and laughed sheepishly. A misunderstanding. It's just a misunderstanding. As soon as he spoke, a caterpillar shimmering with blue light shot forward, flying at an incredible speed. The thugs below burst out laughing. Holy crap, old Liu, you're gonna fight us with a damn glowworm? Ha ha ha. Amid the chaos, Tran Thu seized his chance. He tried to climb onto Slime's back but kept sliding off, his hands grasping desperately. When he finally made it, he yelled, "Hurry! Get up here." Shi Sunan and Shu Xingxing scrambled on without a moment's hesitation as they shot into the sky. The guy in the green hat below yelled in astonishment, "Stop laughing! That slime can fly!" The earth element user lunged, swinging his arm out to grab them, but missed by a hair's breadth. From high above, Chen Shu burst out laughing. "Ha ha ha, you bunch of morons. Let me get a good shot of your faces so I can hand you over to the Chen Bureau and have them scoop you all up." He held up his phone, snapping picture after picture. The thugs below panicked and scrambled to chase after them. Suddenly, slime began to shake violently. Chen Shu yelled, "Everyone, hold on tight. Slime's about to sneeze." Its face scrunched up, and then it let out a massive sneeze. Losing their grip, Shi Sunan and Shu Xingxing were flung off, their faces pale and their eyes wide with sheer terror. Still on Slime's back, Chen Shu cried out in disbelief. "You've got to be kidding me. This is enough to completely turn the tables?" The moment they hit the ground, they were swarmed by the thugs. They screamed frantically, "Chen Shu, save us." From high up, Chen Shu couldn't hear clearly and yelled back, "What? You want me to leave?" He nodded to himself. "All right, I'm out of here." Slime immediately zipped away, vanishing in the blink of an eye. The thug looked at Shi Sunan and Shu Xingxing and smirked. "Looks like your little friend can't save you now." He gritted his teeth and snarled, "If Chen Shu dares to call the Chen Bureau, we kill these two." One of his lackeys immediately shouted, "Got it." He glanced back, his eyes full of caution, but the man in front urged him on. "Come on, let's go. Stop dragging your feet." In the small alley, only the sound of the cold wind whistling remained. Chen Shu hid behind a wall, observing carefully. These guys aren't going to be easy to deal with, he thought. He glanced down at the invisibility potion in his hand, a glint of delight in his eyes. Good thing I chose to run when I ran into those two last night and managed to grab this. Without a second's hesitation, he tilted his head back and downed the potion. His body slowly faded, melting into the air. Chen Shu was thrilled. This effect is totally worthy of a system reward. The sound of urgent footsteps echoed through the alley. Thump, thump, thump. Chen Shu took off, his footsteps so fast he was practically breathless. He calculated in his head, one dose of this invisibility potion lasts 20 minutes. I have to make every second count. Reaching a narrow alleyway, he stopped short, his gaze fixed on a closed wooden door. Suspicious, he peered through a crack in the wall to get a better look. Once he saw it was safe, he vaulted over a bush and slipped inside. The moment he saw the silhouette of a thug, Chen Shu flinched, his heart pounding in his chest. Have I been spotted? But when the man turned back and slammed the door, shut thump, thump, he breathed a sigh of relief. Oh, he was just closing the door. The thug, looking annoyed, barked, "Why didn't you guys lock the door?" Hiding in the shadows, Chen Shu looked around curiously, wondering to himself, "Huh? Shu Xingxing and Xie Sunan aren't here?" Old Liu irritably ripped off his jacket, muttering, "Wearing this thing is so damn hot. It's insane." The blonde guy next to him burst out laughing. "Isn't this supposed to be bait for the Chenling Bureau? But, Brother Liu, do we really have to kill their agents?" Old Liu plopped down, his voice cold. "We have to muddy the waters to create a chance to escape. That's why the Bureau agents have to die." The blonde guy glanced over and asked, "Then what about those students?" Old Liu's eyes narrowed, his gaze filled with murderous intent. "Kill them all." Hearing this, Chen Shu was horrified. "I can't believe how ruthless these guys are. I have to find Shi Sunan and Shu Xingxing fast." He stealthily checked the door outside, then slipped into a dark room. Inside, Shi, Sunan, and Shu Xingxing were tied up tightly, fast asleep and snoring in their chairs. Chen Shu smiled and murmured, "Well, that makes things easier." He immediately summoned Slime, his voice filled with determination. "Time for my counterattack." He tossed Slime a bottle of invisibility potion and ordered, "Drink up." Without a moment's hesitation, Slime chugged the entire bottle. Chen Shu leaned in close and whispered, "Go." Slime shot towards the group of thugs, who were deep in conversation. One of them was saying enthusiastically, "Don't be so pessimistic, everyone. After we get out of this, we'll be proactive, build synergy, scale up, create a conglomerate. 3 years to break even, 5 years to double our capital, 10 years to an IPO, bam." Slime attacked without warning, sending the thug flying. Before the others could even react, they were all knocked off their feet. Moving like a flash, Slime rampaged through them, sending each thug flying into a different corner. From the shadows, Chen Shu quickly pulled out his phone and made a call. "Hello, Uncle Wang, you need to send some people over here." Stepping out, he declared triumphantly, "I, Chen Shu, am this city's unsung hero." Though it was late, Chief Wang arrived promptly. Wang Jian asked urgently, "Tell me the truth, kid. How in the world did you take down a whole crew of wanted criminals?" Chen Shu scratched his head, laughing awkwardly. "It's like that old question, which came first, the chicken or the egg?" They argued about it for a bit, then just started throwing hands. A fight that ended with every last one of them dead. Officer Wang stared at the river of blood, a flicker of suspicion in his eyes, but he decided not to press the matter. Chen Shu's eyes lit up as he cheered. "That's right, Officer Wang. After all this, I'm definitely getting that Model Citizen Award, right? And what about the reward?" Wang sighed, his voice low and steady. "Don't worry, kid. You'll be well compensated. These guys were all wanted criminals. We'll wire the bounty once we've confirmed their identities. But with this much money flowing in, we're going to be buried in paperwork for a while." Hearing this, Chen Shu let out a massive yawn. "All right, you handle that. I'm taking these two home." Wang Qian simply nodded. "Go ahead." Without another word, Chen Shu grabbed Xie Sunan and Shu Xingxing, one in each hand, and dragged them off. By the time the sun started to rise, the three of them were back at their dorm. Chen Shu pulled the covers over himself with a small smile, thinking, "Asterisk, after a day like that, I can finally get some sleep. Asterisk." But suddenly, Shi Sunan's terrified scream ripped through the room. "Boss, please don't kill me. I've got an 80-year-old mother and a 3-year-old kid." Chen Shu shot up in bed, exasperated. "I'm telling you, Xie, do you have to be times dramatic?" Shi Sunan dazedly scratched his head. "Huh? I'm back in the dorm? Was that all a nightmare?" Chen Shu let out another couple of yawns and replied, "Of course, it wasn't a dream. But as long as I'm around, I won't let anything happen to you guys. Seriously, Shi, you should take a lesson from Xing. Look how calm he is." With that, he flopped back onto his bed. "All right, I'm going back to sleep. I've got to be at school tomorrow to collect my prize." Xie Sunan was still full of doubt, thinking, asterisk, did Chen Shu really save us? Asterisk. The next morning, the entire class was assembled. Mr. Li stood at the podium, his voice booming. "Today, we will officially hand out the rewards for yesterday's tournament. When I call your name, come up and accept." But when the teacher called the first name Chen Shu, he just sat there with a goofy grin on his face, not moving a muscle, causing the entire class to turn and stare. Mr. Li, his voice a little irritated, repeated, "First place, Chen Shu." Still, Chen Shu just sat there smiling, motionless. Mr. Li gritted his teeth. "What's wrong with you, Chen Shu? Didn't you hear me?" Chen Shu replied calmly. "Oh, I heard you. I was just worried that other people didn't hear you." Mr. Li's face turned purple with rage. Suppressing his anger, he pointed a finger and bellowed, "Chen Shu, are you gonna get up here or not?" Only then did Chen Shu leisurely stand up, strutting toward the stage with his head held high. Yes, that would be me, the one and only Chen Shu, number 1, Chen Shu. As he stepped onto the stage, he cleared his throat loudly. "Since everyone is here, I'd like to say a few words. To be able to take the top spot, I really have to thank all of you down there. I mean, if you guys weren't so incredibly weak, how could I have possibly won so easily?" A wave of scowls spread across the audience. Chen Shu then pointed directly at Tang Li. "Especially you, young Master Tang. I really have to thank you for placing all your trust in me." Tang Li just seethed, growling under his breath. Chen Shu cleared his throat and continued. "And finally, I'd like to say one thing to describe myself. I'm just too good. Way times too good." The students below erupted in a chorus of boos. "Get off the stage. Go sit down." Chen Shu just sighed helplessly. He muttered, Young people these days just don't get it. Then he casually strolled back to his seat, ignoring all the angry glares. Opening the reward box, Chen Shu, Xie Sunan, and Xu Xingxing all leaned in for a curious look. Inside were several items. There was a note describing a frozen abyss core and a lion's organ. Its innate skill was War Roar, which could temporarily inflict fear on enemies. Xie Sunan's jaw dropped. Holy crap, this is some good stuff. These 4 cores are worth 500,000, and this organ, it's gotta be worth over 1 million. Chen Shu's eyes sparkled as he thought. Asterisk. Wow, I didn't expect the school to be this generous. Asterisk. This stuff is amazing, but it's not really practical for me. He turned to his friends. Hey Xing, Shi, you guys know anyone? I want to trade all this stuff for beast taming pearls. Hearing this, Xi Sunan's eyes went wide. Are you insane? You want to trade these things for beast taming pearls? Even though the pearls give you a quick boost, their cultivation effect is nothing compared to actual beast taming beads. Chen Shu just frowned. Yeah, but I don't need to cultivate. Xie and Xing stared at him, their mouths hanging open. Then where does all your power come from? We thought you were just chugging beast taming pearls this whole time. Not even some super rich kid with a death wish would do that. Chen Shu just smirked smugly. Of course not. You guys just wouldn't get it. See, cultivation isn't just about sitting around and meditating. For a true master, eating, sleeping, going to class, even taking a dump is a form of cultivation. Once you reach my realm, you'll understand. Xu Xingxing sighed and held out his hand. Just give it here. My family has connections for beast taming pearls. Seeing their suspicious looks, he asked, What? Chen Shu narrowed his eyes. What exactly does your family do? Xu Xingxing scratched his head sheepishly. Oh, you know, just a normal family. We run a small business. Chen Shu was skeptical, muttering, Asterisk, normal family. Asterisk, a basic grade beast taming pearl costs 150,000, and a black iron grade 1 costs a whopping 600,000. And you call that a small times business? Just then, Mr. Li's voice cut in. All right, now that the awards are over, it's time for today's lesson. Everyone, follow me to the Beast Taming Hall. The class quickly made their way over. Mr. Li's voice boomed again. For this first month, you'll need to learn how to use your skills with flexibility. With a wave of his hand, he summoned his contracted spirit. A colossal, majestic black and white python materialized before them. This, Mr. Li explained, is one of my contracted spirits. Its binding skill can immobilize an enemy, while also providing a defensive armor effect. Then, the teacher called on Chen Shu. Summon your slime. Chen Shu frowned, thinking to himself, why is he using my slime as a teaching example? He replied, I swear on young Master Tang's life, this snake's binding is seriously effective. Sir, please stop the demonstration. Didn't we already see it before? Teacher Li chuckled lightly. All right, but a binding isn't just a control skill. It has other uses too. Do you all know what they are? Just then, a system notification appeared before Chen Shu. Option 1. Driven by student instinct, lower your head. The reward is a small amount of beast tamer power. Option 2. With your extraordinary innate system, hold your head high and look at the ceiling. The reward is a high-grade strength potion. Option 3. Face the scrutinizing gaze of Teacher Li and return it with a similar look. The reward, a berserk potion. Chen Shu's eyes widened as he muttered, You've got to be kidding me, right? It's me again. Looking at the image of the berserk potion in the system, he pondered for a moment, then finally frowned and thought to himself, Looks like I have to make a choice. Since no one else was looking up, Chen Shu decisively met Teacher Li's gaze. The teacher was startled for a second, feeling the pressure from that stare, but quickly asked, Chen Shu, why don't you give it a try? After successfully getting the berserk potion, Chen Shu walked up to the stage and smiled. I'll just say a few simple things. He spoke leisurely. The binding skill can be cast extremely fast. Not only does it control the enemy's speed, but when the master is in danger, it can also wrap around them, using offense as a form of defense. Its third function is to contract the body, reducing its size to dodge attacks. But no skill is ever set in stone. Everyone needs to judge based on the situation. After speaking, he put his hands on his hips and laughed heartily, and, that's all I've got. The students below were buzzing with admiration. A delighted Teacher Li asked, Where did you learn all of this? Have you researched the binding skill before? Chen Shu replied confidently. Nope. Isn't this something you'd know if you just use your head? The entire class cursed him under their breath. Damn it, he's insulting us again. Teacher Li pondered for a moment and sighed. Chen Shu isn't wrong. The application of a skill changes with the circumstances. Even a damaging skill can be used for protection. Then, the teacher called on Shu Xiaoyu. Summon your contracted spirit so Chen Shu can analyze its skill flexibility for the class. Shu Xiaoyu stepped forward, and with a wave of her hand, a flame bird flew out and immediately pecked Chen Shu's hand. He let out a sigh and said, "Teacher Li, I'm just a student." He was fuming on the inside, thinking, there are over 20 students, so why do you keep making times me times do the lecturing? Isn't this just torture? Teacher Li beamed. From now on, you're the class president of the special class. Chen Shu frowned and pouted. No way, I'm not interested. The teacher held up 2 fingers, 2 high-grade beast tamer orbs every month. Hearing this, Chen Shu puffed out his chest with pride. To serve my fellow classmates, I, Chen Shu, cannot possibly refuse. At that exact moment, a brilliant light shone down from above, illuminating the eager eyes of the students. Chen Shu held his head high and continued his lecture. Xiao Yu, your Flamebird's fireball skill doesn't have to be used immediately. Use your brain and release it depending on the situation. There are a total of 8 fireballs. You could try stuffing them all in its mouth to form one giant sphere. Also, it doesn't have to shoot them from its mouth. It could use other places. For example, its butt. After hearing this, Shu Xiaoyu turned to Teacher Li, her voice hesitant. Teacher. Teacher Li replied instantly. Give it a try, Xiaoyu. If it works, that would truly be a surprise attack. A worried expression flickered across Xiaoyu's face, but after a moment of hesitation, she nodded. Okay. Chen Shu didn't stop there, pointing to the next person, Tang Li. Tang Li walked down, his face sullen, glaring daggers at Chen Shu. He silently summoned his contracted spirit. Chen Shu let out a smug laugh. It's hopeless. Just delete it and start over. Hearing this, Tang Li cursed internally. So you called me up here just to humiliate me? Chen Shu, still giddy, called up the next person. Shu Tintin came up and summoned a thunderbird. Chen Shu assessed it with a nod. This contracted spirit of yours is still usable. It wasn't until dusk that Teacher Li frowned, looked around, and dismissed the class. Chen Shu walked out wearily and sighed. Finally done. My throat's been hoarse all day. Time to get some food. Shu Tin suddenly called out to him. Wait a sec. I have to pick something up at the school gate. Chen Shu smiled and nodded. Sure. The 3 of them quickly left the classroom. When they reached the school gate, a man was already waiting. He stepped forward and said respectfully, Young master, here is the beast pearl you requested. Shu Tingting smiled and nodded. All right. Xie Sunan and Chen Shu were stunned, exclaiming in unison, What the hell? Is this some overbearing CEO drama? Tintin handed the box to Chen Shu. Everything you need is in here. Chen Shu opened the box, but suddenly frowned. Let me ask you something, little Tin. Your family is so loaded. Why are you still working part-time at a mental hospital? Xie Sunan cut in with a smirk. Chen Shu, what are you talking about? Asterisk. We're times the ones working part-time. Little Tin is just experiencing life. Then he leaned in and whispered to Tin. Little Tin, you have stomach problems, frequent insomnia, and you're a clean freak, aren't you? And your real family name is Gu, right? Chen Shu also leaned in to add, Little Tin, when you're constipated, do you coldly say, Humph, come out on your own? Shu Ting sighed in exasperation. You two are seriously sick. From a distance, the butler watched the 3 of them joking around and thought to himself, it's been a long time since I've seen the young master smile like that. It was late, and night had blanketed the dormitory. Chen Shu was lying in bed when he was startled by his phone vibrating nonstop. A message from Wang Kun popped up. Chen Shu, come to the Spirit Suppression Bureau tomorrow. We need to talk. Chen Shu perked up and wondered, are they finally giving me my reward? Early the next morning, he was already at the Spirit Suppression Bureau. The moment he walked in, Chief Wang asked, Chen Shu, does your family own a tank? Chen Shu's eyes went wide with surprise. What's that supposed to mean? Chief Wang pointed to a photo. 8 criminals were crushed by a heavy object. The initial assessment is that someone was driving a tank. Chen Shu replied helplessly, Come on, Uncle Wang, you think I'd dare drive a tank in the middle of the city? The chief stroked his chin and nodded. Yeah, I figured it was impossible, but we're still investigating. Then he said gravely, But that's not why I called you here. We've investigated the person who wants to kill you. Hearing this, Chen Shu's eyes widened in shock. Who is it? Director Wang furrowed his brow and answered, It's the Haxia Star Pharmaceutical Company from South City. A spark of interest flashed in Chen Shu's eyes. He thought to himself, so a pharmaceutical company is targeting me after all. Director Wang immediately asked, They want to kill you at all costs. Have you had any business conflicts with them? Chen Shu frowned, replying nervously, Not exactly. It might be because I previously undercut the market by selling over 200 vials of strength potion. After hearing this, Director Wang did a spit take with the water in his mouth and shouted, "And you say it's nothing? You basically cut off their livelihood." He suppressed his anger and said through gritted teeth, "All right, regarding this matter, we need to gather evidence to make an arrest. For now, you need to lay low." With that, he handed Chen Shu a chip. Also, the bounties for 8 wanted criminals, totaling 500,000 Huaxia dollars, are on here. Check it out. Chen Shu's face lit up as he took it immediately. Awesome. The director saw him out, reminding him, "Remember to lay low." Chen Shu just grinned. "I know, Director Wang. I'll be discreet when I get back. I get it." As he walked away, his mind raced with a million thoughts. Haxia Star Pharmaceutical specializes in strength potions. Now that the town spirit bureau is watching them, they're definitely not going to last long. When that happens, all of Nanjiang will be short on strength potions. This is my chance to cash in. He immediately pulled out his phone and made a call. Old Wang is out. Get your guys together. I'm gonna help you all make some money. Oh, and call Old Li to tell him I'm taking the day off. The man on the other end asked, "So this making a killing you're talking about is opening a shop with us?" Chen Shu beamed. "That's right. I plan to expand the business, rent a shop in the black market, and specialize in selling strength potions. You guys will be my first recruits." Hearing this, the man shot up. "Have you picked out a shop yet?" Chen Shu pointed towards a shop for rent. "I've already checked it out. This is the place. Starting today, we're going to slowly take down the Haxia Star Pharmaceutical Company." Meanwhile, at the Beast Taming Hall, Teacher Li smiled at his students. "In short, your task is to learn how to use your skills flexibly. Next month, I'll be taking you all to another dimension to train. For now, practice hard. Class president, you're in charge." He glanced around the classroom and then frowned. "Where's Chen Shu?" Shi Sunan quickly replied, "Reporting, sir." Chen Shu requested a day off. Teacher Li was surprised. He took out his phone, wondering why he hadn't been notified of a leave request. Did the message not go through? He opened it and saw a message from Chen Shu. "Old Li, I'll probably be sick tomorrow, so I'm taking a day off. This is a notification, not a negotiation." After reading it, Teacher Li was so furious, he gritted his teeth and growled, "Chen Shu." Meanwhile, Chen Shu was stretching comfortably, sighing, "Ah." After a busy day, the shop is finally about to open. He turned and waved to the man. "That's all for today. Give it some time, and our shop will be open. I'll let you know when. It's getting late, you should head home." The man bowed his head. "Yes, boss." Chen Shu got into a waiting taxi and quickly returned to his dorm. Entering the room, he tossed his bag on the bed and called out, "I'm back." Chen Shu Xing's faces went pale as they stood frozen to the spot. Chen Shu asked curiously, "What's wrong? Don't you recognize me anymore?" Xie Sunan quickly explained, "Chen Pi, you really pissed off the teacher today by acting first and reporting later." Hearing this, Chen Shu nonchalantly replied, "Why would a lowly homeroom teacher care what the class president does?" Shu Xing forced a smile and asked, "Chen Pi, aren't you scared?" Chen Shu scoffed and yelled, "Nonsense. I'm the tyrant of Nanjiang. You think I'm afraid of some puny teacher?" Shu Xing stammered, "Chen Pi, don't you feel a cool breeze on your head?" Chen Shu froze, his face turning pale. He touched his head and felt something wet. He asked dumbly, "Huh? Is the roof leaking?" A second later, he muttered in shock, "No, that's not right. How could there be rainwater?" He looked up, and as his eyes lifted, Chen Shu's pupils widened in pure horror. Teacher Li's spotted snake was looking down at him, its long tongue flicking out threateningly. He quickly backed away, his eyes wary. The snake flashed a friendly smile, but then lunged forward with ferocious momentum. Chen Shu's hands shot up to defend in a flash. In that instant, Slime appeared to block for him. He leaped onto Slime's back and yelled, "Fly!" Slime shot towards the hallway without hesitation, but before it could escape, the giant snake wrapped its tail around Slime, and in a single beat, both of them were dragged back inside. Thud. Chen Shu tumbled to the ground as a figure slowly approached, a sarcastic voice echoing out, well, if it isn't the tyrant of Nanjiang." The system immediately displayed a notification. Option 1. Cry and admit your mistake. A real man takes responsibility for his actions. Reward. Intermediate level beast taming power. Option 2. Yell. A sneak attack? You can't win like this, you piece of trash. Reward. Death potion. Option 3. Feign a serious injury to gain sympathy. The reward. Unlocking a new book and a leapfrog potion. Chen Shu cursed inwardly. Damn you, system, pulling this crap at a time like this. He thought for a moment with a serious face, then suddenly let out a few yawns, flopped onto the floor, and started groaning. I'm dying. Mr. Lee walked over, saw his state, and put a hand on his forehead, murmuring, "This can't be right." His body is tougher than anyone's. Suspecting he was faking it with sweat, the teacher said calmly, "If that's the case, then just bury him." Lying on the back of a giant snake, Chen Shu was in a full-blown panic. "We're flying? Where the hell is Old Man Lee taking me? And why has it been this long? He's not actually planning to bury me alive, is he?" When they reached a deep forest, Mr. Lee ordered, "Go on, dig a hole." Chen Shu didn't dare to look up, his mind screaming, "No way, is Old Man Lee really going to do something this inhuman?" He coughed dryly, then forced a smile and looked up. "Mr. Lee, I think I can still be saved." Mr. Lee beamed and said, "I don't need you to think times you can be saved. I need times to think. Today is an auspicious day, perfect for a burial." Chen Shu's face went pale as he blurted out, "Holy crap," panicking, he thought to himself. "Looks like I have to use my ultimate move." He fumbled around in his pants pocket, searching for a long time. A second later, Chen Shu shoved something into his mouth and collapsed, a crimson liquid trickling from the corner of his lips. He was smug, thinking, "Let's see if this freaks Old Man Lee out now." Mr. Lee walked over and flipped his body back and forth to inspect him. He lifted the liquid to his nose, sniffed it, and his face filled with rage. "Dig. Keep digging. If he's not buried today, it's not happening." Chen Shu, face ashen, looked up, his voice trembling. "Old Man Lee, can't you show me even a little bit of affection?" Just then, a system notification chimed in. "Reward obtained. Leapfrog Potion Illustration Book." Chen Shu rejoiced internally. Success. But then he glanced over at the snake that was digging his grave. He muttered, "But this is a steep price to pay." Without hesitation, he lunged forward, hugged Mr. Lee's leg, and cried out, "Teacher, I was wrong." Mr. Lee's voice was stern. "So you know you were wrong now? Is that an admission or a negotiation?" Chen Shu shot to his feet and announced clearly, "I said I was wrong." Mr. Lee didn't waver in the slightest. "Then tell me where you went this afternoon." Chen Shu looked him straight in the eye. He replied, "This afternoon, I went to the Spirit Suppression Bureau." After a lengthy explanation, he smiled, relieved. "And that's what happened. You get it now, right, teacher?" Mr. Lee nodded and smiled faintly. "All right, I understand. But if you dare pull something like this again, don't blame me for what happens. Go get some rest. Starting tomorrow, train hard. In 1 month, we're going to another dimension." Chen Shu exclaimed in shock. "What? We're going to another dimension?" Meanwhile, his slime was expertly obliterating one opponent after another during training sessions. At night, Chen Shu was busy finalizing the paperwork for his black market shop. Half a month later, he stood beaming before a large crowd, greeted by thunderous applause. Today, the Starfall Potion Company closes its doors, which also marks the grand opening of our mighty potion shop. To celebrate, all customers who enter the shop today will receive a 10% discount. His employee, Bei Luo, shouted, "Come one, come all, don't miss out. If you want your spirit beast to be invincible, you gotta drink. Mighty, 1 bottle to awaken your senses, 3 for eternal youth, 2 bottles, and you'll never feel tired. Mighty potion, the taste is divine. The price of 2,388 is now just 288. Take it home today." The curious crowd buzzed with excitement. With a daily limit of 10 vials, customers were practically stampeding. Chen Shu grinned slyly, thinking to himself, "Finally, I'm about to get rich." But then he glanced at the cash register and frowned. Huh? Why'd he only buy 1 vial? An old man stepped up from behind and explained, "The mighty potion is a high-grade product. To reach the limit, you need 40 vials, which costs over 1 million. 1,000 yuan discount isn't likely to attract many customers." Chen Shu stroked his chin. "Just 1,000 yuan discount, huh?" He decided on the spot. "Starting tomorrow, we'll change it to 2,500 a bottle, with a limit of 5. The old man nodded. "All right." That night, back at the dorm, Shi Sunan and Xu Xingxing saw Chen Shu lying on his bed, looking completely exhausted. Opening a shop is no simple task. You have to learn how to swindle. I mean, persuade customers to buy your potions. He rolled over and mumbled, "Whatever, it's late. I'll sleep on it and figure it out tomorrow." Shi Sunan looked up, wondering, what has Chen Shu been doing at night lately? He comes back so tired. It can't be. Xu Xingxing frowned with worry. If he keeps this up, in less than a month, even a working stiff will surpass him. He sighed. Ah, what a waste of talent. Suddenly, Xie Sunan cried out, "Wait a minute." From the top bunk, brilliant streams of light began to radiate from Chen Shu's body. Shi Sunan's eyes widened as he stammered, "Xingxing." Why do I get the feeling he's... Both of them gasped, saying in unison, "He's about to break through." Shu Xingxing's face went pale, sweat pouring down his face as he muttered in disbelief, "You can even have a breakthrough while you're sleeping?" Shu Xingxing frowned, asking tensely, "Do you have any idea what happened last night?" Chen Shu quickly looked around. "What? Did that giant snake come back again?" Shu Xingxing's brow furrowed. You didn't notice you had a breakthrough?" Chen Shu replied helplessly. "Was I supposed to notice?" Both of their jaws dropped. "You're not surprised?" "Nope." Chen Shu calmly put on his uniform and said, "What's there to be surprised about? It's just level 8 Beastmaster. It's a piece of cake." It was as if Shi Sunan and Shu Xingxing had been struck by an invisible arrow, muttering in unison, "A piece of cake." After getting dressed, Chen Shu hopped off the bed with a smirk. "I told you guys, sleeping and even taking a dump is a form of training. You didn't believe me before, but do you believe me now? Stick with me, and I'll lead you to ascension." The two looked at each other doubtfully. For real? As dawn broke, students flocked to the Beastmaster Hall. Mr. Li stood before the class, his voice booming. "Today, you will all continue." Suddenly, a hand shot up. The teacher frowned. "Dulong, what is it?" Dulong lowered his head slightly before looking up with an arrogant smirk. Channeling his spirit energy, he declared, "Teacher, you once said that only the strongest can be the class president. Well, I believe I am the strongest." Hearing this, Xie Sunan and Shu Xingxing cursed under their breath. "Shameless bastard." Dulong's contracted spirit let out a ferocious roar. He shouted, "Therefore, today I challenge Chen Shu." Chen Shu was bewildered. "He's challenging me?" Mr. Li looked at him with an excited grin. "Chen Shu, what do you think?" Chen Shu smiled. "Well, what do you know? I just had a breakthrough, and someone's already eager to run headfirst into a gun. No, a cannon." He tried to negotiate. "I accept, but there has to be something in it for me. Otherwise, if everyone can just challenge me, when am I supposed to study?" Mr. Li, his face froze in helplessness. "Then how about we bet a beast tamer bead?" Dulong said with a grin. "Of course, I have no objection." The teacher nodded. "All right, you may begin." Chen Shu began to prepare, looking serious. Suddenly, a notification popped up from the system. Option 1. Refuse the match and act serious. Reward: medium-level beast taming power. Option 2. Accept the match and defeat Dulong. Reward: 5 great strength flowers. Option 3. Pretend to refuse, then launch a sneak attack. Reward: the force rebound skill, plus a preemptive strike, to display the style of a ruthless aggressor. Chen Shu let out a cunning grin. "Is that even a question?" He stepped forward and said, "Dulong, as much as I'd love to accept your challenge, but..." He paused, already channeling spiritual energy into the hand behind his back. Dulong grew impatient and snarled. "But what?" The moment he looked up, slime came hurtling down from above. Dulong flinched and cursed. "Damn it, another sneak attack." Slime's eyes blazed red as it puffed up, its brow furrowed intensely. Dulong's dragon let out a ferocious roar. Chen Shu's expression was calm. Pretty fast reaction. "But you can't possibly think I'm out of tricks." He then yelled, "Slime, slime." Receiving the command, it opened its mouth wide and inhaled deeply, startling Dulong's dragon. A second later, slime blasted out a powerful gust of air that sent the dragon staggering backward. A moment later, slime landed calmly on the ground. Teacher Li stared at Chen Shu in astonishment. "A level 8 beast tamer. You've broken through?" Chen Shu scratched his head and chuckled. "Whoops, I guess I just broke through by accident." Dulong scowled, gritting his teeth as he defiantly roared. "So what if you're a level 8 beast tamer? I, Dulong, am not afraid of you." The moment he finished speaking, his dragon's eyes rolled back and it collapsed to the ground. Chen Shu shot him a mocking look. "Your dragon's not looking so good," Dulong furiously retorted. "You're the one who's not looking so good. Don't get arrogant. I can still turn this around." He channeled his energy, and the dragon, seemingly resurrected, shot back to its feet with a roar. Slime gave a relaxed smile and used its immobilization skill, causing Dulong's face to contort bizarrely as veins bulged on his forehead. He screamed, "Just die for me." As the dragon charged forward, Slime let out a long yawn and calmly entered its defensive sleep state, activating its gigantification skill. Dulong was seething. "This is just outrageous bullying," he screamed. "Pseudo-dragon, crush it." The pseudo-dragon swung its sharp claws, aiming to tear into Slime, but Slime, still snoring, activated Sleep Dream Kill, sending the pseudo-dragon flying before continuing its peaceful nap. The pseudo-dragon lay on the ground, knocked out cold. Chen Shu looked at Dulong and asked, "You still want to fight?" Though furious, Dulong could only grit his teeth and sigh. I admit defeat." Chen Shu gloated. The class president is still the class president. Got it? I know many of you aren't convinced. So today, I'm giving you all an opportunity. Anyone who can defeat me, I'll personally hand over 10 Beast Tamer beads. But if you lose, you just have to give me 1 high-grade Beast Tamer bead. Who dares? He stroked his chin, thinking to himself, this is my chance to win over the whole class. The entire class was dead silent. Chen Shu asked confidently again, What, no takers? Are you all going to let the pride of geniuses be trampled by an ordinary person like me? Before he even finished, a student stepped forward, shouting, I'll do it. Chen Shu approached, and the two glared daggers at each other. His opponent stared him down. This time, I will definitely defeat you. The two quickly entered the arena. He channeled his power and summoned a giant ape with blazing red eyes. It slammed a fist into the stage, then beat its chest and roared. Chen Shu thought with amusement. Now this is interesting. In the arena, Slime and the ape charged at each other. The students below watched with worried faces. Suddenly, his opponent threw his head back and cried out, My ape! Chen Shu calmly turned away. All right, get off the stage. Next. As he said this, someone leaped up, charging straight for Chen Shu. In midair, Tang Lai's contract spirit unfurled its wings, its talons aimed right at Slime. Tang Lai roared, You freaky little blob, time to die. As the contract spirit swooped down to snatch Slime, Tang Lai stood back, his face filled with eager anticipation. Chen Shu was unfazed. So, you were waiting for this moment to strike, but you've underestimated my Slime. Without delay, Slime entered its sleep state. Chen Shu continued, Even without gigantification, I can still beat you. Just as Tang Lie's contract spirit attacked, Slime activated Sleep Dream Kill, combining it with its immobilizing defense. Chen Shu stated confidently, Now, it's my turn. While snoring, Slime used its wind breath skill, shooting into the air and then diving down with a whoosh. Tang Lie's contract spirit's jaw dropped in a mixture of fear and shock. Slime zipped straight into its opponent, sending it flying. A cry of pain echoed as a few shiny feathers scattered in the air. Tang Lie's contract spirit lost its momentum and crashed to the ground. Tang Lie's hands clenched into fists as he muttered, You! Chen Shu crossed his arms contemptuously. Young Master Tang, your little henchman probably hasn't gotten far. You should go get in line to heal your contract spirit. Tang Lai gritted his teeth. Just you wait. I'll be back for you. Chen Shu put his hands on his hips and laughed heartily. Right now, all I want to say is, who's next? The entire class turned pale. No one dared to move. Suddenly, Chen Shu glanced at Slime. If that's the case, I can only. Before he could finish the thought, he saw Slime grimacing, its whole body twitching in pain. A second later, a strange gas spewed from its mouth. Chen Shu rushed over in a panic. Damn it, Little Yellow, are you okay? He picked Slime up. Its weak expression made his heart clench. Chen Shu held Slime tightly, his voice filled with worry. I'm sorry, everyone. Slime is injured. He frowned tensely and was about to say, today's matches. But before he could finish, a voice called out, Class President, I want to challenge you. It was Lin Xingchen, a student from the special class. Chen Shu's eyes darted over to him, his brow furrowed. You're a real piece of work. Challenging me now, while my slime is in danger? Lin Xingchen gave a slight smile. Didn't the class president just ask if there was anyone else? What? The guy summoned his contract beast. Chen Shu scoffed. An A-rank contract beast? Really? You know, Lin, a win like this won't be very honorable. Lin Xingchen just kept smiling. Are you trying to back out of your word, class president? The students below started shouting, Isn't that enough? How can the class president lose when he's so strong? Yeah, let's get started. Chen Shu thought for a moment and finally nodded. Fine, one more match. He yelled out, Slime, use gigantification. Even in its weakened state, Slime expanded, completely blocking the space in front of Lin Xingchen, who felt a flicker of fear but told himself, It's seriously injured. It can't last long. He roared. Blazing Light Lion, use Lion's Light Roar. The lion erupted with spiritual energy and charged forward. Slime calmly drifted off to sleep. Just as the lion was about to hit, Slime, light as a feather, launched an attack that sent its opponent flying. Chen Shu looked bored. I told you I wasn't going to fight again, but you all just had to force me. Lin Xingchen's face went pale, speechless. Just after taking down its opponent, Slime coughed up more blood. Chen Shu waved his hand. That's enough. No more fighting. Hurry up and give me the beast cores. Slime is seriously injured. A single loss means 10 high-grade beast cores, worth 1,200,000. I can't afford to lose. The students' eyes lit up when they heard the amount. Hongming suddenly rushed forward. No way, you set the rules. You can't go back on your word now. Chen Shu smirked internally. So naive. Outwardly, he put on a pained expression, hugging Slime and sobbing. The students yelled, "Class president, you can't do this." Chen Shu acted dejected. If that's how it's going to be, fine. He turned and saw Hongming, hands on his hips, his face full of ambition. In just a few moments, Hongming's panther was taken down. Slime was still in a daze, silently bleeding. Chen Shu turned away with a frown. That's it for today. I'm taking Slime to see a doctor. But the students in the stands all raised their hands in unison. Wait, what about us? Chen Shu sighed, helplessly, and let Slime continue to fight. After many rounds, Slime groggily came to its senses. With tears in his eyes, Chen Shu looked at everyone. Slime's not doing well. Is there anyone else? This time, the entire crowd didn't dare to move. He turned away, muttering, "What a shame. If no one else is going to challenge me, I'll take Slime to get treated." The moment he stepped away, his face lit up as he thought to himself, Nightmare Kill and Slime are the perfect combo. Chen Shu was ecstatic, thinking, I've made a killing on beast cores. This feels amazing. As soon as he walked into the shop, he immediately asked, "How were the profits today?" The old man laughed heartily. "Not bad at all. All 5 bottles of high-grade strength potions are sold out." Chen Shu nodded, satisfied. "Good, that's right. Help me buy the ingredients. Oath-sworn fruit, azure leaf flower, and bouncing fruit. Next, we'll start selling a different type of potion. Everyone can keep the store's income, but use it mainly to buy medicinal ingredients. Everyone gets a monthly salary of 10,000, and Old Wang, since you're the shop manager, you get 20,000. Hearing this, both of them cheered excitedly. All right. Chen Shu turned away and mumbled, "This is all my empire." In the following days, he left the shop for Old Wang to manage and focused on alchemy and his studies. At the end of the month at the Beast Taming Hall, Mr. Li stood before the class, his voice booming, "The month is almost over. In October, I'll be taking you all to another dimension, a normal grade one, the Ice Gorge. Prepare warm clothes. There, besides powerful, ferocious beasts, you'll also have to adapt to the harsh environment. Don't bring any useless junk." Chen Shu frowned and cut in. "You hear that? Don't bring your pig-slaughtering knives or your mental patient uniforms." Xie Sunan and Xu Xingxing's faces twisted in helpless frustration. Mr. Li announced cheerfully, "Class dismissed for today. Meet back at the school the day after tomorrow." The students cheered. Seriously? The 3 of them quickly headed back to the dorm. Chen Shu glanced at his 2 friends and asked, "Have you guys ever been to another dimension?" Both of them were shocked. "Never." "You have?" A smug look appeared on Chen Shu's face. "Of course. Whether the city of Danyang is chaotic or not is up to me. This fierce tyrant from Nanjiang. I even peed on the head of the Icefield Overlord Rabbit back in the day." Their eyes lit up. "In that case, senior, please advise us on what we should bring." Chen Shu laughed loudly. "Simple. Old Shi, you bring the pots, pans, seasonings, and a grill. Little Xing, you don't need to bring anything. Just have your family hire a silver rank beast master, and you can roam around freely." As the 2 left, Chen Shu called out after them, "Why doesn't anyone believe me?" Xie Sunan flipped him the bird and cursed, "Screw you." Chen Shu just laughed happily, thinking to himself, I'd better start preparing for the Ice Gorge. Back in his room, he sat in front of his computer, mumbling, "So, this is the Ice Gorge." After a long while, he even went back to his private house. Chen Shu stretched, finally finished reading all the materials on the Ice Gorge. Now to get my things ready. Just as Chen Shu stepped out the door, he saw a woman fumbling with her keys. He called out cheerfully, "Hello, Auntie Wang." Auntie Wang, his next-door neighbor, turned around and smiled. "Oh, hello, little Chen. Are you heading out to eat?" With that, she shut her door and continued, "Little Chen, are you busy right now? I'd like to ask you for a favor." Chen Shu raised an eyebrow suspiciously. "A favor?" After hearing her request, Chen Shu quickly left. He arrived at a crowded street, looking around and thinking to himself, I thought it was something big, but she just wants me to pick up her daughter. Finally, he spotted Auntie Wang's daughter walking toward him with a bright smile. He called out, "Nunu." The little girl turned, waving excitedly, "Big brother Chen Shu!" He scooped the little girl up into a hug. "I'm taking you home today." Suddenly, Chen Shu's eyes locked onto a familiar face. "Huh? Isn't that Wang the lender? Where's the slap? Say the name. This elementary school is my old school." Suddenly, a scornful laugh echoed from behind. "And who are you? Tell you my name? Who do you think you are?" Chen Shu frowned, tensing up as he turned around. "That's Xu Cheng, a student from the special class at Nangjiang High, walking with his younger brother." He thought to himself, Is this little brat bullying Vuong Chou-Wei's sister? He stepped forward and introduced himself. I'm Tran Thu, a second year at Nangjiang High. Xu Chang arrogantly stepped up. Xu Chang, special class, third year at Nangjiang High. Tran Thu didn't beat around the bush. Is your little brother bullying someone? The kid shot back aggressively. I'm not bullying her. She ignored me, so I just called her an orphan. Tran Thu frowned, displeased. Emboldened, the kid pointed straight at the little girl. Besides, she is an orphan. Enraged, Tran Thu swung his hand, ready to slap him. Xu Chang anxiously rushed forward, shouting, "What are you doing?" But it was too late. A loud slap echoed across the kid's cheek. Tran Thu snapped, "What am I doing? Teaching this little bastard a lesson. So young, yet he has no respect." Xu Chang growled, "Are you looking to die? If you're a real beast master, then come fight me at the beast taming arena." The system immediately displayed a notification. Option 1, avoid. Leave the scene. Reward, a small amount of beast taming power. Option 2, shout loudly. If you want to fight, bring it on. Reward, 2 vials of basic grade cell potion. Option 3, severely injure the opponent's contracted spirit. Reward, slime's attributes increased by 5%. Tran Thu looked at Xu Chang calmly. If you're that eager to die, let's go. He nodded with a smug grin, and the whole group quickly headed to the Nangjiang City Beast Taming Arena. Vuong Chou-Wei tugged on Tran Thu's shoulder. Brother Tran, maybe we should just drop it. Don't pay attention to the words of a child. He frowned. A child's words can be daggers. She was stunned into silence. Tran Thu turned and stepped onto the arena floor. Observing Xu Chang's contracted spirit, he silently assessed it. A rank 7 Beastmaster with an A-rank Thunder Tiger. No wonder he's so arrogant. With that kind of power, few of his peers in all of Nangyang could defeat him. Too bad he ran into me. Xu Chang taunted him smugly. See my power now? Still dare to fight? Tran Thu was perfectly calm. Of course. But let me give you a piece of advice. Go find the Central Hospital's Beastmaster department. And remember, ask for the emergency room. Xu Chang's face darkened. You're the one who's going to need it. Tran Thu smirked. I hope you can still talk tough in a few minutes. Slime instantly appeared on the arena floor. The moment he saw it, Xu Chang burst out laughing. An E-rank slime? Tran Thu stated calmly. You're definitely paying a visit to the Central Hospital today. Xu Chang snarled. We'll see who ends up in the hospital. His Thunder Tiger backed up, built up its power with a loud roar, and charged straight at the slime. Tran Thu smiled and nodded. All right then. The slime closed its eyes and activated Water Dream Kill. Xu Chang's eyes widened in utter shock. The slime didn't hesitate, launching a collision attack. Xu Chang shouted frantically, Thunder Tiger, dodge it! But it was too late. The slime had already slammed into the Thunder Tiger. In just a split second, the tiger was sent flying. The slime calmly pushed itself off the floor, executed violent body slam, and lunged forward to crush the Thunder Tiger. Tran Thu approached, his voice icy. Done with the dog, now for its master. He took a step forward. Xu Chang stumbled backward in a panic. Tran Thu raised his large hand and delivered a sharp times smack times across Xu Chang's cheek. He clutched his swollen face and roared, You, Tran Thu! Turning to the little brother, he said, And you. Another slap echoed. You little monster. He glared. Who gave you the right to act so tough? Just because you have a big brother, you think you can do whatever you want? From now on in class, whatever Vuong Thun Tuyet says, you do it. Understood? The kid sobbed as he nodded. I understand. Tran Thu smiled gently and patted his head. Good boy. He and Vuong Chou-Wei led the 2 younger kids away. Vuong Chou-Wei looked at him gratefully. Tran Thu, thank you so much for this. He grinned. It's nothing. Sister Vuong Tu asked me to look after you, so it's what I should do. He waved. It's getting late. I'm heading home. Goodbye. Vuong Chou-Wei nodded. Goodbye. Tran Thu turned and asked the little girl, Niu, what do you want to eat later? I'll take you. The little girl said happily, I want to eat. 2 days later, at the school's Beast Taming Hall, a parent walked up to shake Teacher Lee's hand. Teacher Lee, I'm entrusting my son to your care. Tran Thu turned to his father. Dad, I'm leaving now. His father waved and smiled. Be careful, and make sure you stay safe. The students boarded the bus one by one, ready for the trip. The moment Tran Thu appeared, all eyes were instantly drawn to him, as if pulled by an invisible force. As soon as Tu Tin Tin saw him, she eagerly waved her hand, her voice full of excitement. Over here! Tran Thu gave a slight smile, thinking to himself, the journey is finally beginning. After a very long time, the bus stopped in front of a luxurious hotel in Bangkok town. Teacher Lee signaled for the students to get off. his voice booming like thunder as he gave instructions. We'll rest in town for one night, and tomorrow morning we'll head to Bang Canyon. You can walk around town this afternoon, but do not cause any trouble. As he said this, his sharp gaze swept over towards Tran Thu's group, lingering specifically on the three of them. Tran Thu's lips curled into a smirk as a mischievous thought flashed through his mind. The more you forbid something, the more I want to do it. Ha, he doesn't want me to go out and cause trouble? That just makes me want to do it more. Let's go. I'll take you guys to pick up a quest. The three of them quickly made their way to the hall of the Beastmaster Association. Tran Thu strode confidently straight to the reception desk and asked in a firm voice, "Do you have any quests to hunt a lord-level ferocious beast?" The receptionist was slightly startled, but she quickly pulled out a stack of documents and said in a soft voice, "There is one mission to hunt a lord-level giant icebone wolf." Hearing this, Tran Thu's eyes lit up, and he exclaimed with excitement, "Perfect, that's the one, the one." The receptionist smiled, handing him a file. "Please have a look. The mission is to hunt the black iron rank, lord-level icebone wolf. The mission's difficulty is extremely dangerous. The objective is to retrieve the complete heart of the lord-level icebone wolf. This is a private mission posting. It requires a 50,000 deposit, and the reward is 4 million Huaxia currency." She repeated the information, emphasizing the mission's name, Hunt the Black Iron Rank Icebone Lord Wolf. The difficulty is rated extremely dangerous. Mission objective: you must turn in the complete heart of an icebone Lord Wolf. This is a private mission posting. It requires a 50,000 deposit, and the reward is 4 million Huaxia currency. The receptionist continued in a monotone voice. The mission's difficulty is due to several factors. 1. Icebone wolves prefer to live in packs and are masters of combat in snowy environments. 2. The Icebone Lord Wolf is savage by nature and has a tendency to fight to the death. And 3. This mission has been completed once before. A number of Icebone Lord Wolves were eliminated, causing the remaining ones to become more vigilant and defensive. Chen Shu glanced over the document, his brows furrowed slightly as he tensed up, weighing his options. A black iron rank lord. Can the three of us really hunt something at that level? But what if we could trick old Li into helping? Standing beside him, Xie Sunan let out a soft sigh and handed the file back to the receptionist, his voice filled with resignation. "Let's just forget it. It's too expensive." Suddenly, Chen Shu reached out and grabbed Sunan's hand, a mischievous glint in his eyes. "Wait a minute." He puffed out his chest and declared with total confidence, "I'll take this mission." Both the receptionist and Xie Sunan stared, their eyes wide with shock. "Are you sure?" The receptionist lowered her voice to remind him, "This mission requires a 50,000 deposit." Xu Xingxing raised an eyebrow, a look of dissatisfaction on his face. "The way you're talking, people might think I can't afford it." With that, she decisively pulled out a credit card, her tone extravagant. "Here, sign up all three of us, one for each." The receptionist hesitated for a moment before taking the card, offering a slight smile. "My apologies, sir, but it can only be accepted once. Are you absolutely sure you want to take it?" All of a sudden, Xie Sunan started tapping Xu Xingxing repeatedly on the shoulder from the side. She leaned in and whispered, "Xiaoxing, let's see if there's a simpler mission. Let's not take this one. It's way too expensive." Hearing this, Xu Xingxing burst out laughing and waved his hand dismissively. "It's fine. This is my first time accepting a mission. Of course, we have to do it big. 50,000 is nothing." The other two could only shake their heads in defeat. "Damn it, he totally beat us," they silently cursed. Chen Shu glanced over, a hidden meaning in his eyes. Just then, a sharp, cold voice rang out from the entrance. "Heh, I was wondering who was being so arrogant." Huang Wei slowly approached, throwing a provocative sneer in Chen Shu's direction. "So, it's you, kid. What's the rush? In a hurry to get yourself reincarnated?" Chen Shu turned around at the familiar voice, a brilliant smile spreading across his face. Well, if it isn't Mr. Colorful himself, haven't seen you in 2 months. What brings you here?" Huang Wei's eyebrow twitched, clearly annoyed by his glib tongue. "Oh, you know, the usual. Just ranked 3rd in Nanxiang," Chen Shu replied with a confident grin. "What a coincidence. I was planning on heading to the ice ravine too. Zhou Shu won't be able to protect you there." Suddenly, a steady hand landed on Huang Wei's shoulder as a deep voice boomed. "What's going on here? Are you trying to bully my students?" The 3 students looked up and cheered in unison when they saw the familiar figure. "Hey, it's Teacher Li." Huang Wei flinched, his eyes darting towards Teacher Li as he blurted out in shock, "Old Li." Teacher Li narrowed his eyes coldly, his voice steady but full of authority. "Good. As long as you know who I am. Don't you dare touch my students, or I'll bury you in that ice ravine myself." Hearing that, Huang Wei's face went pale. He remained silent, not daring to talk back, and quickly left. Watching him disappear, Chen Shu cheered excitedly. "Teacher Li, you're such a badass." Teacher Li turned to him and snapped irritably. "You need to stay out of trouble. You turn your back for 1 second and you're already beefing with a black iron rank beast tamer." Getting scolded, Chen Shu could only smile wryly, holding up the mission file to defend himself. "It's not like that, really. It was just a small disagreement from before." Teacher Li's eyes scanned the document, his brow tightening as he muttered, "Huh? A Lord rank Icebone Wolf?" Chen Shu's eyes immediately began to sparkle as he asked excitedly, "Teacher, are you interested? Do you think you could take down a black iron rank Lord Beast?" Teacher Li just shook his head, looking weary. "I could beat it, but I couldn't kill it. If you guys are really set on taking a mission, you should pick something a little more normal, like gathering medicinal herbs or hunting some common beasts." Chen Shu nodded obediently and replied simply, "Yes, sir." He quickly selected the missions to gather water butterfly flowers and hunt lions on the board, then turned to the other two behind him, his voice full of excitement. "Let's go." Once they were outside, Chen Shu turned to Shu Xingxing curiously and asked, "Xiao Xing, you've got so much money. Why haven't you configured any attack skills for your Thunderbird?" Shu Xingxing smiled brightly and held up 3 fingers. "I have 3 skills configured." Hearing that, the other two stared at him, completely exasperated, and groaned in unison. "You damn rich monster. We're out of here." Teacher Li sighed, his voice full of exhaustion. "Go on back and get some sleep." Hearing that, Chen Shu and Shi Sunan cheered in unison. "Good idea. Let's go. Let's go." Teacher Li mumbled quietly, his voice growing softer. "Ah, to be young. It's a wonderful thing." The next morning, the students had all gathered in the main hall. Mr. Li stood in front, his voice booming. "Let's go. Today, we depart for the other dimension." Everyone followed his orders, quickly moving to keep up. After a long journey, the group stopped in a land covered in white snow. Everyone approached a giant gate, their bodies covered in snow, struggling to push through the thick fog. A while later, Chen Shu finally opened his eyes, letting out a long, tired yawn. "Damn it. This ice chasm is freezing cold, but this place is completely different from the other dimension I went to before." Mr. Li stood before the students, announcing clearly, "This training exercise will last for half a month. You are not to go too deep into the chasm, or you might encounter ferocious beasts. Additionally, you are not to act alone. You must follow the arrangements, 3 people to a small group. The team with the greatest harvest will receive beast taming resources worth 2 million Huaxia dollars. Each team will be accompanied by a black iron rank beast tamer. If a life-threatening situation arises, that person will intervene. However, you will then be sent back to the Spirit Suppression Bureau base, and your training will be over." Behind the teacher, the black iron rank beast tamer stood sternly, exuding a cold aura. Mr. Li finished. "The training officially begins now." Upon hearing this, the students immediately split into small groups. They scattered in all directions. Seeing Chen Shu standing still like a statue, Xie Sunan and Shu Tintin spoke up curiously. "Chen Shu, why haven't you left yet?" Chen Shu turned, a mischievous look in his eyes as he pointed straight at Tintin. "Are you dumb? This isn't Blue Star. Obviously, we have to fly. Take out your Thunderbird." Hearing this, Shu Tintin's eyes lit up with excitement. "Oh, right." With that, she quickly channeled her spirit energy to summon her contract spirit. In the blink of an eye, an impressive Thunderbird appeared before the 3 of them, spreading its wings. The group immediately climbed onto its back and shot into the sky. Shu Tinting sat at the front, her voice filled with delight. Higher, a little higher. Chen Shu, behind her, also declared cheerfully, "Today is the day we begin our conquest of the ice chasm." Hearing this, Shu Tingting shouted with excitement, "Charge!" Suddenly, from the opposite direction, a colossal beast, radiating brilliant spirit energy, charged straight at them with its wings spread wide. Tintin and Sunan's faces went pale, their hearts pounding in their chests. Chen Shu's eyes widened as he yelled in terror, "Holy crap! A black iron rank beast! Run!" The Thunderbird, however, didn't flinch. It let out a deafening roar and prepared to charge its opponent. The Thunderbird accelerated, flashing towards the beast like lightning. It spat out a powerful stream of spiritual energy, striking the huge beast directly in the head. The beast's eyes widened. It let out a terrifying roar, immediately flapping its massive wings and chasing relentlessly after the Thunderbird. On the ground, Mr. Li was lighting a cigarette when he suddenly looked up, startled by the scene above. 2 giant beasts were locked in a fierce battle in midair. Mr. Li stared, dumbfounded, muttering in amazement, "What is going on here?" Xie Sunan landed on the ground. He panted heavily. "That's one fearless beast. Mr. Li quickly approached, his tone firm. Congratulations, kids. Your training for today is over. Hearing this, Chen Shu whipped around, his voice filled with irritation. You've got to be kidding me, teacher. We haven't even started yet. Shu Tingting pleaded with a desperate voice. Mr. Li, please give us another chance. We promise we won't lead a black iron rank beast over here again. Mr. Li sighed, his eyes full of worry. All right, then just remember. Before he could finish his sentence, the three of them, along with the Thunderbird, shot off like an arrow. Mr. Li was left standing below, stunned into silence. Shu Tingting, sitting in front, looked back and asked, if we run like this, won't Mr. Li be mad? Chen Shu grinned slyly. It's fine. If we didn't hear him, then we don't know. Shu Tin nodded, then asked curiously, good point. So which way are we going? Just then, the system made an announcement, its cold voice ringing out. Make a choice. 1. Since someone's always got to be the bad guy, why can't it be us? Hunt near the Spirit Suppression Bureau base. Completion reward. A large amount of beast taming power. Option 2. Hunt in the designated area and keep yourself safe. And be an honest person. Completion reward. Wind's breath +1. Option 3. Go to the canyon below 500 meters. And stay there for 3 days. Completion reward. Violent seat kill +1. Shu Tin immediately shouted, to the lowest part of the chasm. The Thunderbird obeyed, diving straight down. The group behind them cheered with excitement. Without a moment's hesitation, the Thunderbird soared towards the canyon. All of a sudden, Chen Shu turned to Xie Sunan and asked, Old Xie, besides taking out bad guys, can your butterfly also detect monstrous beasts in the area? Xie Sunan nodded. Of course, can it ever? There's a whole pack of them right below us. Suddenly, blazing red orbs came whistling down from the sky. They were heading straight for the Thunderbird. Chen Shu and Tintin's faces went pale, their eyes wide with terror. Chen Shu roared in anger. Why didn't you say so sooner? Shu Tintin looked back anxiously. Chen Shu, what do we do? Chen Shu gritted his teeth and raised his hand, high in the air. What other choice do we have? We fight. With that, he leaped off the Thunderbird's back, diving straight down. In a flash, Slim appeared, catching his body in midair and plummeting down with pure excitement, shouting, Woohoo! Slim, activate your skill. Crush every last one of them for me. Suddenly, amidst the white snow, a giant flower appeared, shimmering with silver light. Chen Shu gasped in amazement. Huh? Is that an ice snow lotus? Meanwhile, Slime was still ferociously charging forward, wiping out one vicious beast after another. Chen Shu landed on the ground, his sharp gaze sweeping over his two teammates as he gave his orders. Old Xie, keep an eye on the beasts around us. Jing, if there's any danger, get the Thunderbird ready for takeoff immediately. I'm going to pick the herb. Su Jing nodded. Her voice rang out. Got it. Chen Shu quickly moved toward the ice snow lotus, his eyes intensely focused. Suddenly, Xie Sunan's eyes widened. He screamed in horror, Chen Shu, someone's behind you. Shu Jing immediately directed the Thunderbird to dive in, intending to save Chen Shu. She yelled, Chen Shu, jump on the Thunderbird. Chen Shu shot his head up, his hand grabbing onto the Thunderbird as fast as lightning. Shu Jing changed direction, her voice firm. Hold on tight, she commanded. On the ground below, Tang Lai watched the three of them escape. He muttered with an indifferent look. They react that fast? Chen Shu raised an eyebrow, his voice full of provocation. So it was you, resorting to a sneak attack again. Tang Li just smirked, completely unafraid. So what if it was? Chen Shu shot back. No big deal. I just wanted to give you the gift of an avalanche. Immediately, Slime dove down from above, its spiritual energy erupting as if tearing space apart. Tang Lai panicked for a moment, yelling, Son of a bitch, you've got guts. The snowy mountain began to rumble and collapse, as powerful as a tsunami. Tang Lai screamed in terror. Is it really an avalanche? The three of them watched from a distance as Tang Lai and his contracted spirit cried out desperately, Help me! The people nearby who witnessed the avalanche were all in a panic, scrambling to get away. They shouted, Run, run! Chen Shu muttered in disbelief. Holy crap, did it really cause such a huge commotion? He quickly yelled, Jing, speed up! The Thunderbird obeyed, shooting off like a rocket from a launcher. After a long while, the three of them stopped in front of a giant mountain range. Chen Shu let out a sigh of relief. Finally, we're safe. Xie Sunan glanced around and lamented. That was a close call, but this avalanche definitely eliminated a lot of people. Chen Shu smiled nonchalantly. It's all the snow's fault. Su Jing suddenly asked, Chen Shu, where are we going next? Chen Shu immediately pointed in one direction, his eyes shining brightly. To the deepest part of the ravine. As long as we find a high-level mutated beast, we've basically secured first place. Xu Jingjing nodded, smiling radiantly. Okay. The Thunderbird immediately changed course and headed for the deepest part of the ravine. From a distance, Teacher Li watched the three of them. He muttered, "They've got some serious guts." Before long, the group of three had reached the deepest part of the ravine. All three of them were huddled together, their bodies trembling from the bone-chilling cold. Chen Shu shivered as he spoke. Why does it feel like the temperature dropped so much? Behind him, Sunan and Jingjing were so cold they were grimacing, unable to even open their eyes. Chen Shu gritted his teeth and stood up straight, his determined gaze fixed on the path ahead. Suddenly, Shi Sunan's eyes snapped open in shock, and he quickly yelled, "There are 8 beasts up ahead, around level 8. On the left is a pack of demonic beasts, unknown numbers. And on the front left, there are 2 black iron rank demonic beasts." Hearing this, Chen Shu thought to himself with tension. Black iron rank beasts are usually accompanied by rare medicinal herbs. He immediately gave an order. "Let's head toward the black iron rank beasts and check it out. Fly a little higher." Xu Jingjing gave him an okay sign. Got it. She quickly circulated her spiritual energy, and in a flash, the Thunderbird had changed direction as commanded. Soon, the group arrived in the area with the beasts. Chen Shu looked down, his eyes lighting up as he exclaimed, "Whoa, it's an ice vein flower. It's exactly for the mission we accepted." Just then, the system issued a cold notification. Option 1, pretend you didn't see anything and leave quietly. Completion reward. Mid-tier beast taming power. Option 2, take this opportunity to snatch the ice vein flower. Completion reward. Explosives. Option 3, use your power to kill the 2 ice apes. Completion reward. All of Slime's attributes increase by 5%. Jingjing and Sunan stared wide-eyed at Chen Shu, watching him lost in thought. After a long moment, Chen Shu frowned and spoke. "Old Xie, Jingjing, do you guys think my slime can kill those 2 ice apes?" Xie Sunan quickly slapped him on the shoulder. He shook his head. "Don't joke around," Xu Jingjing said irritably. "I'm going to report you for trying to get us all killed." Chen Shu cried out, feeling wronged. "You guys have that little faith in me?" He decisively pointed his hand forward. "I guess I'll have to show you my true skills." Xu Jingjing muttered. He's getting ready to steal the herb. The three of them stood tall, with Slime quietly positioned behind them, and in the blink of an eye, Slime launched itself straight down onto a giant block of ice. From above, Chen Shu yelled, "Slime, intimidate them." Slime opened its mouth and let out a terrifying roar that shook the very air. Chen Shu's face went pale as he watched Slime helplessly. The vicious beast heard the roar and immediately lifted its head, its sharp eyes scanning its surroundings. It raised its leg and charged straight for Slime. Slime closed its eyes and activated its full power, facing off against the 2 giant beasts that were attacking relentlessly. Chen Shu seized the opportunity and yelled, "Quick, while they're distracted, let's go steal the herb." The Thunderbird obeyed and shot towards the ice vein flower. Suddenly, Chen Shu frowned and turned back to shout, "You didn't have this skill before. Were you hiding your true strength?" Xu Jingjing just smiled. Hearing this, Chen Shu's face turned ashen as he muttered, "Damn it, you tricked me again." The 3 of them finally made it to the ice snow lotus. The moment Chen Shu's hand touched it, 2 monstrous beasts noticed and whipped their heads around, growling. He frantically looked back and shouted, "We gotta go, now!" Sunan and Tintin quickly pulled him onto the Thunderbird. Shu Tintin screamed, "Floor it!" The Thunderbird shot off like a rocket, leaving the 2 roaring beasts in its dust. Chen Shu glanced back with a smug grin. "Ha, you're too slow." For the next 6 days, Chen Shu pulled the same old stunt all over the ice ravine. He'd have Slim distract the monstrous beasts. Then he would swoop in, snatch the ice snow lotus, and make a run for it. On the 6th day, Shi Sunan's caterpillar was sent out to scout. That night, the 3 of them huddled around a blazing fire to keep warm. Shu Tintin looked up and asked, "Chen P, our haul has been pretty good, right?" Chen Shu beamed. "Pretty good is an understatement. First place is practically in the bag. Then let's toast to that with this meat instead of wine." Suddenly, She Sunan jumped, startled. "Pack up, quick, someone's coming." Chen Shu frowned, tensing up. From which direction? Sunan channeled his spiritual power and replied, 300 meters to our left. They're not moving very fast. They're coming straight for us, probably planning an ambush. Chen Shu smirked. "No need to rush. Let's hide first. What if times their times, the ones who end up walking away with nothing?" In the distance, the heavy thud of footsteps grew louder as a group of people approached. The man in the lead had a predatory look on his face. Hiding behind a large rock, Chen Shu muttered to himself, It's a group of beast tamers. He stepped out to block their path and called out, "Who are you?" The leader frowned. "So, you have a scouting contract, spirit?" he shouted, his voice laced with tension. "Kid, hand over your things and get lost. Otherwise, don't blame us for what happens next." Sunan flashed a bright smile. "Hey, big brother, we're students from the special training class, under the Spirit Suppression Bureau. Are you really sure you want to start a fight with us?" The man froze, his eyes widening in surprise. From afar, a figure was silently approaching. The leader was lost in thought for a long moment. Then he roared aggressively. "So, what if you're from the Spirit Suppression Bureau? You really think he'd dare to intervene?" He sneered, mocking Chen Shu. "Think it over carefully, kid. The second they step in, your little training exercise is over." Chen Shu, unfazed, shot back a challenge. "You want the medicinal herbs? Fine, come and get them yourself. Alone." The leader roared with laughter. "Haha, looks like you finally know your place." Chen Shu shot a quick glance behind him, giving a signal. Sunan immediately nodded and gave an okay sign. The caterpillar suddenly flew up, hovering right over the leader's head. Chen Shu taunted, "Warrior this is a special kind of love, made just for you." The men behind him saw it and clutched their stomachs, bursting into laughter. "Haha." The leader's face turned purple with rage as he screamed, "Are you asking to die?" He raised his hand, gathering his power, and charged forward. "In that case, don't blame me." Chen Shu's face was ice cold as he growled. "Asking to die?" He pointed a finger at the group. "You're the ones with a death wish." Slim dropped from the sky, slamming down on each enemy and sending them into a screaming panic. "Help me! What is this thing? Is it a piece of poop?" Chen Shu laughed heartily. "Move aside. We'll be taking our leave now, you pieces of trash." The Thunderbird immediately spread its wings and soared into the sky. The men below could only stare up at them, completely helpless. The leader scrambled back to his feet, gritting his teeth. "How dare they mock us?" He clenched his fists, his eyes burning with fury. "Let's see how I deal with you punks." His contracted spirit appeared. He leaped onto its back and commanded, "Xiao Li, you take care of the injured. I'm going to get revenge for them." Xiao Li tore through the air, chasing after the Thunderbird. Sunan looked back, startled. "It's catching up to us." Shu Tintin smiled brightly, cupped her hands around her mouth, and muttered to activate her skill. "Little thunder, little thunder." The Thunderbird tensed up, its spiritual energy exploding as it shot forward like an arrow. Chen Shu frowned and looked up at her. "Are all of your skills for running away?" Shu Tintin replied casually. "Of course. Staying alive is what's most important." Beside them, Sunan could only shake his head, his worried eyes fixed on Xiao Li, who was still hot on their trail. Chen Shu thought to himself, "Why do I suddenly feel bad for that guy? But he quickly shouted out, "I'd save your energy if I were you. Don't waste your time chasing us." He thought privately, "There's no way his skill can beat Little Thunder." The leader roared from behind them. "You little brat, I'll make you pay for this today." Sunan muttered, his voice full of helplessness. Why does he have to be so stubborn? Suddenly, his eyes lit up as the image from his caterpillar flashed in his mind. "Holy crap, run! There's a massive horde of monstrous beasts heading right for us." Model. Chen Shu looked on, his face draining of color, as a massive swarm of ice bats charged toward them from the front. He yelled out in alarm, "Damn it, there are so many of them. Could there be a black iron-level ice bat lord among them?" The Thunderbird and Xiao Li were now surrounded by the bat swarm. Shu Xingxing frantically turned to him, her voice trembling. "Chen Shu, what do we do? There's at least one lord-level ice bat here." Just then, the system displayed a notification for option 1. Rely on your own immense power to wipe out all the ice bats. Completion reward. Promotion to Black Iron rank Beastmaster. Bonus reward. 1 immortal tombstone. Option 2. Shout heroically, "We're all gonna die. Let's forfeit the match." Completion reward. Average level Beastmaster. Option 3. Head into the deepest part of the canyon and use the presence of a more powerful beast to deter the ice bat swarm. Completion reward. +1 to your charge skill. Chen Shu muttered to himself. What the hell is an immortal tombstone? We're already 500 meters down. If we go any deeper, we'll definitely run into stronger beasts. Hearing this, Shu Xingxing nodded without hesitation. Okay. The Thunderbird immediately dove straight down into the deep canyon. Xiao Li's master saw this and cursed in frustration. Damn it. Those guys really aren't afraid of dying. He gritted his teeth and struggled to keep up, while controlling his contracted spirit to fly upwards. Deep in the canyon, Chen Shu looked back and roared, "Shit, are these ice bats insane? They're still chasing us." Sunan frantically pointed down below. "There's another pack of beasts down there." Chen Shu gritted his teeth, annoyed, and took a look. The Thunderbird spread its wings and dove even deeper. Suddenly, Chen Shu pointed at a flower on the cliff face. He yelled, "Holy crap, a tier 2 ice-leaf flower." Sunan and Xingxing stared, exclaiming in unison, "You can even see that from here?" Chen Shu scratched his head sheepishly. "Talent. It's all talent. Now stay quiet. We're going to pick that ice-leaf flower." They both nodded. "Got it." Chen Shu glanced aside and muttered, "What a coincidence. There's an ice direwolf too. Better not stir the hornet's nest. Let's just grab the flower first." He gently reached out from the thunderbird's back to pick it. Suddenly, the ice direwolf's eyes snapped open. It snarled and charged. Chen Shu panicked. "Shit, we've been spotted. Let's go." The thunderbird quickly changed direction, soaring up into the sky. But just as they escaped, the thunderbird came face to face with the swarm of ice bats. While below, the ice direwolf led its entire pack in a furious snarl. They all threw their heads back and let out blood-curdling howls. Xu Xingxing was trembling with fear. "What do we do now?" Si Sunan cried out too. "Looks like there's no escape for us." But Chen Shu remained perfectly calm. He tossed out the ice-leaf flower. The ice bat lord immediately shot out a claw and snatched it. Chen Shu pointed right at it and yelled, "Hey, wolf bro, the thief is right there." The wolf pack instantly turned to confront the ice bats. Both sides charged at each other, snarling and tearing ferociously. "Wait, since when can ice direwolves fly?" They opened their jaws, viciously attacking the ice bats. He quickly scrambled back up, his heart pounding, thinking to himself, "For safety's sake, it's better to go back the way we came." He gritted his teeth and started retreating. Xu Xingxing saw him and asked curiously, "Why are you coming back?" Chen Shu cried out in alarm, "Why are there more beasts here?" The alpha purple wolf suddenly threw its head back and let out an earth-shattering roar. Xie Sunan quickly glanced in another direction and shouted in panic, "There are 7 more beasts over there, too. There's another group charging from the front, and the whole area behind us is filled with the aura of powerful beasts. We're surrounded." The beasts snarled, ready to tear each other apart, neither side willing to back down. Xu Xingxing frowned, worriedly. When will this cycle of vengeance ever end? All of this. Just for one flower? Xie Sunan was drenched in sweat, muttering, "Chen Shu, a huge battle is about to break out. Let's get the hell out of here. With this many beasts, we wouldn't even be an appetizer for them." Chen Shu tightened his grip on the vial in his hand, his eyes resolute. "No way. If I don't do this tonight, I won't be able to sleep. Blowing it up might be a temporary regret, but not blowing it up will be a lifetime regret." He turned back with a reassuring smile. "Don't worry, I'll run as soon as I plant the bomb. Teacher Li is definitely hiding somewhere nearby. If things go south, he'll step in and save us." Suddenly, the alpha wolf roared, signaling the attack. The ice bats immediately charged forward, swiping their claws and easily knocking a wolf off the cliff. Chen Shu cheered with delight. Seizing the moment, he threw the vial. "Go, my king of explosions." The vial shattered, and the liquid sprayed everywhere. Chen Shu leaped onto the Thunderbird's back and yelled, "Get ready to run." The other two quickly climbed on, and the Thunderbird shot off. Chen Shu tossed another vial, his voice casual, and, "To throw." He closed his eyes, thinking to himself, real men don't look back at explosions. But then he immediately turned back, exclaiming in shock, "Teacher Li?" Chen Shu had just caught a glimpse of his teacher and frantically screamed, "Teacher Li, run!" Teacher Li was startled. "Huh?" He looked at the scene in front of him, and his face went white as a sheet. Before he could say a word, a cataclysmic explosion rocked the entire canyon. His eyes widened in horror. A nuke? Before he could even process it, his students had already left him in the dust. At the Spirit Suppression Bureau base, soldiers looked toward the mountains where the explosion echoed. One of them yelled, "Enemy attack! Assemble now!" Within seconds, the soldiers had formed a perfect line. Teacher Li roared, "You 3, get back here right now." Hearing his voice, the Thunderbird immediately stopped in midair. Seeing Teacher Li flying up towards them, Chen Shu offered some serious praise. "Whoa, teacher, your snake is so cool. It can fly too. Is that a flight skill?" Mr. Li snapped irritably. "Stop playing dumb. Where did you kids get a nuclear warhead?" Chen Shu just raised an eyebrow. "Teacher, are you all right? Scientific weapons don't work in other dimensions." Mr. Li pointed behind them anxiously. "You mean that wasn't a nuke? Something that wasn't a nuke blew up an entire ice ravine?" Now the Town Spirit Bureau has been alerted. Hearing this, Chen Shu's face went pale, his heart pounding with fear. Crap, this is a huge mess. He quickly put on an innocent act. "Teacher, it wasn't me. My only wish is for world peace, so I'd never do something like that." Mr. Li sighed helplessly. "All right, fine. Whether it was you or not, just remember, if anyone asks, you all say you know nothing." "We know nothing," the 3 of them chirped in unison. Yes, sir. Suddenly, the tail of Mr. Lee's black and white python was frozen solid. The teacher glanced back and screamed in horror. This is bad. 2 Lord-level giant ISEKAI'D lizards are chasing us. Chen Shu looked up and saw a barrage of ice vines hurtling toward them, shouting, "Damn it, there are 5 Lord-level ice bats up here too." He grimaced, thinking to himself, we're surrounded by 7 lords. He turned to Mr. Lee, panicking. Teacher, what do we do? Mr. Lee smacked him hard on the head. Ow, what do? We run, obviously. There are 7 of them. You think we can actually fight them? Just then, the system prompt appeared. Option 1. Flee decisively to save your own skin. Completion. Reward. A large amount of beast taming power. Option 2. Attempt to appease the Lord-level beasts and calm them down. Completion reward. 3 Grade 3 Icebone flowers. Option 3. Fight to the death. All of Slime's attributes will increase by 10%. Chen Shu muttered. Is that even a choice? Obviously we run. He slammed his fist on the Thunderbird's back. The Thunderbird shot forward, leaving Mr. Lee far behind. Seeing the ice vines fly past him and chase after his 3 students, Mr. Lee yelled, "Watch out!" Chen Shu glanced back and jumped in fright as an ice bat bit into the Thunderbird. The Thunderbird shuddered, struggling violently, but the pain made it wobble, and it finally lost all strength and plummeted downwards. Shu Xingxing panicked. Chen Shu, this is bad. I have to recall the Thunderbird. She quickly recalled it, leaving the 3 of them suspended in midair, in a freefall. Below, the 2 giant icy spine lizards opened their mouths, waiting to catch them. Chen Shu flung his arm out, summoning a giant slime, and the 3 of them clung to it tightly. Slime shot up into the sky like a rocket. Xie Sunan let out a sigh of relief. Phew, I think we're safe. But before he could celebrate, he gasped, "Son of a bitch, here comes another one." An ice bat swooped in, biting hard into Slime. Slime cried out in pain. Ooh! Tears welled up in its eyes as it slowly faded and disappeared. The 3 of them screamed as they fell again. Ah, Slime's in trouble. A swarm of ice vines shot straight for them. Just then, Mr. Lee's black and white python shot up, slamming its head into the ice bat and knocking it down. The second python quickly caught the 3 students on its back. Mr. Lee looked back, worried. Are you okay? Chen Shu's face was ashen as he scrambled up. We're fine. But seeing his 2 contracted beasts surrounded, he grew anxious. Teacher, are you sure about this? Seeing Mr. Lee's pale face as he held a piece of paper, he asked, Teacher, you're not writing your will already, are you? Mr. Lee trembled. Write it. If we don't write it now, we won't have time later. Chen Shu frantically pointed behind him. The black and white python was gone. This was a green python. But as soon as he turned back, he saw the green python, covered in blood, being attacked by an ice bat. The spotted python quickly dodged a bite. Chen Shu frowned worriedly. Wait, we can still fight. The other 2 looked over curiously. Chen Shu pulled out a tube of red liquid. Sunan was startled. You're not planning to blow up that ravine again, are you? You'll go to jail if you're caught. Mr. Lee was sweating buckets. What? You're planning to use that to cause an explosion? Chen Shu snapped irritably. Are you guys colorblind? The colors of these 2 vials are completely different. This one is red. He thought to himself that, thankfully, he'd earned this reward by answering Mr. Lee's question earlier. This was his last-ditch effort. He handed the tube to Mr. Lee. Have the black and white python try this. Mr. Lee was worried. It's not going to explode, is it? Chen Shu's heart trembled, but he forced a laugh. Of course not. Of course not. Hearing this, Mr. Lee didn't hesitate for a second and tossed the vial up. The black and white python flicked its tongue out and skillfully swallowed it. In an instant, its eyes went wide, bloodshot veins appearing, and its entire body erupted in a brilliant red glow. Mr. Lee screamed in alarm. This is bad. Jump. It looks like the black and white python is about to explode. The 4 of them immediately threw themselves backward, free-falling to the ground. Luckily, they landed safely. Chen Shu looked up at the black and white python and frowned. It's not cooked, is it? Sunan and Xingxing sniffed the air and mumbled. Smells like roasted snake meat. It doesn't seem too bad. Chen Shu sighed, his voice full of regret. Oh well, we're all about to die anyway. Getting to eat some black and white python meat before we die sounds pretty good. Mr. Lee was so furious he could have coughed up blood, his eyes wide as he yelled, Get lost! The 3 students had already gotten their barbecue gear ready and were even calling out, Teacher, hurry up and give us a hand. Suddenly, the dark energy emanating from the black and white python stopped. Mr. Lee frowned, surprised. Huh? I think the potion is working. The moment he spoke, the python's eyes flew open, glowing brightly. It swelled in size, opened its mouth in a thunderous roar, and charged straight for the green python that was being attacked. Mr. Lee cheered, "A new skill, Ice Seal Endowment." The red python opened its mouth and unleashed a massive ice formation, enveloping all the beasts below. Mr. Lee tensed up and yelled, "Damn it! Its range and power have increased tenfold." The pack of wolves, impaled by sharp ice shards, thrashed violently in the chaotic fray. Tran Thu said urgently, "Mr. Lee, they're about to escape." Mr. Lee crossed his arms and sneered, "They're not getting away." The red giant serpent's eyes flared with spiritual energy, and one by one, the ice vines and giant ice wolves fell. The red giant serpent returned as the dust slowly settled. Tran Thu breathed a sigh of relief. We're finally out of danger. But in that instant, the giant serpent suddenly shrank, collapsed, and its spiritual energy completely vanished. Tran Thu's eyes widened in shock. "Huh?" He stepped forward to check, then shook his head. "It's not moving at all." Tin Tin was overjoyed, pulling out 2 jars of seasoning. "Don't tell me the black and white python is dead." Teacher Lee quickly recalled his python and growled, "Like hell it is. It just lost some blood." He glanced at Tran Thu, sizing him up. "What in the world is this stuff? How is it so ridiculously powerful?" Tran Thu forced a laugh, averting his eyes. "I don't know. I found it in a public restroom." Suddenly, an ice colossus revived, letting out a deep growl. Tran Thu frowned. "Huh? It's still not dead, right?" He turned around, his voice firm. "Teacher Lee, you get some rest. Leave the rest to me. Today is the day Slime will slaughter all 7 black iron level lords. The weather's getting cold. It's time for the lords to die." A sinister glint in his eyes sent a shiver down the beast's spines. High above, the Spirit Suppression Bureau team arrived on flying dragons. One of the soldiers was stunned by the scene before him. Tran Thu stood on the razor's edge of danger, laughing with glee as he watched Slime crush the horde of beasts. He yelled, "Ha ha, let's see you try and mess with me now." Hearing the noise, Tran Thu turned and saw the Spirit Suppression Bureau team. His face went pale. "Crap. The Bureau is here." A soldier called down, "Old Lee, what happened?" Li Vosong calmly replied, "The explosion earlier took down the Beast Lords. This student of mine just wanted to pretend he beat them himself. Kid loves to put on a show." The soldier nodded. "Ah, I see." He asked again, "Right, so do you guys know anything about that explosion?" Tran Thu put on a pitiful expression and looked at Vosong. All 4 of them said in unison, "We have absolutely no idea." The soldier didn't press further, simply saying, "All right, we might have to temporarily seal off this ice ravine for a while. You all should leave first." Vosong glanced at Tran Thu and nodded. "All right, we'll be on our way then." Tran Thu, holding a sack, excitedly picked up the beast hearts, exclaiming, "I'm rich, I'm rich." Teacher Lee looked at him, completely speechless, unable to utter a single word. On the snow-covered mountain range, at the Spirit Suppression Bureau's base, Vosong spoke up. This time, because of a times certain someone, asterisk. The training exercise will end early. Everyone rest for the night. We'll head back to school tomorrow. In the city, inside a private room, Tran Thu pulled out the pile of beast hearts and mumbled, "This wasn't a bad haul at all. I'm not going to turn in this skeletal ice colossus heart. I've already contacted the association to have the quest issuer come and buy it. We'll split the money from the sale." As he was speaking, the door opened. Li Vosong walked in, cutting him off. "About 20 million. Tran Thu clutched the bag of hearts, stammering, "Teacher, what are you doing here?" Vosong squinted, smiling. "To split the loot." He reached his hand into the bag. "What's the matter? You don't want to?" Tran Thu held on tighter, flustered. No, of course not. You should definitely get your share. I'll sell these when I get back." Suddenly, Tu Nam and Tin Tin walked in. Tin Tin spoke up. "No need to sell it to outsiders. I'll buy it. I'll have someone send you the money tomorrow. You can keep my share. Just split it among yourselves." The 3 of them gave her a thumbs up. "You're the best." Just then, Tran Thu's phone buzzed. He glanced at the screen, saw a new message, and read it aloud. "The quest issuer has contacted me. He wants to buy the skeletal ice colossus heart for 100,000 and wants to meet me at the Beast Hall of Daehung City's #1 high school." The next morning, at #1 high school, Tran Thu was excited. "It won't be long now. We're about to make over 100,000. But when he made the call, the other end played a recorded message. "The number you have dialed is not available at the moment. Please try again later." His face fell and he frowned. "What's going on?" The system announced. Option 1. Take an iron bowl, sit on the roadside, and wait patiently. Completion reward. The title Chieftain of the Beggars Sect, with the effect of evoking others' compassion when begging. Option 2. Sneak into the school and meet the buyer in person. Completion reward. Slime's jumping power increases by 10%. Option 3. Turn around and leave. Don't wait any longer. Completion reward. A level 1 enlightenment fruit. Tran Thu suddenly noticed a delivery guy standing across the street. He walked over, turned back, and instructed, "Guys, wait for me outside the gate for a minute." He put on a delivery uniform and sped off on a scooter. Tanam and Tintin stared, wide-eyed. Can he really do that? Arriving at the school gate, Tran Thu told the guard, "Hello, I've got a food delivery for the principal." He rode right in without arousing any suspicion. At the #1 high school's Beast Hall, the moment he walked in, he heard a loud argument, with one voice shouting, "Vuong Than, do you really want to challenge me? I could crush your pathetic little snake without a second thought." Another voice replied, "Cut the crap, O Duong Bao. If you want to fight, then let's fight." Tran Thu frowned, thinking to himself, "Wait, isn't Ao Duong Bao the guy who's supposed to buy my stuff?" Ao Duong Bao gritted his teeth and yelled, "Snow Lion, crush that disgusting snake for me." Vuong Than pointed at his snake. "Go, show that cat what you're made of." A snow lion and a snake lunged at each other, claws and venomous fangs flying at their master's commands, creating a fierce battle. Tran Thu stood to the side, watching the fight with a confused frown. Isn't this just suicide? Who attacks a snake's mouth with their claws? Just as he predicted, the snake sank its fangs deep into the snow lion's leg. The lion roared in pain, struggling as its leg turned purple from the venom. Tran Thu couldn't help but shout, "You idiot! Use your ice skill to slow the venom spread and then go after it. Isn't that obvious?" Hearing this, Ao Duong Bao's eyes lit up. "He's right," he yelled. "Snow Lion, use your ice skill." The snow lion immediately froze its own leg, solid. It leaped forward, smashing the snake's head with its icy paw. With a sickening thud, the snake was flattened into a bloody mess. Wang Qing pointed an angry finger and yelled, "A mere delivery boy dares to cause a ruckus in here?" Chen Shu forced a bright smile. "I'm just here to deliver a package to Ouyang Bao." Ouyang stepped forward. "I'm Ouyang Bao. You're Chen Shu?" Chen Shu took off his bag. "Here's your order. Go ahead and check it." He opened the bag, revealing 2 vicious beast hearts. The audience in the stands gasped. Overlord-level vicious beast hearts. It must be nice to be rich. Ouyang took one of the hearts and shoved it into the snow lion's mouth. "I'll just buy one for now. If it learns the skill, I won't need the other one." Chen Shu crossed his arms confidently. "Don't worry, you're going to need both." After eating the heart, the snow lion roared, its body erupting with power. But then, nothing happened. It flopped onto the ground, panting. Ouyang was shocked. Damn it, it really didn't learn the skill. He had no choice but to grab the second heart. "How did you know it wouldn't be able to learn it?" Chen Shu's eyes crinkled into a smile. "The more money you have, the worse your luck is." The snow lion ate the second heart and immediately shot up, its whole body glowing with an icy light. Ouyang nodded. "You were right." Suddenly, a voice cut in. "You only need to learn a skill once. The important thing is learning how to use it." A bald teacher with his hands on his hips spoke up. "Even a delivery boy knows more than you guys. Try not to be so pathetic, will you?" Chen Shu frowned, annoyed. "What do you mean? Asterisk, a delivery boy, asterisk. I'm the most qualified professional there is, an expert in all knowledge. Is that understood?" The teacher tauntingly held out a stack of papers. "Oh, you know everything, do you? Great. I'm collecting my students' contracted spirit skills for a lesson plan. If you're so smart, you do it." The system announced, Option 1. Insist on leaving and ignore the other party. Reward for completion. 1 high-grade strength potion. Option 2. Clasp your hands behind your back and say, "You tell me to teach, so I have to teach? Wouldn't that make me lose all my dignity?" Reward for completion. Mid-level taming power. Option 3. Step up and teach the students how to use their skills, making your opponent question his own existence. Reward for completion. +1 to rebound force. Chen Shu grinned, thrilled. He never expected to trigger 2 choices at once. He snatched the papers. Let me. Without another word, he stepped onto the arena floor, papers in hand. He read them and exclaimed, as expected of Dahong City's #1 high school. The special class has 10 people, all with A-rank contracted spirits. And there are even 2 level 8 beast tamers. He looked up at Ouyang Bao. And this Ouyang Bao here, a level 8 beast tamer with 8 skills. When you're rich, you can really have anything you want. Chen Shu stroked his chin, lost in thought, then pointed at Ouyang Bao. Your bone chi burst is an excellent way to close the distance. When the bone chi erupts, it'll obstruct your opponent's vision. You need to learn how to use it properly. His sudden analysis startled Ouyang. The bald teacher heard him and frowned, muttering, Damn it, the kid actually knows his stuff. Chen Shu smirked and declared boldly, "You know what? I think I should just be your homeroom teacher." Hearing this, Yangbao's eyes lit up and he nodded furiously. "That's not a bad idea, boss." The bald teacher, annoyed, cleared his throat with a cough. "All right, I get it. You know everything. You can go now." Chen Shu nodded. With his business done, he had no desire to stick around and walked out of the building. Suddenly, his phone buzzed. He opened it and saw a message from Yangbao, along with a transfer notification for 11 million. "Boss, can we have dinner tonight?" Chen Shu's eyes crinkled as he thought to himself, "This rich idiot has so much money. I need to build a good relationship with him. Who knows? I might be able to milk him for more later." He put his phone in his pocket, adjusted his collar, and turned back to tell Jingjing and Su Nan, "You two head back first. I'll handle this alone." At a luxurious restaurant, Chen Shu, dressed in casual clothes, pushed open the door. A group of men bowed their heads. "Boss, boss." Yangbao was sitting nearby. He saw Chen Shu and waved. "Boss, you're here." Chen Shu walked over with a big smile. "Did you really need to be this extravagant just to treat me to a meal? You rented out the whole restaurant and even hired a bunch of bodyguards. Are you some kind of rich heir?" Yang blushed and scratched his head. "I'm not the rich heir. My dad is." Chen Shu clasped his hands and bowed apologetically. "My mistake," Yang said awkwardly. "I really want you to teach me how to win fights." Chen Shu waved his hand dismissively. "I refuse." "Huh? Teach you how to fight? I don't do that." Yang's head snapped up. "Boss, name your price. I'll pay whatever you want." He pointed to a pile of cash brought by his bodyguards. "Take as much as you want." Chen Shu's eyes lit up, and his tone changed instantly. Now, talking about money just hurts our feelings. All right, I'll teach you one move for free. The ultimate secret to winning a fight is a sneak attack." The two of them whispered back and forth. Chen Shu added, "From now on, if you have any questions, just text me. Since we're practically old friends now, I'll only charge you 10,000 per question." Yang pulled out a thick envelope. "Thank you, boss." Chen Shu's eyes gleamed as he thought, "This is it, my new get-rich-quick scheme." Over the next few days, Chen Shu diligently taught Yangbao new combat skills every day. 3 days later, at the subway station, he waved goodbye. "All right, this is far enough. Text me if you need anything." Just then, Sunan called. Chen Shu answered the phone. "Hello?" Sunan's panicked voice came through the line. "What? Nanjiang's #1 high school is coming to our school? Hold them off for 2 hours. I'm on my way." At the beast hall, a shadow beast was rampaging, injuring the other contracted beasts. Lin Zixuan stood with his hands on his hips, full of arrogance. Before he set out, the principal had said Namjiang's #2 high was hiding a terrifying secret weapon. What a joke. He mocked Xiao Yu's group. "I can't believe you guys couldn't even last 2 hours. He roared. "Now I'll ask again, is there anyone else? If not, I declare the entire special class of Namjiang's #2 high is nothing but trash." Just then, Tranthu quietly appeared, holding a burlap sack, and raised it over Lin Zixuan's head. Xiao Yu's group cheered. "Is that a sack full of piss, Tranthu?" He slammed the sack over Zixuan's head and threw a punch. Asterisk, twack, asterisk, you forgot about me. Zixuan went flying and hit the ground with a thud. His shadow beast leaped forward, but before it could do anything, Tranthu's slime had already flattened it. Tranthu sneered, "I'm gone for 2 days, and you dare to come stir up trouble in my class? And you have the nerve to ask, is there anyone else on my turf? You're really asking for a beating." Tranthu turned and called out, "Mr. Li, what should we do with them now?" Just then, asterisk, ding, asterisk. The system announced, Option 1. Ignore this and continue your studies. Reward for completion, intermediate level beast master power. Option 2. Kidnap Lin Zixuan and Song Qian from Namjiang's #1 high school. Reward for completion, 1 level 1 taunt orb. Option 3. Defeat the geniuses of Namjiang's #1 high school's special class. Reward for completion, all stats for the golden slime increased by 10%. Tranthu hoisted Lin Zixuan onto his shoulder. A panicked Mr. Li Wushuang asked, "What are you doing?" He calmly announced a challenge to the entire special class of #1 high. Everyone stared, stunned. As he was walking, Tranthu suddenly stopped and turned to Mr. Li, saying, "I just remembered, when Sister Fang Si was here, the school gave her a $1 million reward." He glanced at Wushuang with a sly grin. Mr. Li tried to avoid the topic and sneak away, but Sunan and Xing blocked his path. Tranthu laughed. "Let's go, Mr. Li. We're heading to the school to talk business." In the principal's office, the old man was shocked. "What? You want me to give you 2 million and you're planning to challenge the entire special class of number 1 high by yourself? He looked at Tran Thu, full of doubt. How can I believe you'll succeed? Tran Thu glanced at the unconscious Lin Zixuan, walked over, and kicked him. I'll show you just how I, as a Beastmaster, can defeat Lin Zixuan. The two stared each other down, Tran Thu, burning with determination, the principal full of skepticism. Finally, the principal leaned back in his chair. You've got some guts. Let's see what you can do. He waved his hand dismissively. Tran Thu shot a wicked grin at Zixuan. Haha, well then, don't mind if I do. He walked over and slapped Zixuan hard across the face. Asterisk, smack, asterisk. Zixuan woke up, his eyes immediately locking on Tran Thu, and he scrambled backward in terror. What do you want? Tran Thu raised an eyebrow, taunting him. I want to have a proper match with you. They both headed to the Beast Hall. Zixuan talked tough. If you're looking for a death match, then I'll be happy to grant your wish. He summoned his shadow beast. Let's see what you're really made of. Tran Thu called out his giant slime. The slime landed with a times thump asterisk, sending the shadow beast flying. Zixuan cursed. Son of a bitch, another sneak attack. Tran Thu laughed heartily. How can you call it a sneak attack when it's a battle between beastmasters? The principal started questioning his own existence. This is our class's top student? Li Wushuang put an arm around the principal's shoulder and laughed. When you're a beastmaster, a win is a win. The principal decided to just enjoy the show, not watch a proper fight. The slime charged forward, and the shadow beast ran away in fear. Zixuan was getting annoyed. Looks like I'll have to use my finishing move. The shadow beast turned back, its tendrils wrapping tightly around the slime, activating Dream Kill. The slime fell into a deep sleep, and the shadow beast pounced. Tran Thu grinned sinisterly. You little punk. It's my turn now. The slime woke up, swinging its arm and severing the tendrils. Zixuan yelled, Is that all you've got? The shadow beast sped up, but was too terrified to do anything but run. The slime gave chase. Zixuan poured all his energy into it. Even if it gets bigger, it can't beat my contracted beast. Tran Thu raised an eyebrow and waved his hand. Is that so? Then try this on for size. The slime puffed out its cheeks, leaped into the air, and came crashing down on the shadow beast like a small mountain. Asterisk, splat. Asterisk, it flattened its opponent, leaving the shadow beast motionless in a pool of blood. Everyone's jaws dropped in amazement. Zixuan grimaced in frustration. I surrender. Tran Thu smugly flipped him the middle finger. He taunted, Is this all number 1 high has to offer? The crowd started chanting along with him. Is this all number 1 high has to offer? Zixuan's face darkened, and he pointed a finger straight at Tran Thursday. Don't think. Number 1 high doesn't have any real masters. If you dare show your face there, I guarantee you'll be carried out on a stretcher. Tran Thu shrugged and sneered. Oh yeah? Just you wait. I'll be back. He pulled out the burlap sack and threw it straight at Zixuan. Sensing the danger, Zixuan looked up, his face turning pale. Quick as a flash, Tran Thu slammed the sack over his head and unleashed a flurry of punches. Asterisk, thwack, thwack, asterisk. Zixuan staggered and collapsed, unconscious once again. Tran Thu turned and ordered, All right everyone, carry him back to number 1 high. A group of students volunteered, proudly carrying Zixuan out of the building, as the principal watched in awe. Tran Thu clapped him on the shoulder and grinned. So, principal, do you believe in my abilities now? Still in a daze, the principal nodded unconsciously. Tran Thu's voice boomed. In that case, in 2 days, I will make rivers of blood flow at number 1 high. He waved his hand, and the crowd erupted in cheers. Our class president is the best, they shouted, treating him like a hero. Li Wushuang pushed through the crowd and pulled Tran Thu aside. Hey, you can't use nuclear weapons over there. Tran Thu feigned innocence. Of course not, sir. The next day, Tran Thu, Sunan, and Xing Xing walked across the school grounds. Tin Tin was ecstatic. Man, today was awesome, he cheered. I thought I was toast, but who knew I'd pull off a comeback? He turned to him, curious. Tran Thu, are you really that confident you're going to make Namjiang's first high run with rivers of blood next week? Tran Thu just shrugged. It's not a sure thing. I need to prepare. Then, something clicked. He turned to Tin Tin. Hey Tin, your family runs a Beastmaster shop, right? Do you guys sell any Lord-level skills? And hey, while we're at it, can I get a discount? Tin Tin replied generously. Of course we do. For you, 10% off. Tran Thu leaned in close, whispering, Help me out. See if you can find these 3 skills for me. A little later, inside the Tin Half family building, he hung up the phone. Tran Thu, I asked my family. We don't have the 3 skills you wanted, but I found something comparable. The Deterrent Roar talent from a golden-striped tiger. It specializes in shattering an opponent's skills. Tran Thu's eyes lit up with interest. Yeah, that'll do. How much is it? Tin held up 4 fingers. 4 million. Tran Thu was stunned. What? 4 million? 2 days later, back at the dorm, Tin showed up with a shimmering crystal heart. Tran Thu's eyes widened. So, times this times is what 4 million bucks looks like, Tin said confidently. Don't underestimate it. This is a top-tier item. Tran Thu took it with a serious expression. I get it. He fed the crystal heart to his slime. As the creature clasped its hands, he muttered, listen up, I'm sacrificing 10 years of my roommate's life for this, so you better damn well learn this skill. A system notification chimed. Skill successfully acquired. Tran Thu let out a cheer, his eyes blazing with excitement. Success. He stroked his chin, a sinister grin spreading across his face. Today is the day I wash Namjiang's first high in blood. A short while later, at the gates of Namjiang's first high, Tran Thu led to Nam, Tin, and their teacher, Li Wusong, up to the security guard. Hello, we're students from Namjiang's second high, here for the Beastmaster Gym. The guard waved a dismissive hand, speaking curtly. Sorry, we weren't notified. You all should go home. Tin pushed forward. What do you mean? Our principal said everything was arranged. The guard lost his patience and yelled, I said we have no notification. Now get out of here. A voice called out from behind him. What's going on here? It was Dean Lin from Namjiang's first high. The guard reported, Dean Lin, they're students from Namjiang's second high, wanting to come for a match. Dean Lin pointed a condescending finger. Students from the second high dare to come here and act so arrogantly? Aside from that one time 3 years ago, when have you guys ever been able to stand on your own 2 feet? Did Lin Zixuan knock you all stupid or something? Tran Thu turned to his teacher, frowning. Teacher, didn't you say you were taking Lin Zixuan back? You didn't just go and bury him somewhere, did you? Wusong shot him a look. Bury him? What are you talking about? I took him to the hospital. He's probably getting his phantom beast treated right now. Tran Thu sighed, feigning disappointment. Old Li, I've misjudged you. Who knew you were such a good person? He pointed to himself while looking at Dean Lin. Your precious Lin Zixuan was defeated by me. Dean Lin didn't even bother listening, pointing a finger back. You're lying. Get lost. Tran Thu's brow furrowed in annoyance. That arrogant. Are we? You dare tell me to get lost? Teacher Li quickly tried to intervene. Don't get agitated. Don't do anything. But before he could finish, Tran Thu had already lunged forward. He delivered a swift kick right to Dean Lin's face, decisive and without a shred of mercy. The guard frantically spoke into his walkie-talkie. Call the police. Call the police. We have an intruder. Dean Lin, flattened on the ground, grimaced as he looked up. Who? Who in the world are you people? Tran Thu bent down slightly, dusting off his leg as if getting rid of filth, then shoved his hands in his pockets. A descendant of the dragon, he said cockily. He raised his foot to stomp him again, when a loud voice boomed. Who's there? Another teacher with a grim face stormed out. How dare you cause trouble here? It was Wang Feng, the dean of the special class at Namjiang's first high, a black iron rank beastmaster. Tran Thu paused, his eyes lighting up. He turned to his teacher. Hey, Teacher Li, looks like someone's here for you. Wusong's face paled as he faced Wang Feng with a forced smile. Hello, I'm Li Wusong, the dean of the special class at Namjiang's second high. Wang Feng scoffed. And you brought your students here to cause trouble. Wusong maintained his polite demeanor. Cause trouble? How could we? We're here for a proper challenge, by the rules. As for Dean Lin, he was just joking around with my student. Wang Feng smirked. A challenge, huh? I was planning on going easy on you, but it seems I need to teach you lot a lesson. He growled, a vein popping on his forehead, and turned to walk inside. Follow me. Tran Thu was puzzled, thinking to himself, why is everyone here so arrogant? Wang Feng glanced back, his voice dripping with contempt. I want to see the looks on your faces as you run crying from Namjiang's first high. Stepping into the Beastmaster Gym, he yelled, Everyone, the students from Namjiang's second high want to challenge our special class. The students of Namjiang's first high erupted in laughter and mockery. Is Namjiang's second high insane? The king of the losers dares to challenge us? Ha! Is your brain filled with water? How dare you provoke us? Annoyed, Tran Thu narrowed his eyes, cleaned out his ear, and summoned his giant slime. The crowd below was stunned. An E-rank slime? He's really lost his mind. They were overflowing with confidence. Damn, this guy's crazy. Teacher, let me take him. Don't anyone else interfere. Tran Thu turned to Wang Feng with a smirk. Old Wang, since your class is so strong, how about we make a little wager to make things more dramatic? Wang Feng was still all smiles. What did you have in mind? Tran Thu said calmly. If I defeat your entire class, I want 20 high-grade beast cores. If I lose, I'll give you 40. Wang Feng's eyes lit up, and he immediately agreed. Done, he pointed a finger. Dang Yuan, you're up. Dang Yuan stepped forward confidently. Thank you, teacher. Just leave it to me. He summoned his contracted beast, a fierce spirit bear. I'm about to show you the gap between the first high and the second. Model 2. Slime shot up, lunging forward before anyone could react. Thwack! It crushed Dang Nguyen's contracted beast. Before the guy could even react, he screamed, "You scum!" Another sneak attack. Tran Thu let out a long yawn. Sorry, we're on a tight schedule. Next. The crowd was dead silent. Tran Thu looked down at them. You were all so fired up a minute ago. Why is no one stepping up now? A girl stepped out and summoned an A-rank Keelin. Wen Wu, a student from the special class, sneered. Losing to my violet-horned beast won't be a total disgrace for you. The crowd roared. Wen Wu, beat him. What can one little slime do? Tran Thu chuckled. Beat me? Yeah, you'll have to actually do it first. Slime shot forward, ramming headfirst into the Keelin. Bam! The Keelin went flying and collapsed. The student's jaws dropped. How is that possible? He took down Wen Wu in a single move. Next up, a turtle and then a bird were both neatly flattened by slime. Even an ape tucked its tail and ran for its life when it saw slime. Tran Thu held his head high, full of pride. To be invincible. Tran Thu is such a lonely feeling. The terrified students unconsciously took a step back. An irritated Wang Feng turned to Jiang Tian. You're up. Jiang Tian strode arrogantly through the crowd. Allow me to end this. He summoned a rank 8 wind thunderbird, shouting, watch this closely. Tran Thu whistled in appreciation. A rank 8 wind thunderbird. Now that's a flashy entrance. He smirked. If I'm number 2, then no one dares to be number 1. Slime zipped forward with a whoosh and punched the wind thunderbird right in the face. Jiang Tian was completely stunned. Tran Thu said smugly, what's with the tough guy act? Slime, keep going. Jiang Tian screamed, Wind Thunder Bird, dodge it. The bird shot up into the air, spun around, and beat its wings, creating a ball of lightning. Tran Thu laughed loudly. Trying to activate a skill, are we? He waved his hand. Slime shot straight forward and slammed into the Wind Thunder Bird, sending it reeling in midair. Tran Thu put his hands on his hips, looking smug. Maybe in your next life. The Wind Thunder Bird plummeted to the ground like a rocket. The students below gasped in astonishment. He declared with self-satisfaction, to be invincible is truly a lonely existence. The hall fell completely silent as everyone held their breath. He waved at Wang Feng. Kindly pay up. That'll be 20 high-grade beast cores. Wang Feng scowled in frustration. What's the hurry? Not everyone has fought yet. Tran Thu thought to himself. Asterisk. So shameless. Asterisk. The system displayed a notification. Option 1. Speak to Li Wushuang. Teacher, someone's trying to back out of the deal. Should I just bury him? Completion reward. A large amount of beast taming power. Option 2. Defeat every single person, forcing them to accept their loss. Reward. 3 high-grade beast cores. Option 3. Initiate a free-for-all battle. Take on multiple enemies at once and claim victory. Reward. Charge skill +1. Tran Thu leaned forward with a dangerous smile. Oh. This option came at the perfect time. He turned and waved to the crowd. I'm not targeting anyone in particular, but all of you sitting here are garbage. Come at me all at once, Wang Feng yelled. You said it. Everyone, get him. The students' contracted beasts rushed toward Slime, looking like they wanted to eat it alive. They roared, he's too arrogant. Crush him. As the beasts surrounded it, Slime suddenly fell asleep. The students mocked him. What a cute little snore. Aren't you afraid of losing face? But then Slime let out a roar, and an explosion of power instantly knocked down all the surrounding contracted beasts. Tran Thu smirked. Time to get rolling. Slime rolled a few times, flattening everything and sending the other beasts scattering in terror. The beast taming hall had become a battlefield littered with defeated beasts. One remaining contracted beast counterattacked and managed to land a hit on Slime. A student shouted, use your attack skills. It's injured. The remaining beasts charged, firing energy blasts, but Slime was like an elastic cushion, bouncing back every attack. It rolled one more time, flattening the rest of the beasts. The students stared in shock at the field, littered with defeated creatures. They couldn't believe a slime could be so ridiculously strong. They'd never seen an E-rank contracted beast like it before. Is it a mutation? Tran Thu couldn't care less. He looked at the system notification with satisfaction. Obtained charge skill, +1. All stats of golden slime increased by 10%. He turned to Wang Feng. Satisfied now? Then he waved over Sunan and Tintin. Let's go. Wang Feng watched them leave, thinking, asterisk. Looks like Nanjiang No. 2 High School is going to make a serious comeback in this year's competition. Asterisk. At the gates of Nanjiang No. 2 High School, Tran Thu held a pile of high-grade beast cores and said to Wu Shuang, "Teacher, go tell the principal, 2 million per school. It's a fair price, no tricks. If they want anything, tell them to come find me." Wu Shuang nodded. "Yeah, I got it. You guys head back to the beast taming hall first. I'm going to see the principal." He watched Tran Thu leave happily and sighed. The principal is going to be bleeding a lot of money this time. Back at the beast taming hall, Tran Thu, Sunan, and Tin Tin had returned, ready to plan their next move. When Tang Lai's group saw Tran Thu's team return, a wave of irritation washed over them. They couldn't believe they had actually passed the one-on-one trials. That was insane. Wang Yun gently patted Tang Li's shoulder, whispering nervously, "Young Master Tang, maybe we should just leave him alone. There's seriously no way we can beat him." Tang Li scowled, clearly irritated. Asterisk. What's there to be afraid of? Asterisk, he thought. Asterisk. So what if Chen Shu has a temporary level advantage? Once I catch up with my A-rank spirit contract, you think I can't crush a guy like him? Asterisk. Hong Min Yuan trembled, stammering, "B-boss, are you sure about this?" Annoyed, Tang Lai puffed out his chest, putting on a display of arrogant righteousness. "I, Tang Lai, will fight against the forces of evil until the very end." But a moment later, he lowered his voice, hissing at his 2 minions. "Not another word. He's coming over." And just then, Chen Shu casually strolled towards them. Dong strode past, his figure moving like a fleeting shadow. But then, he stopped dead in his tracks, whipping his head around to call out, "Duong Xiao." Duong Liet flinched, breaking out in a cold sweat as the air around them instantly grew tense. Tran Thu just smiled, pointing a finger at Duong Liet's outfit. In a light tone, he said, "Nice outfit." And with that, he, along with Xu Jingjing and Xie Sunan, turned and walked away, leaving Duong Liet to let out a sigh of relief, though his heart was still pounding. Wang Yun patted his back and asked worriedly, "Boss, do you really think you can get your revenge this way?" Just then, Li Wushuang spoke from the podium, his voice calm and steady. "All right, that's it for today's lesson. Class dismissed." Tran Thu turned to Jingjing and Sunan, giving them a nod. "You guys head out first. I need to talk to Old Man Li about something." He walked up to the teacher's desk and asked, "Sir, what did the principal have to say?" Li Wushuang replied in a pensive tone. "The principal said he still needs to think it over." Tran Thu's brow furrowed, and he shot back instantly. "What's there to think about? No, forget it. I'll just have to handle this myself." And with that, he spun around and left. He muttered to himself excitedly, his mind racing with the thought of a massive payday. How could I possibly pass this up? Behind him, Li Wushuang stood in silence, a thoughtful expression on his face. Tran Thu strode right into the principal's office and called out, "Mr. Principal." The middle-aged man looked up in surprise.